Hello, everybody, and welcome to another BTR stream. Today is a Free For All Friday, where people come in to talk about whatever it is they want to talk about. Now, I don't know why my microphone is, it looks a little bit low. I don't know, that's a weird thing. I'm going to figure that out later, but you guys could hear me pretty well, I think. So anyway, today we're going to be talking about a lot of different stuff depending on what people want to talk about. Please don't forget, as always, to subscribe, to go to our Patreon, patreon.com/11joules. And I am here with
Patreon.com, 11 Jules.
and I am here with my great
We're
co-host
changing up
Jules.
the vibes. We're changing up the vibes. We're changing up the pace. It's always a flow and always an improvisation here. But what I love about it is it's real. Like if anybody's watching this and it seems contrived or kayfabe, like that's only because we have this beautiful host here, Lev, who's created this amazing architecture for us to have these exciting conversations, and so it just feels very appropriate for the times, I would say.
Thank you so much, man. I could not have done this without your help and your guidance over this time. Like, I think Jules has been very instrumental in a lot of different things in my life, like teaching me a lot of lessons. Like Jules is, I kind of see Jules as like an
Well, everyone
older
here
brother in
has
a way.
been instrumental, right? Everyone here has been instrumental, but I feel like there's a reason why this is 11 Jules break the rules and not like Lev and community, right? I mean, so like we do share, like we recently, this is actually really exciting for us. Like we did recently reach 1,000 subscribers, and we also recently signed an agreement. So like anybody that's watched this show has like heard us speak openly how we've never had a written agreement, right? And we talked
Wait,
about the
Jules.
philosophy of that,
Sure. But
right?
honestly, that's
Now,
the
no, but this is a huge breakthrough. Like we
okay.
now have an agreement, like so we share this company, right?
Okay,
And so
yeah,
this is our platform.
yeah.
And
Well,
so I feel the reason why I have that value is because I bring value. And I think it's not just about being instrumental, which I think is undeniable, as everyone here has been.
well, definitely. I mean, my personal thing on it is I want to make the best stream possible, and I'm gonna be putting, as I've put in already, tons of work into
Well, that's
this.
yeah,
As far
that's
as
why
yeah,
we've designed this together. Like we've spent hundreds of hours talking about how to create this.
mm-hmm. All right.
Like
Well,
from the
well,
marketing, from
mm-hmm.
the everything,
Okay.
right? And
Yes.
but to monetize, because I know you say we're not doing this for money, everybody, but I also
No.
I'm
Well,
trying
first of all, we're doing it for everything. We're doing it both for. Okay. My personal thing here is that when it comes to anything regarding business or any of that backhand stuff, this isn't really the platform for it. Like, this is more about the guests that we bring on and
well,
we
people are
talk
always
to.
curious about that. But yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
But like
So
I feel like it's not the sort of thing I would talk about in private. I would only say what I think is appropriate,
okay.
like
Well,
to
anyway,
everybody.
we have a lot of amazing guests here today. So we have Leonella back on joining us. Leonella, thank you so much for coming. We have Hotep Sophia. For the first time ever in Break the Rules history, we have a Hotep with us. I'm very honored. Thank you so much for being here, Sophia. And we have Ash, a brilliant musician. We have another Sophia, Sophia Antipolis, aka Recussion Rosary, joining us once again. Very brilliant mind. And we have the amazing, talented Vincent Void. Great album. And thank you guys so much for joining us today. We have a lot of different things to talk about. So the original subject, as is listed here, is about Kanye West and about what's going on with him. We were talking a little bit about this backstage, but let's just start the conversation. Sophia, can you say again what you've been saying in the backstage about how you see the situation? Because I think you pretty much got it.
Oh, of course. Well, and I was asking initially because I wasn't sure if I got the complete story. All I knew was about how his wife made an announcement about how Kanye West is having a mental breakdown and it's being related to an apparent diagnosis of bipolar. We don't know which type. And she went on to speak about, in like very concerning terms, in my opinion, about the limitations that she's facing. And, I'm using the term managing, but it really does come across that way. Managing her husband, minimizing the damage that he's incurring upon their brand. That's really what it comes across to me
Wait,
as.
he's incurring it? No, he's not incurring the damage. He is maybe incurring damage, but you mean he's inflicting it.
Yes. Sorry.
Well,
yeah, that's what I was meaning to say. So I appreciate that you're correcting my use of language there. But yeah, basically my understanding of the situation is that there's a bit of a troubling point of view that she's giving on his what he's saying, how that's connecting to his mental health, how that needs to be somehow curbed or limited. And there's like a whole issue when it comes to psychiatry. And there's a reason that there was a whole anti-psychiatry movement in France, which is what actually spawned a lot of like Deleuze and Guattari's writing. And that's like the primary interest that I have in that duo. It's not so much the philosophy, but the psychological angle. And I find personally a lot of issues when people speak of the mentally ill, I will use air quotes. It's really troubling language because it dehumanizes these people and it puts them in this situation, legally speaking, that is extremely unique. Because there's this law in California where I'm not super clear on the details, but there are like unique conditions with the quote unquote the mentally ill. Once you apply that diagnosis, once you apply that set of circumstances on someone, you can detain them against their will, which is
that's what
troubling.
5150 means. When he said she 5150 me, that's exactly what that means.
Yeah, and it's really troubling. I find that like a really terrible law, and I've read about how that there is activism against this law and against similar laws from like being brought up in other states because it's extremely damaging to the people that are affected by it. I didn't know about how he actually like specifically stated that he is being 5150'd, but I'm not surprised, and it's really like a troubling situation because again, you're dealing with like the internment of people against their will. That's imprisonment. It's the same thing.
They have done it before. So a few years ago, I think it was either before My Dark, Beautiful Fantasy, whatever, or right after he did that album where he had this song with Nicki, which was insane. They had him committed, and that's when he came out and started dyeing his hair. And he said basically he dyed his hair for every time he was sort of forcibly committed or had some sort of problem with them. But that's what they do to my people when they get off script. I mean, it's kind of insane because I missed like half of the tweets when they were coming out, but I had seen a great thread the next day which put them all together. And yeah, it's kind of crazy because they just automatically label creative people with some type of bipolar, which you almost have to have a sort of mania type of personality in order to be a creative person, because how would you ever finish a project if you weren't sort of going through this? And so normies will just label you as, having this mania instead of like saying, oh, that's just a part of my personality structure. And it's much easier to just incarcerate somebody in a mental institution, which if you know anything about the mental institution they put them in, it's one of those places where they do the MK Ultra sort of reprogramming. Britney Spears was there, and all the people they just sort of labeled have been through this particular institution. So this is kind of what they do to people when they go off script.
And they were doing it in Russia too. Like in the Soviet Union, a lot of the people that my parents were hanging out with, like the creative community, artists, poets, many of them were also Soviet dissidents, and they were locked up in these mental institutions, and they were force-fed these pills, which intentionally screwed around with their brain and gave them, some of them, permanent brain damage for the rest of their lives, and that was done to set an example for the rest. This is what happens when you go against the system.
Absolutely. I know in in fascist Italy, it was actually like rather common to accuse like political opposition of having mental illness and then interning them on those grounds. Again, it's one of those labels that you can use actually relatively easily to really like limit the freedom of someone that you dislike. And it's blatantly like a power thing. It's blatantly like, I would say, a fascist I'm using fascist in a sense of like the I suppose like it's lefty rhetoric, but you know what I mean. It's like this imposition of your will onto others in an indirect way. I think it's a rather
Totalitarian.
devious way. Yeah, it's devious because you're not actually confronting a person directly. You're being a weasel about it. You're accusing someone of being mentally ill. You're gaslighting them. It's a very cowardly way to do it.
Fascism is a kind of like a group thing, as opposed to like Kanye's anti-fascist in how he's such a strong individual.
Yeah.
I mean, Kanye is an odd case because this is specifically someone like me would know this totally obscure thing about him, but I know he's a big fan of like Robert Greene type literature, so he's obviously some sort of like Machiavellian type person. He has some.
What do you mean by this? What does that mean, though, in this day?
Are you familiar with Robert Greene?
No, but you called him a Machiavellian figure. That's what I was asking.
Kind of like Tupac and Machiavelli?
Kind of like it's devoid of morality in the sense that one can step on others to get their own way. Like, it's very egoistic, but it's based in power specifically.
I don't think that's what Machiavelli is about. I think Machiavelli...
I'm not talking about Machiavelli. I'm talking about Machiavellianism.
Yes, that is... I think why that the vibe of that word like kind of blends into darker areas of like people think of dark arts, right? And so then you think of like Machiavelli. And I think there's definitely a way to put him in a sunnier light.
But didn't Tupac use that term?
Amoral.
Wasn't that one of his albums though? I mean, that's sort of like seems like it's been co-opted a little bit by the rap community. A little bit, you know. Well, I think for standard terms,
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What I was
Neil deGrasse Tyson has a list of 8 books he thinks everyone should read. Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? And one of the 8 books is Machiavelli's The Prince. Like he just thinks everyone should read that. I agree. I think it's a tragedy that everyone doesn't have that text intimately at the forefront of their mind, because it should just be canceling out like a Second Amendment idea, right? As in, it's an equalizer. It's not saying step on people. It's saying keep your eyes open and just like observe everything around you. That's what the book is about.
I mean, I think it's very naive to say that individuals should not seek power, because when we have this like really, I don't know, I find it really ironic, this liberal notion of empowerment. It's very illusory. It's very much like an advertisement being sold to you. But like really what people should push for is personal power. And I mean that in a sincere way. Like that's why people work out. That's why people learn. That's why people improve themselves and just do anything in their daily lives. It's to like move forward. You shouldn't be aspiring to be a clerk and then like running to like your local government to like lock people up. You should like seek to confront them yourself. And that's, you know, if that's Machiavellian, then like sign me up.
Yeah. I'm a very, like, I wasn't trying to say something bad about that sense of the term Machiavellianism. I identify with it a lot. I think it is not immoral, amoral in a very good way. It's a very positive thing to do for yourself. If anything, I think it's inevitable, like psychologically. A person is going to seek their own pleasure.
I like how Criminally Retarded put it, amorality, brutal realism, when it comes to Machiavellianism.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And I definitely see something like that, not in terms of, screwing over other people or anything of that nature, but being aware of certain things that would be able to screw you or your family over, and just being smart enough to avoid that and to go through life in such a way that you don't end up being the sucker. you don't end up being Wile E.
That's why I
Coyote
almost
who,
that's why I almost gave it all away. I was like, I can't do this anymore. Lev, just take the whole company.
Wait,
I
wait,
was
wait,
just
wait.
like,
Why are
ready.
we
He was
talking?
like,
No,
I
Jules.
was just saying, I
Jules,
just said
let's
take
not
it all.
talk about-
I just said take it all. I don't
Let's-
even want it. And he
Jules.
was like, no, Jules,
Jules,
I don't want you to
Jules.
do that.
No,
Here's
no,
half.
Jules, let's not talk about the company, please. I don't know why you're bringing this up right now. We already discussed this.
This is fucking break the rules, bro. This is the free for all Friday. You made this with me.
Okay.
Lev is in control though.
No, here's the thing. There are certain things that I would prefer not to talk about here and talk about other places just because I don't think it's appropriate. But let's keep going.
Come on, what are you talking about?
Yeah, Jules is going through kind of an interesting transformation. So I don't really know what's going on. Maybe it's his avatar, but
Jules is
Kanye
happening right now.
yes,
He's having his
Jules
Kanye
is
West
happening.
moment.
Yeah, I mean my whole thing is I like separating things that have to do with how the company is made and all that kind of stuff away from the actual.
That's why we put
broadcast.
2 years into this entire dynamic. Like,
Yes.
this is what we've created.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
Anybody that goes to our archive will see radically different content that's also
Sure.
constantly changing. Like, we don't know what this format's going to look like in 3 months. It might be this, it might be something completely different, and it might be something Lev and I come up with together. Maybe it'll be something that both of us take initiatives on and we have fractal wings. Like, we have no idea. That's what's so exciting about Break the Rules.
I understand
That's
that,
what
but
it's always been.
my whole point though is that we talked about this before, that when it comes to all this behind the scenes stuff, this isn't really the place to talk about that. I mean
that's news to me because we've always been open about it live before. Like we were with Steel Arch on Detonation.
Okay. I mean, again, I don't think there's any, nothing's happening from you talking about it, but I just don't understand why you want to talk about it here and this
This is a soap. This is like our soap opera here.
You-
This is
the exact
give the audience what they
conversation.
want.
This is the exact conversation that Kim is having with Kanye in the background. Like, literally, this is exactly what's happening. This happens to a lot of people, and I mean, not to, try to change the topic a little bit, but this is what happens when you get to a certain point. You start to say, like, Kanye, I don't think he knew what he was getting into when he started dealing with Kim. There's no way he could have known, because there's no way I would have chosen to deal with that family if I had known what I was getting into before I got started. So I think that one of the things that you see happen with a lot of people is that they get into a situation, they're going down a road, and then all of a sudden they don't know how to either pivot or change dynamically so that things remain sort of in the same feeling that they were before. And it was a person like Kanye, who is not bound to the same rules as Kim is. Obviously you have these problems where people are just sort of not on the same page. And this happens in relationships too, but it's the same thing. Stuff comes up and you're like, whoa, I don't know how to deal with this. And some people are good at managing these types of things, and some people are very not good at handling these types of things. And I think that it's good for people to talk about it in a general form, because the only way to be good at handling dynamic situations is to talk about it sort of while you're dealing with it, so you can get some other opinions on how to manage those types of feelings. Because one of the things that all my friends are over 40. I'm over 30. All my friends are over 40. And it's always the same thing with them. Like, they have these problems, and I'm like, well, what is your problem? I'm the harshest person I know, because to me, they're extremely soft. As females, I think they're very soft. And so it's always like, come on, just get it together. And I think that's sort of like a Kim feel. She's very, very aggressive, and he's much more emotional. And so when you have a person, it can be a good match, but it can also, you have to learn how to deal with that type of situation. It can be a little bit, it takes time to deal with, I think. And I think that it's good to talk about it a little bit, at least say, so you can get some feedback, because a lot of times if you don't say anything, you can't get any feedback from anybody. And then you don't really know, okay, am I going crazy? Am I this? Am I that? And I think that happens to a lot of sensitive people. They just don't know how. Kanye West is obviously a sensitive person. Like, there's no like if, ands, or buts about it. He's a sensitive person. So you really want to, you have to deal with sensitive people differently.
Yeah. I mean, isn't the dynamic between him and Miss Kardashian, I don't know, but isn't that basically like an artist versus a businessman? That's what it looks like to me, because she seems to be thinking very much in like minimize damage for his like PR team or something, and he's not worried about that because he knows that that's like part of his whole like genius.
Right.
I don't know. I know very little about them, but that's the impression that I get. And I think that that's like a really significant point where they can disagree, because it's one thing to be spouses and it's another to interfere in each other's work.
Right. I think that is a good point, because Kim is definitely more of a business minded person. I mean, even from her whole rollout, I mean, she's just a business. I mean, even before, because they met before the sex tape. So that's another thing. Like, people don't, that's another thing Kanye said was, my child's mother would never put out her sex tape. That is literally saying that it was a setup. The whole situation could have been a setup, because if you know anything about Ray J, the literal whole situation could have been a setup. So you have a person, Kim, who was already sort of known for her fashion before the sex tape. And that's when Kanye knew her, before the sex tape. So she has become a more shrewd business person. He has as well, but I think it was more so at her pushing than his own individual pushing. Because if you know anything about Kanye, you will know that he signed this insane deal just to get a record deal, which he's now fighting. And that's another thing. He has this deal with Sony, which he can't get out of. And it's the most insane slavery deal you've ever seen. So they're also taking that to court. So that also plays into this whole thing too, because you don't know how they're taking that information and using it for the court case. Because the whole thing is, if he's able to get out of this court case, a lot of other artists will also be able to get out of their record deals, because basically he signed a lifetime contract, which if you are an artist, I work with a lot of artists. I was an artist, am an artist, singer. But if you know anything about contracts, which I've seen a lot of contracts, you never sign a lifetime contract. Even signing a 5-record contract in this day and age, Lil Wayne just got out of his contract. Literally, like the way that they do, I don't know if they do white artists the same way. I haven't seen that. But the way they do a lot of Black artists, they will give you a huge amount of money up front. But Kanye, they didn't even give him any money. They refused to give him any money because they didn't think he was going to be successful. So not only did he not get any money up front, he signed a lifetime contract, and all of this just to get on the label with Jay-Z, which is why I don't know why anyone has any respect for Jay-Z or his.
Wasn't he producing for Rockefeller Records before?
Yes,
right. So he had a relationship with Jay-Z and the record company, like, prior to it blowing up as a singles artist.
Right, but a producer contract is a different thing from an artist contract, because in a producer contract, usually either they just buy the beats from you directly, like X amount of money per beat plus royalties or whatever, or you go under an actual producer contract where you have to make a certain number of beats per year or per album or per artist. They have different types of contracts. So a producer contract is a less of an investment for a record company compared to an artist contract, because an artist contract means they have to do the marketing, they have to put you on tour, they have to get you interviews, they have to actually do a lot of work. And so at the time, this was 04, 03, 04, everybody was trying to get a contract. I was in college at the time, and I was like, what is wrong with these people? Have they ever seen these contracts? Even then, I was like, you guys are nuts. Why are you trying to get contracts? Because everybody at the time was just gunning to get a contract. There was the YouTube thing was still kind of new. The whole Soulja Boy thing was still kind of unknown, like if you could make it on your own. So everybody was literally trying to get a contract. And so you have artists who, a lot of them who signed in that 2000 to 2004 or 5 range, who have these contracts which are totally like out of this world, to be honest. In retrospect, I don't know why any of these people would have volunteered for this stuff, to be honest.
Short-sightedness. No, I think you have really good points, Hotep, Sophia. But I kind of meant more. It always seemed like Jay-Z was kind of pushing Kanye up there. And if it's funny, there's actually this really old Def Jam poetry with Kanye, really early in his career, and he is so nervous to be on the stage. Like, it's really interesting. It's an interesting watch considering how he's developed. Yeah, Jules, I like your Avi, man. Hell yeah, embrace the anime Avi. It's powerful, isn't it?
I'm learning the power of the anime.
Oh, it's powerful.
Wait,
who is this character?
Dominique. Hotep Sophia. Is that a reference to like Lovers of Sophia or Sophia the philosopher? Is your name Dominique?
That is such a great question that no one asked. I study anthroposophy, so it's a signal to the Hoteps, which is Peaceful Nation, Hotep Nation. That's the segment of Hoteps that I'm a part of. Self-identify as, and then Sophia is definitely the Anthroposophia, the wisdom of the goddess that I
you know that Hotep actually is an Egyptian word. Apparently, it means like a devotee or like an acolyte of some kind of teaching. You know.
Yes, and so it goes together. And then if you look at my whole name on Twitter, which is Hotep Sophia, Order of Saint Corona, which is the patron saint or matron saint of pandemics, it sort of like connects exactly what's going on right now.
But what do you know?
Of course, it's way too over the top for most of the people that I interact with. But that's one thing I do like about you guys, is that you guys understand that it's a holistic point of view. You have to cover the spiritual and the intellectual together. You can't just tackle one or the other. And most of the people I interact on a regular basis they only get one side. I mean, if you know anything about like Black Money Twitter, and these people are money everything all the time, all day. How much money did you make today? I'm like,
drivers.
I call them grifters almost, because you can't
similar.
be focused on money 24/7. Like, when are you going to deal with your spiritual self if you're only focused on the dollar amount you bring home at the end of the day? And that is my detraction from Black Twitter, Black Money Twitter, Black everything Twitter. Like, these people are crazy. And so that's how I sort of ended up in the Caliac Twitter, which I seem to
Wait, does Black Twitter have Money Twitter?
Yeah.
There's Black Twitter and then there's Black Money Twitter. There's two different. Then there's
because like White Money Twitter is like the master and stuff like that.
Dude,
good point.
Who is this one? Who is Say?
That's me.
Was that Say? Who was just speaking with the deep voice?
No, that's Bones.
That's not me.
Hello.
Oh.
Yeah, I haven't seen that much of the Master. I know that the Master's been designated for Gennady Stolyarov II in the Caliac Discord. But other than that, I know that there is a Twitter account of the Master. I just haven't been following him. Can you explain a little bit who the
It's
Master is?
also me or someone else?
It's simple, really.
Well, I mean, the Master is
Bone
basically.
sounds like the bone collector. That's what he's.
I would say the Master is probably like a. It feels like it's a woman pretending to be like a chauvinistic CEO type character, but the thing is, you don't know if it's real or not. But it's like a kind of an uncanny valley where you don't know if it's actually the Master or if it's like, like a rich guy Epstein type LARP going on.
Interesting.
All of Black Twitter is a LARP, by the way.
Do you know
I know Bilzerian.
Okay, basically, the Master is like Dan Bilzerian, but like a parody account, essentially. Like, if you think about it that way, it makes a lot more sense.
But funny.
Well, Dan
Yeah,
Bilzerian
the But the master's just like Bap. You wouldn't actually pay attention to him, but he intentionally misspells words, and you kind of have to reread it, and that's what sucks you in.
Yes.
Anyone else would just look
lost
at it and
on his
go,
Twitter
"What
for,
is
like,
this?"
3 hours. It was so fucking funny.
I have a question
Simple,
for
really.
I have a question for Hotep Sophia, because I've never actually met a Hotep and got to talk to them like face to face. So I
Okay.
wanted to ask you a couple of things. Like, my first main question is I always wanted to know, like, what does the term Hotep actually like mean? What is the meaning of the word Hotep?
I just told you.
I wasn't listening. My bad.
Wait, say what's your Twitter? What's your Twitter account?
It's at Cyberpath with an underscore.
Cyber. Okay, I'm gonna put your Twitter in the handle as well. Could you send it to
thank
me
you.
via chat? I like that
Yeah,
picture,
sure.
by the way. That bondage girl. It looks familiar.
Yeah, it's from one of my favorite artists, Sakata Yamamoto.
Sakata Yamamoto. I'm gonna look that up.
Takato Yamamoto.
Sakato
In
Yamamoto.
better ways. Yeah.
I like his artwork. I've
very
seen his stuff
nice.
before.
Yes, they're a great artist.
Oh,
They
wow.
explore a lot of great themes.
Yeah, I'm looking
But,
at it right now. The suffering painting, the one of Saint Sebastian, I believe.
Yeah, they show
Hamana.
they show a lot of like sexually violent and like kind of like more grim tones to art using the Japanese traditional style, which I really like. It explores more taboo things more than anything that isn't usually explored in traditional art.
Interesting. It
I
kind of
think
reminds.
I think I've seen his more tame stuff then.
What's up?
I think I saw his more tame stuff in that case. I recognized the art style, but not the content.
Yeah,
as much.
there's a lot of they make a lot of like BDSM sexually violent art that's really like visually striking.
Oh, it reminds me
Do they
of.
do tentacle stuff?
No, sadly.
Sadly. Thank God.
It reminds
but
me a
yeah.
bit of Yukio Mishima's version of Saint Sebastian, which you could see on the chat over here.
Let me check it out.
So we have the Saint Sebastian over here, and we have the Saint Sebastian below over here by Mishima. He was also very interested in this whole path of suffering, and he ended up committing harakiri after his failed coup attempt. I'm not sure whether that was like a local place, or I got to read about that a little bit more.
What's harakiri?
Harakiri. Yeah, it's a traditional ritual
It's
suicide.
like the honorary suicide, yeah. What's
Yeah,
the difference between
was a
that?
fake.
But
Sorry.
but
What's
he
the
shot
difference?
arrows in himself. Is that how do you shoot arrows in himself?
So you're supposed to take a
What?
knife. Well, you're supposed to, for harakiri, from what I understand, you're supposed to write a
Fillet
poem.
yourself.
Well, you're
That
right.
was seppuku.
Oh, seppuku. Okay, wait. What's the difference between seppuku and harakiri?
That's
Harakiri
what
is
I'm
a
wearing.
term that means belly
would never
cutting, and
celebrate any of this
seppuku
stuff.
is the
This
word
stuff is
for
just,
ritual
like-
Jules,
suicide.
please.
So harakiri is kind of like a slang term because like hara or hiri, it means to cut. I think it's like belly cutting is what it means because that's how
Yeah.
they did it.
Okay.
So they're two different words, but they're really the same. They point to the same
Okay.
thing.
Got it.
So there was an interesting picture that I saw, I think it was from a movie, where the samurai was complaining about how back during the Bronze Age, the average lifespan was like 18, and like during the Roman times, it was 30, and then he said, heaven must have been beautiful back then.
Well, I think that when they give these statistics, they're very misguiding because when you observe fatality rates for humans, it's much like with mechanical instruments. It's a bathtub-shaped curve. So you have a lot of fatalities in infancy and, like up to the first couple years of age, like babies. A lot of babies die. A lot of old people die. That brings the average down to the middle, but people usually survived if they hit 4.
And
Well,
also, when samurai were popularized, it was a very violent time in feudal Japan, like the Warring States era. So it was likely that also contributed to the fatality rate back then being so young because a lot of people were being sent to war.
And
Very
it's
honorable.
well, that's the whole thing, right? Like it's something that people look back at as, this was like an honorable death worthy of Valhalla or wherever, like the idea being that you get to do something that puts you to the test, and you don't get to die shriveled up somewhere in an old folks' home. Instead, you get to go out in a blaze of glory. I mean, it's very easy to talk about it from a side, not having ever participated in any of this stuff. But from those people who did elevate it to such a high position, I am curious about it because, you have someone like Aristotle who also writes about the most, the best kind of life is one where, you know, you raise a family and then you also go off to war and you die heroically in battle. Now, as far as what happens with the widow and all that, like, that's obviously a bad thing
Sounds
for
kind
them.
of stupid.
It's a very
Yeah.
typical lifestyle
It
for
doesn't
back
sound
then.
like good advice. That sounds like make the family. Why the war? That's Teddy Roosevelt was about that too, right? I feel like we should look at people like that in
It's a
those
very-
circumstances with dry eyes.
It's a very traditionally male lifestyle for when conflict was a lot more common for the everyday guy.
Yeah, just leave a single.
Just leave a what? You cut off there. Hello, Bones.
Is he dead?
Yeah, well, he is Bones, so no skin, no
Bones
organs.
skill.
Yes.
You know what? Go on. Go
Go-
on.
Subscribe. Those who are listening, subscribe right now. I don't know what's going on with Bones. Let's go back to Cyberpath. What were you going to say?
You know what I learned about historically the Japanese era of samurai? You know the whole concept they show in movies and theaters, like about the noble warrior, like how samurai were noble warriors. Like if you're in a duel with them, they won't do backhanded tricks. If you like drop your weapon, they'll wait for you to pick it back up, so they'll beat a fair fight. That's entirely a myth created by cinema, and it's such a widely believed thing, which is actually not true at all, as I've learned. If anything, the concept of honor was there, but honor wasn't perceived the same way as they do in movies, like, oh, I'm gonna wait for you to get back up and then I'll kill you honorably. No,
This is why the Starks were actually stupid, and everyone thought they were smart. And it's like, no, those are stupid people.
no. Historically, the concept of honor for at least samurai was to do anything for your nation. So that meant like going to any length to protect whoever was above you, to protect the concept of your state or your country. And that meant like, if this dude falls, I'm gonna fucking slice his throat open while he falls. And that's honorable because you're doing whatever it takes. That was what honor really was. And it's such a contradiction to what they show in like movie theaters. It's kind of funny.
Honorable
Yeah,
Nippon
but
slit
the
the
Starks
throat
is what you
of
need
glorious
too.
Name King.
Otherwise, you're stuck with Lannisters.
Yeah, like if you're like that noble during war, bro, you're gonna fucking die early. You don't give people that fucking
Depends
advantage.
on dumb luck, maybe.
As
Yeah.
it says in The Art of War, be nice, let it happen.
Yeah.
That's a good way of going about it.
Isn't like the Art of War basically the size of like a brochure or whatever? Isn't it like 3 pages or something?
I never actually read it.
No,
I
it's,
read about
it's
it.
more than
It
3
opens
pages.
up like a pamphlet.
No, I think it's
Yeah,
it's longer than the pamphlet. I'd say you could probably read the whole thing in a day. But in Russia,
So
they
you're
had
going to war.
yes. In Russia, they
Instance.
had a similar situation with the nobility there, and it was especially weird when artillery got introduced into the mix and explosives, because you would have had these nobility people who were not allowed to move from wherever place they were. So they were just standing there in the middle of all this gunfire, and they would have considered it to be beneath them to like duck and cover or to run from whatever
So you
position.
just took the bullets head on?
You took the bullets head on, the bombs head
just
on,
a
and
sponge and
yes,
living
exactly.
meat shield.
well, that was the trade-off. Like they were living in
you
a
know how some
completely...
chess players will literally slam pieces down when they play, and some chess players will like delicately slide it. Some chess players will actually, like, the way they perform moving the pieces will be like watching a conductor like have his orchestra be loud and soft and quiet and fast and all these things, because emotions are contagious, right? And so you can speak to people emotionally without ever even using words. And a lot of people who are like stunted or dolphin illiterate like don't fathom this, and so they're just on a
Dolphin,
level lower than, they don't even know when they're being like like when they should. It should be more common speak.
I want to
So
hear.
strange. Huh?
I want to hear from
it's-
Leonella. Leonella, you have not had a chance to talk a bit. I just wanted to hear your voice for a second, see how you're doing. I like the green line meme background behind you, like a lot of green line memes stacked up. What is that?
My logo.
It's a very nice looking logo. I wish I could see it a little bit from further away. And your voice is a little bit quiet. I can't hear you that well. You got to move closer to the mic. So Leonella, I know her from the world of virtual reality. She is a VR developer, and right now you're working on some new project, right? Like you have something with you mentioned Oculus.
Yeah, I'm releasing part one.
Very bad audio. I cannot hear you. We're gonna have to work on the audio part to fix that. But we will do that. I have complete faith in you, Leonella. So we're gonna get that sorted out. So yes, we were talking before about Japanese culture and the Russian culture and how they have this class in Russian society had it of this nobility who was completely alien from the rest of the people. So you would have had the intelligentsia, the middle class, and the people who were like the freed serfs, and they would have had their own, let's say, places in the movie theater, not movie theater, like the ballet or whatever plays they were attending, and the nobility had to sit in specific seats. And if you didn't sit in that specific seat, then there would have been a big problem. So it was very regimented, like what caste you were in, and you could not move in or out of the caste.
Isn't there also a similarity between like the honor system where you do anything for your country? Wasn't that also a big part of
Absolutely.
the Russian sense of spirit?
What about the Cossacks? Were they samurais?
In their own way. I think actually my father descended from the Cossacks. So there was this really famous painting.
Very strong lineage.
Yes.
What are Cossacks?
So the Cossacks, they were these how do I define it? See, I should know better about my family history. So they were a group of predominantly East Slavic speaking Orthodox Christian people who became known as members of the democratic self-governing semi-military communities originating in the Pontic Steppe north of the Black Sea. So there was a very famous painting called Zaporozhian Cossacks Ride to the Sultan of Turkey by the amazing artist Ilya Repin, and I'm going to show that picture in the chat as well for everybody. And
I love
there
that
is
painting.
it's a beautiful painting, and there is actually someone in this painting who is a direct ancestor of my father's, and you're going to see him shortly. He is the guy who is writing right in the middle there. You see with that quilted pen? That's the guy. And in fact, I'm going to send this painting to Jules so that Jules could do a better screen cap of it. Unfortunately, I do not have the ability to do so.
Screen share.
Were the Cossacks like famous cavalrymen, or is that, did I get that wrong?
No, I believe they were. I'm not sure. Again, like I have to do a lot more research on what exactly these Cossacks were up to. But
they were basically samurais. Let's just say that.
Sure. That's that's an easy way of saying it. And there is
warrior culture.
There was a lot of romanticism there.
Yeah, there's a lot of continuity between samurai culture and the Scythians, which is there's a whole thread that White Samurai made.
Yes.
And I highly recommend that you go give it a look because I found it very intriguing.
Well, with the
I think this also happened in Black American culture, or I call it Negro culture. We had W.E.B. Du Bois and the Talented Tenth, where basically the whole theory of that is that 10% of Negroes are the ones who should be ruling the 90% of Negroes. And he actually has a comment that he made where he said he think the Black people should hitch their wagon to a star instead of to a wagon, which I think is grotesque, but it actually influenced one way or another the current education structure that we have right now, because at the same time W.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, who was on the opposite end of that, basically saying that everyone had the ability to learn and to run their own business and to have these different skills. So at the same time that conversation was happening, you have Dewey and can't remember the other guy's name, but they're having the same conversation about the white people sort of after Reconstruction too in America. And this is what is basically running the whole educational structure, is this whole, only a certain group of people should be allowed to run the culture. I mean, that's what you've heard with Obama. I mean, he was the first that was clean and articulate. They said. I mean, it was just it's the same thing. I mean, you see it. It's interesting because I never realized it went back that far, but they had
Only the
basically
chosen
just
people.
reappropriate these ideas from culture to culture, from generation to
It's almost
generation.
like a philosopher king, Plato's philosopher king.
Well,
Perhaps.
I see it a lot as like a groomed subset of the population that is meant for leadership positions. You can see a lot of like very explicit programs within schools in the US, and I think that it is relatively unique in that respect because you don't see the same quote unquote talent programs abroad,
Like
at least in my
leadership
experience.
programs.
Yes.
I've actually read up on the gate stuff, you know, the gifted.
That's exactly what I'm referring to.
It's
and
a
it's
direct pipeline.
It's a pipeline, and a lot of it has to do with like this idea that you can teach leadership, which I find preposterous. But in general, the reason that they have to come up with this idea that you can teach leadership and you can teach leadership skills is because they select these students with certain personality types and certain predispositions, and they might lack in charisma, so they'll try to like push it up with these courses. But there's this really strong and like explicit effort in the US to create this intelligentsia that's all channeled through the same pipeline, which I find very intriguing because it's not how it's always done. It is not by any means the only way to do things or organize your educational system.
Well, the intelligentsia right now is just weird. You know, it's sad. I think that the stage of the intelligentsia today is...
Well, again, that's why I'm saying it's very much a question mark as to the success of this particular
it's been
philosophy.
Hugely unsuccessful, and that's part of the problem is that these people think that they can pick winners and losers. I mean, at least in the system you all were describing, people were sort of born into it. Now it's kind of like, okay, well, we need to bring some Negroes in, so let's just see which ones are, decent enough, which ones can speak well. Let's just pick the ones that can talk good, put them in front. It's just nonsense. Like I was studying Frederick Douglass last night, well, a few weeks ago, and I said, he sounds like Obama. This is the same story as Obama. Did they literally just transplant these people from generation to generation? It's the same story. All of a sudden, it's clean, articulate Black man shows up, and even that whole story of him is sort of questionable if you think about it at any sort of depth. He just shows up, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, this is the guy. He's the one that's
Would
going
you
to
say
emancipate
Thomas
the Black
Sowell?
folk.
Would you put Thomas Sowell in that? Would you describe Thomas Sowell that way too?
I have a hard time with Thomas Sowell because I would put him more in the category of like a Carter G. Woodson, who sort of like Carter G. Woodson. He was very much against what W.B. Du Bois was teaching, but at the same time, he didn't go against him publicly. So I think that's sort of like a personality trait of a Thomas Sowell. Like he's against what these people are doing, but he's not out in the trenches, fighting people like, Booker T. Washington was, who was literally at the White House with Roosevelt, and Roosevelt said, this is my dude. He's going to go where I go. He wasn't like out there, but he was writing a lot of stuff to sort of backfill what's going on. There's a book called The Miseducation of the Negro, which came out in 1930, I think. And I just started reading him about halfway through, and it's pretty amazing because he literally calls out so many. I mean, he calls out the Methodists, the Baptists, he calls out the whole NAACP almost by name. The Methodists and the Baptists he calls out by name, but he doesn't call out W.B. Du Bois by name at all. But he does call out Booker T. Washington in a positive way. So that's how I view Thomas Sowell. Like he'll call people out, but he won't call you out by name and say, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. It's more of a, maybe we should try this. Maybe this is a better idea. It's more political, I guess, more diplomatic. So I wouldn't, but I have a problem with Thomas Sowell because that's the only Black author that white conservatives seem to know. And there's a lot better ones, especially when you get like a Carter G. Woodson or a Benjamin Banneker, or there's a lot of older people who are saying the same things if you would only pick up the books. Download them online for free because these books are from the books to me Any history that comes
be right
after
back,
any
guys.
black history after 1950 is fraudulent. I don't believe any of it. I think it's
There was a
completely
lot of
fraudulent.
communist activism going on during that time. Like even Rosa Parks, she attended a school
Oh
that
my
was set
God!
up for.
Please don't get me started on Rosa. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Not a Rosa Parks fan.
It's a
Sorry,
very
just-
interesting thing to read about all of this stuff having to do with how much money the Soviet Union put into various programs here in America to subvert various things, and it's an interesting, it's an interesting thing to look back at.
You can
And
especially
What's wrong
see
with Rosa
there's a lot of
Parks?
Soviet.
Hold on. I've never heard what's Rosa Parks. We had Rosa Parks Day at school. Like I know Rosa Parks.
Oh, so would you like me to
well.
tell you the problem with Rosa Parks?
Yes.
Let me tell you the problem with Rosa Parks. First of all, she was the fourth person to do it. The first person was a dark-skinned black girl who had a baby, sat in the front of the bus, and they ignored her. They let her go to jail with her baby. Didn't care. Four other people did it before Rosa Parks. Why did they pick Rosa Parks? Well, she was light-skinned. She could pass for white. She had no record. She didn't have no kids. She looked the part. Everything about the civil rights movement is a photo op. Every single thing you know about the civil rights movement is fake. Completely. MLK drives me nuts. He was a philanderer like I've never seen, except for Frederick Douglass, maybe. These people stuck around. No joke. Like all of them. This whole thing, like, there's a segment of the Hoteps, like I said, my segment, the Hotep Nation Hotep. We're rereading history and we're like, no, that was just like this whole thing with Harriet Tubman. People are like, Kanye West said Harriet Tubman didn't free no slaves. Well, that's true. Where did she take them? The Emancipation Proclamation did not free the slaves in the North. So if she was taking people to the North, they weren't free. They were still slaves. They were just not on the plantation anymore. So what was she really doing? Taking them from one master to another one.
So
That's
there was
an
no
accurate statement.
So there was no positive outcome out of what Harriet Tubman actually did?
No, that's not what he was saying. No, that's not what he was saying. He was just saying.
I would just like to know if, like, if it's just moving from one place to another.
He's just saying that, like, if you're gonna put someone on the money, like if you're gonna pick a symbol, right? Like what was that expression?
It shouldn't
like,
be her. Okay.
Hitch to a star or hitch to a wagon, or like if you're
right, yeah, hitch your thing to a star instead of a wagon. You know, it's not a problem to talk about these people in positive light. Like if they talked about the fact that there were 4 other people to do the bus boycott before Rosa Parks, I wouldn't have a problem. But and just like if they were to say, oh, well, the real power behind the civil rights movement wasn't MLK, it was actually Ella Baker, because she was the one who ran the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Commission. She's the one who got the kids organized. If they were to talk about it and not leave out some of the less known but more important figures, I wouldn't have a problem. But to elevate these people to godlike status, where I, a Black American, Negro American, am supposed to worship these people, I'm not worshiping them.
I understand.
That's
You have this tendency to put to elect one star or image of an entire movement, or
it should
whatever.
be that.
But it's the beautiful thing. Oh, I'm being sarcastic here when I say beautiful, but the reasoning behind selection of these icons is because then, especially if you already own them from the beginning, then you control the entire narrative, and that's what happens over and over and over again.
Like a Bill Clinton. I mean, that is an example of someone who is very smart. I think Bill Clinton's very brilliant, but at the same time, since this is someone who has a proclivity for sleeping around, it's that much more easier to control someone like that.
Yeah,
he's got to sleep around because his wife is lesbian.
Well, that's certainly a part of it, I think. I mean, allegedly, I don't know what exactly.
Maybe Hillary's just getting a little buddy with Ellen DeGeneres or something. I don't know.
Huma Abedin. But have you guys heard of Stanley Levison? Stanley Levison. He's the guy who wrote MLK's speeches. Apparently, he's basically MLK, like the guy on stage saying words is just playing a character. at the end of the day.
How is that any different from Obama? I'm sorry, I just
Right, no,
I
and
wanted
what
to
didn't
throw
Obama
that in
study?
there.
Wasn't Obama like an Alinskyite or something in
Yes.
Chicago? And it's
Yes.
also interesting to look into. This is also well noted. Like Cory Booker, he ran for president in the winter, and apparently he has like a lifelong friend that he met in college. This friend of his, I should look up. I could look up his name if it's very relevant, but this guy's very well connected, and he basically said. Since college, he told Corey and everyone they know, "Oh, you're going to be president someday." And he's been on TV and doing interviews, telling everybody, "Oh, Corey's going to be president." So basically, you can see him groom. You can see how this grooming process works. How these people are selected, and the kingmakers put them in the position that they're in. I mean, this is if you do a little bit of research, you can see how this all works. It's not really a big secret now.
I would like to also add back to the MLK thing. I feel like American education deliberately celebrates stories like MLK and Rosa Parks and Gandhi in order to sort of like they deliberately do it in order
Gaslight?
to make no. No. They deliberately do it in order to make what would be radical leftist ideologies or civil rights activists kind of more docile by feeding them this myth that every single person that has done change for the positive is only peaceful, nonviolent, when that's actually the opposite. And they omit a lot of the more radical ideas and movements that fueled the civil rights movement in the 60s that led to the actual change. Like, change doesn't come from kind of being like the moderate, peaceful person that American
pacifism
education
doesn't
teaches you.
work. It's never worked ever.
Pacifism just leads to you getting your ass beat.
Yeah, it's a
by
false
the government.
narrative.
You got to go all
Correct.
the way to the other side to get any sort of like slight change in the system. Because if you only go halfways, they're not going to meet you halfways. You have to go all the way to the other side for them to meet you halfways.
Peace is a pipe dream.
Yeah,
it can only exist temporarily.
The thing that really
back to that art of war quote
But
I
even
made up.
speaking of the meeting you halfway, I think is sometimes a bit of a
Are
wishful
you coming
thinking.
out? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sophia's apparently coming out.
Sophia, what were you gonna say?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm
That
sorry.
was a
I had
good-
people in and out.
That was a
I'm
good
so-
soundbite. Are you coming out?
sorry. I was so bad. I'm so sorry.
No, that was a perfect soundbite. So, Sophia, what were we gonna say? Well, I say Sophia, by the way, yeah, because there are two Sophias here.
Yeah, I can go by Antipodes. I'm not picky. But what I was gonna say is simply that when you have this idea that like they're gonna meet you halfway, I think it's often wishful thinking, because often these compromises are things that they don't really care about. When Solidarność was a really big movement in Poland, and we were the big peaceful movement that emancipated us from the control of communist Russia and their hegemony. As it turns out, that was not a move that was terribly advantageous to us, because Russian leadership was still predominant and still is to this day. It just not in the government anymore. It's in the media. Things move around in terms of labeling, but things don't change that much. Even when you have like these wins that are like, you're sitting at the table with the big guys, you're having these compromises. These compromises very rarely are equal or advantageous to the newly arrived party.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing though that looking back on what was going on in the '60s, while it's great that Jim Crow was done away with. What's unfortunate is
Was it?
Well, we can get. I mean, when you have a government, my view on this is that when you have a government system that prevents people from doing what they would choose to do, and I also believe in freedom of association as well. I think those two things could coexist. Like, for example, in Russia, I think a big problem was that people were segregated so much by this class system that it was very hard to get ahead, even if you were smart and curious. Despite that, though, we did have great examples of people, even within that system, being able to thrive. Like, for example, Anton Chekhov, whose father was a serf. So he came from this really low class, yet he became one of the most brilliant writers in Russian history. So there are definitely examples of that, but those examples, I think, are important to make note that this idea that it's all about, who you're parents were, who your ancestors were, that you pass the torch on. It doesn't always work that way when it comes to brilliant writers like Chekhov coming from that really low caste background. But regardless of that, that is why I think that something like a government declared system like Jim Crow, I would look down on that. But the point that I was making about Jim Crow specifically was what ended up getting rid of it was unfortunately a system that was empowered by the Soviet Union. So back to Rosa Parks, it says over here in this book, The Age of Entitlement, which I highly recommend everybody to read. It's a really interesting book talking about the laws that were passed in the 60s. It said that 5 months before the Montgomery bus boycott began, Rosa Parks attended the Highlander Folk School in Newmarket, Tennessee, an academy that the Congress of Industrial Organizations had set up for training social agitators. She was an organizer of considerable sophistication, one of the intellectual leaders of the Montgomery NAACP chapter. So there was a lot of
well, the
connection there.
NAACP is a huge problem. I think that a lot of that propaganda money went into the NAACP, and you can sort of see how this happens. So much of Black history is just nonsense. But a lot of MLK was actually trained in the CIA camp, because I remember seeing the pictures. So was Malcolm X. Another sort of radical Black movement they don't talk about is Marcus Garvey's movement. And so the thing about not being able to accomplish anything from peace is entirely accurate, because on the show last night, Hotep Jesus and Uncle Hotep show, they were talking about how basically the whole bus boycott, like I said, was a photo op. So you have this John Lewis guy who basically took a dive for the cameras. They called the police ahead, told the police, okay, we're going to do this thing, send your police, let's get the pictures, whatever. And so they did their photo friendly setup early in the day. And then the real people, the hoteps, found out from the radio, they're beating up our people, so on and so forth. And so then they went down to where these police and all this stuff was happening, and they started fighting the police. I mean, this is that's what really happened. And that's one of the things about the history. I mean, the whole history in general that drives me crazy. Is like there's nothing is happening with peace. And also another thing with Frederick Douglass's story, I went back and looked online to see what they said about his story. I read his autobiography. He said that he actually, in order to get freedom, or to get away from the plantation, which is a whole nother set of problems. He, in his autobiography, he says that he killed one of the British soldiers. But if you go and look up Frederick Douglass right now, even on the Frederick Douglass House in the official narrative, they don't say he killed the soldier. Well, I remember vividly learning that he killed the soldier, but see, I didn't learn my Black history in school. I learned, because I'm from Maryland. I'm from Maryland at least 10 generations. And so I learned my Black history from church, because my particular church participated in the first Negro History Week, the first Women's History. My church is a very, very old church. So we were there when all of the community I'm from is it was one of these slave communities, but it was just, that's why I don't even believe slavery happened the way that it did, because I know my own history and it doesn't add up. Not the way that, maybe some places had plantations and they were bad and all of that, but in the Washington, D.C. region, it wasn't exactly like that. It was completely different than what is told in the books. But so because I learned my history from my own family, from my own experience, I have a different sort of view of it. And I think that it is important for people to learn as much about their own story as possible, because then you can line it up against what you're hearing in the media or what you're learning in school and say, that's not true. That didn't happen. What are you talking about? Or I don't think that's what it had, how it worked out. Or me, my great grandmother was alive. So I was like, did you go to school? She was like, yeah, I went to school. I'm like, so wait a minute. I thought black people couldn't read. So you went to school in the early 1900s when allegedly there were no schools. Explain. So what they're telling me in school is not working. So I was able to fact check against my own history, which I think is a huge benefit for people who can do it, which is why another reason why I find you guys interesting, because you can actually fact check against your own history. But most black people, since they have no idea of anything, they can't even fact check against their own history. They don't even know where to start. Most people. So they believe whoever tells them.
It's a very scary thing, almost.
I'd say a lot of Americans in general. Sorry.
No, definitely. You're absolutely right. A lot of Americans in general, they are barely fed any history that's worth anything. It's like all cliched, and I can't even imagine today. Like, I would love for somebody who has someone who's like super young in school to just grab one of their textbooks or to secretly record one of their classes, just like voice record it, just so no identities are revealed, but just voice record the class, because I would be very interested to hear what are these teachers talking about today? What's going on in there? What are they doing to these kids?
Well, history
It
starts
was boring.
at Obama.
I just graduated. It was boring.
It was boring. Okay,
I just graduated like last month. It was
but
boring.
how much?
I don't remember most
how
of
much
it.
was there of some? Because there's this idea that there's a lot of this socialist indoctrination going on in schools. Like, what's the level? What's the level?
Opposite.
American education is capitalist propaganda, 100%.
I don't know how much. I think some people overreact a little bit, but there's definitely that that part about it where there is a lot of what you might consider propaganda for what the elites want you to believe. You can see that does exist,
and then consider what the elites are in the USA.
I may have a warped perspective because I went to a STEM school assigned by my parents, and because I was a more like gifted and talented child than others, which is completely not true.
You look gifted.
But I went to a STEM school, and my school was directly funded by Lockheed Martin. Like, we received massive amounts of grants from them. And in exchange, our school made like a change in priorities in their budget, which basically led to any or all arts programs basically being removed. And instead of those, we had more engineering programs like aerospace. And while that may be a benefit to those that may be passionate about it, a lot of these kids were not in there by choice. And we were fed this kind of like common core that was completely skewed to one side of the skill set that a human needs. And to make matters worse, afterwards, once you reached your senior year, Lockheed Martin themselves made like 3/4 of all the students serve paid internships for their company. So they essentially groomed an entire school's worth of children to become these fucking capitalist weapons manufacturers.
Well,
whether they
Lockheed
know it or
Martin
not.
is one of the major contractor, right? So it's like you're actually just directly being influenced by.
It's just insane
government.
how corporations can have that much influence over the education.
It's straight up.
Where do you think
psyops.
It's happening even here where I live, and I live in Scandinavia, and the school I went to was I'm not going to say any names, but there was some funding coming in from major IT and tech businesses here in Denmark, and which shifted our teaching priority or our educational priorities more towards business than actual tech and IT and stuff like that. It was more tech, IT, business than it was tech and IT. And yeah, definitely like.
So stop trying to improve methods and just try to sell
more like
stuff.
Sell more, stuff. Make the arrow go up. In the green instead of down in the red, basically.
Well, what's wrong with that? I mean, if the arrow's not going up, that's because there's no value in what they're creating.
That's true. But,
even when you cut,
we were not being taught to. We were not being taught how to think. We were being taught what to think.
I think we can all agree that corporations should not have as much influence on education as it does in its current state.
And
when you cut,
you don't even have to be a communist to say that, or like a socialist. You can be from any walk of life and still say that corporations shouldn't be influencing education.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that
they have so much influence over everything.
I think that the best education that we've had in the course of history was when in Poland we weren't allowed to pursue higher education because all of our intelligentsia was systematically killed off. And as a result, we had a system called the Flying University, where students would go from apartment to apartment to learn from professional adults. And that's how Maria Curie Skłodowska actually got a lot of her education before she moved to France and became the Nobel-winning scientist that we know today. But I actually, like, if we want to talk about education systems, I think that that is to date, like, probably the best system, because prioritizing a government led education system just winds up with government interest. You were in a STEM school that was funded by Lockheed Martin. I moved to the US halfway through my high school career, and as a result was in a more standard experience of high school. I would say that the AP US history curriculum, which is what is offered to like most students there, it was basically Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States. And that is a very, very biased telling of the history. And it is very much focused on, from how they described it, sociological movements instead of the more like factual stuff. And as a result, we learned very little about the wars, very little about international conflicts. And I would have been much more interested in hearing about the like material politics guiding various decisions in our foreign policy, but we never learned about that. We learned a lot more about these sociological movements that were supposedly grassroots, which is something that I object to, because it's not really how it went down. And again, you have different interests in different schools. If you went to a school that had excessive, like generous funding from a private corporation, obviously that's going to reflect the interests of that corporation. But when you look at public education and the AP exam system, which is a very, very easy way to standardize everything, that's where you see what is being taught to the vast majority of students.
Sophia, what do you think of charter schools?
I don't know very much about them.
I'm curious about different ways of doing it. As far as education goes, now we have the coronavirus, so maybe we could be in a similar situation to what you were describing in Poland, where we could have, like I was talking before on yesterday's great podcast with Gio, about how people can create a point system where you can rank up as an educator based on the feedback that you receive from your students. And there could be like masters and apprentices who could go on to teach smaller kids. And there could be a much more organic system in this way, where the relationship is much closer, and it's not so much this government official or this employee who just has to read off a textbook and just get this over with, for it to actually be about teaching you how to think, as opposed to what to think.
The closer the effective relationship between people, the more care is actually going to be put into that relationship. So if you're being educated by a relative, I'm not going to say your parents, because that can be sometimes difficult, and I don't want to like obligate everyone to say, oh, you have to homeschool your kids.
Oh, you should homeschool your kids.
Oh yeah, no,
I have kids. And
I'm really glad to hear it. Like
they need to be at home. I'm sorry, I want you to finish your point, but then I want to make a point about that. Go ahead.
No, of course. And like, again, like I'm not opposed to homeschooling. I just don't want to like explicitly vouch for it. I just want to say the more general statement of, if your kids are being taught by people that you actually know, and the closer the better, so in family is best, that's where you have the highest investment put in by educators, because it's actually kids that you care about and know.
Do you think public school is better than homeschooling?
No.
So
I know you didn't ask
and
me,
Rosary. But... Well, everyone, yeah, but Rosary.
I think
Sophia,
that education is highly contingent on the character of individuals. If you're homeschooled and you're disinterested in your education, you're going to do poorly, and the same thing goes for public school.
But no one doing homeschool is going to be dispassionate, because if they were dispassionate, they would just send to public school.
not true.
Like if you
Like,
didn't
not
want to be
necessarily
homeschooling your
true.
kids, if you didn't want to homeschool your kids, you would send them to public school.
So I do have something on this, and I think this is something that's really overlooked, because like what's happening even here is we're discussing, oh, what is it, charter school, is it public school, is it homeschool? And one of the things, like you're saying, is like if kids are disinterested in their education, that's a problem, and that's the key. Children in many families, and you can't really mandate this because then you go into like authoritarian hoo-ha and rubbish, but kids are missold on the idea of their education. So many kids go to school because they have to. They're missold. They're not sold on the idea of, I'm going here to get knowledgeable, get strong, or whatever. They're just told to go there because they have to, and they figure out a bit later on, oh, I'm supposed to be getting qualifications. Very few kids get it, you know.
I was homeschooled, by the way.
Oh,
from 6th grade.
You can tell who was homeschooled. You can. I actually went to a public school. But I was one of those people who was sold on education, like I said, because of my family and where I'm from. I'm working on my doctorate, and I feel like it's the biggest waste of time and energy and money humanly possible. But I'm already almost done, and I'm just now like almost 20 years into my educational process, and saying, what a waste of time, what a waste of energy. So
there's a lot of good. There has to be so much good from education.
Not a lot of good,
you know,
but
absolutely.
I'm not saying there's not. I'm saying for me personally, being an entrepreneurial type of person, I could have done without the education. I could have literally gone from high school when I started my first business, and just worked on my first business and let it have transferred into just kept working on that instead of like I went to college and then I got my master's and now I'm working on my doctorate. And I feel like the whole process is, now that I'm learning about my history a little bit more in a different perspective, I feel like a lot of it's just been sort of a waste. So my kids, like I said, are homeschooled. They go to or they went to, before they closed school, they went to a homeschool co-op. And so my mom is a teacher, so I don't really have to do a lot of the hands-on math and science and stuff like that. I do a lot of sort of the thing that I do, which is entrepreneurship. And I have one child who is disinterested in school, and I still am not considering sending her to public school. She likes Korea, she is into this K-pop stuff.
Korea boo.
Yeah, she's into this K-pop stuff, right? And so it's actually in this area, or actually I'm finding out that it's becoming a much bigger thing for Black people to be into K-pop. And so anyway, so she's into this K-pop stuff, and so she's really disinterested in the whole math, science, reading and writing. She just doesn't care about that. She just really spends most of her time learning Korean. And I have had extremely difficult time trying to figure out how to pair her with like a tutor or something so she can learn the language a little bit better or whatever. But I'm still not, because she's interested in Korean, I know what she's interested in. I'm still not considering sending her to public school as a result of her being disinterested in other types of education. But I am telling her, you ain't going to college and wasting my money. Like, you're just not going to do it. I'm not like that. So, but I do recommend people just keep their kids home. I don't recommend, if anybody who does have kids is somehow listening, I don't recommend that you withdraw your kids from school in America, because it's going to be a huge, especially if you're in a blue state, it's going to be a huge backlash against people just withdrawing their kids. There's like private schools. There's other little things.
How do we know that school's ever going to go back to the way, like,
it's not?
We're currently in a limbo state where school is now, it's by Zoom, and I think actually that it's kind of funny if you think about it. The electronic medium like television and the internet has been colonizing the education system for about 60 years, anyways, and this is kind of the ultimate triumph of it, that now it's just totally through the medium, through this electronic medium of the internet.
I mean,
I wouldn't call it a triumph, considering that it's not going to work very well.
I was because
before this whole Corona thing happened, actually people were starting to say, look, we need to get cell phones out of the schools. We need to get computers out of the schools. You know, it was
too late. It's way too late.
But people were starting to sort of revolt against it. And then all of a sudden you go from, you know, people are saying, look, maybe we do need to cut cell phones. Maybe we do need to cut computers. Maybe we do need to cut all this stuff, to now everything is on the computer. So I think it's a intended or an unintended consequence of this whole thing.
That people already kind of get their education these days on the internet or through television, much more so than at school? I mean, this is definitely my experience in American public schools, that people really got their life education from the media. And this is a really old thing. And Marshall McLuhan makes the point that the education schools generally are a literary institution, is based on literacy. And so the introduction of electric media is totally it totally defeats the whole spirit of it. And electronic media has taken over the society. And that's what I meant.
Absolutely.
I think that we're starting to have a bit of a disjunct in terms of what we define as success in education, because when we speak of public education and the merit of it, for instance, I mean, I wouldn't say that I've learned much from public education. I was enrolled in public school throughout my childhood and adolescence, and I was also homeschooled on top of that. So my parents took the time to teach me one-on-one everything that I needed to know. I was doing Italian public school, and I'm fluent in English by merit of my mother. So that's something that I credit to my family, not to public school. And I think that the idea that we're gonna see like Zoom and all of this stuff, that's not education, that's daycare, that's amusement, that's entertainment, and that's what school has been for a long time. If we're talking about public school and what is it good for, whether or not you should send your kids to it, sure, if you think that your kids need to be amused, and if the objective of education is amusement,
well, it manages
sure.
people.
Yes, but if that's what you think is appropriate for your child, then by all means send them to public school. If you want them to learn the trial by fire of sociology by learning how to handle a bunch of really, really stupid people around them, that might also be a benefit of them. That's what happened for me. You know, I wouldn't say that I regret public school. But again, you have to really consider what are your objectives.
I feel like if you're around, I never feel like I'm around stupid people. I feel like that's how I make myself stupid. Like, I think there was a period in my life when I used to think sort of one-dimensionally about intelligence, and then I started to realize like how dramatically different everyone is. Like, did you remember in the movie Zero Dark 30?
I don't mean to be dismissive.
Did you ever see Zero Dark 30?
No, I haven't.
There's a great scene when you have the obstinate, I guess, vanguard, the spearhead of the Osama bin Laden investigation was this Spitfire woman with a lot of spirit, and she just would never back down. And you had James Gandolfini was like the head of, you know, he was like really high up on the totem pole in the, I guess, Justice Department. And then they're having a private conversation about this girl who's kind of annoying. And they're like, what do you think of her? And someone goes, oh, well, she's smart. And James Gandolfini looks at him like really disappointedly. He's like, we're all fucking smart. Like, everybody's fucking smart. Like, that's not worthwhile, worthy observation, because everybody's just so differently. Like, everyone's
you haven't been around enough different people then.
If you're around some people, what it feels like is the life draining from you. Like that's actually what it feels like.
You live in an area where people probably do have a pretty high average intelligence.
Well, that's the thing, is like if you're around people and your energy is going up, if you feel inspired, if you're learning about new things, if you're hearing about things that you can follow your nose about, like you're in a stimulating environment. You want to be in a stimulating, invigorating environment. Like, listen to your body. Like, we talk about chakras and like kundalinis and all that sort of stuff. It's about being in tune with your body and your spirit. Like, you don't have to think about, like, IQ is bullshit. Like I hear people on this show have been talking about IQ and stuff. There's a reason why people are saying drop the IQ speak, because it's actually a stunting model. It's like a Wittgenstein's ruler. It's a Procrustean bed. It's like trying to force squares into circular holes, or like square blocks into square holes.
What would be a more organic model?
People need a better understanding of the brain. And here's the thing, I love tradition, and I love religion, and I love the valuable stories that have lasted the test of time, that have taught us and continue to teach us about human nature. But there's also a revolution happening right now in science, a revolution, a renaissance, whatever you want to call it. And some people don't feel as comfortable or courageous to kind of wade into that water, because it might challenge them, what it makes them think about themselves, right? Because like once you start learning about the brain more, you're learning about the self, you're learning about identity, you're learning about like human potential, right? And it can be an ego depleting experience to kind of learn about the brain in a clinical way. Some people think it makes it less romantic. Like that's how you take the magic out of everything. Like some people, if you're talking about love, people love poetry. You don't want to listen to someone talk about oxytocin and serotonin and all that garbage, because it's sort of like, where's the magic? And it's all magic. Like life is magic, right? Like learning about science doesn't take the magic out of life. It enhances it. Right?
It depends on how you look at science, because if we're talking about high school physics, that takes the entire magic out of everything, because it's, or AP physics. I mean, it's entirely boring. They don't connect it to any sort of, real life experiences. So that's another, problem with the educational process, is that things could be more exciting. If they talk geometry from the point of sacred geometry, it'd be far more interesting. Instead, they just teach you like a bunch of nonsense, and you can't really, utilize it in real life unless you have some sort of self-education or, home education, from people who know what they're talking about. So that's one of those things where I think maybe, if you went to the school that I went to and you saw, especially my high school, I was in the top level talented and gifted program. So they had literally special wing of the school for us. But we were still in the school with all of the hoodlums, and we had ESOL, English as a second language. So literally there were fights every day. There were stabbings every day. There were dice games everywhere you look. People were smoking. And at the same time, you have this small group of talented 10th people who are taking these, high level courses. And I found that being in the classes with the people I'm supposed to be like in a cohort with, I thought they were entirely boring. I'm like, give me the ESOL kids. Let me go hang out with them, because at least they were more realistic. They were more down to earth. I do think that there is something to, getting rid of this whole thought of the IQ, meaning emotional intelligence, because emotional intelligence comes from experience. And that is a much more difficult thing to measure. But when you have, like, the county I live in is the richest Black county in America. When you have, people who live in $1 million houses, and on his 16th birthday, they got a Mercedes, which I knew a lot of people like that, is a much different experience than if you live in somewhere in the inner city. You have to deal with people who, they're going to get free lunch, or they're going, their family, their mother works 3 jobs. I mean, it's a totally different experience. And I find that the people with less emotional intelligence are the people who have had to struggle less. Now, I'm not saying that's across the board, but that's been my experience. The people who have, got Mercedes at 16, I can't talk to them. I look at them like, what are you doing with your life? Like, everybody here, they just train you to work for the government. So if you don't, like me, I don't have a government job. So if you don't have a government job, you're automatically looked at as, oh, you're a failure in life.
Wow.
Literally, because you don't have a government job. That's what people do.
What's up, Sophia? That's exactly how I grew up, and that's I wanted to add, Jules, I think you misunderstood what I was saying when I was talking about stupidity. I wasn't trying to make any kind of innuendo about IQ. It was more just like my social interactions with other people. And again, it was very educational for me to interact with other people. I do not regret it. And that's why when people ask me, do you vouch for homeschooling? I'm like,
I didn't mean to nitpick, but I try to be aware of it took me a long time to realize like we do shape people around us, and it's just like I always want to bring out the best in everyone I can, because also like to have a like to like you know if so, I think the part of the reason we have the show is because we feel like the American spirit is being a little constricted or asphyxiated, and it's like, how do you unleash America? How do you get a rising tide? Like how do you complete? And things are. I mean, we got this quarantine now. Everyone's walking around in masks. It's like America is in a very unprecedented time. And also, if you're like following some of the foreign affairs stuff, like you're looking at what's happening in Russia, you're looking at what's happening in China, like where do people think America's going to be in 10, 15 years? And it depends on the youth in a big way. Like I think
which is why you need to have
kind of
more
underestimate the importance of the youth, because you need them.
Well, do you guys remember the movie Idiocracy? Where a lot of the people who were, and I don't believe that if you're educated, you're smart. I see those as different. Like Jules, I know that you went to school with a lot of very educated people. It was a very prestigious school, but I'd have to meet them face to face to actually see if they're smart. I see that as being very different. But at the same time, like that movie talked about how as society progresses, the people who and Sonny made a point that like with the really rich people, that's not the case. They're actually having more kids. But that movie talked about how people who aren't as smart, they're going to have a lot more kids, and the people who are constantly worried about their career, they don't have time for kids, they don't have kids. So as a result, you have a population in the future that's just going to be a bunch of dumbasses surrounded by all this technology, where the smartest person in the world was the one who could solve that test where you have to put like the square shape into the hole, and the circle into the hole, like that was.
But I have to ask, is it really a mark of intelligence to completely disregard the imperative to have children and instead to dedicate yourself to a wage job and pleasing your boss? I don't consider that a mark of intelligence. I consider that a mark of slave mentality.
It's a midwit mindset.
It's a psyop. They're brainwashed, basically. And that's why I'm worried about, you say the future depends on the youth, which is always true. But, you look at what is going on right now in schools, and these kids are being told to strictly focus on their careers and just have this straightforward vision that don't bother with any of this other stuff, don't bother with the family. And that has me worried,
It's the destruction of the middle class.
On the kids, and it's
they're accelerating. I mean, as far as I see it, it's basically like accidental eugenics. Because what they're doing is they're basically saying, if you are a follower, don't breed. And if you're either like, quote unquote, too stupid for this shit to work, then you're going to have a lot of kids. If you're not affected by this kind of talk or this kind of propaganda or this kind of psychological impulse, you're also still going to have kids. So you're basically like eroding the people that would work for you over time.
And it turns into a very sad situation where you would have this permanent underclass, and then you would have this overseer Elysium-style class. And, that's not a good thing. I'm a fan of the middle class. I'm a fan of a lot of... I'm a fan of a lot of middle-class things that have come about over time. I think that's how we ended up getting a lot of prosperity. The only problem is that in a purely liberal worldview, this was a point that the Distributus was making in one of his recent videos, that the people who are just defending liberalism for the sake of itself, if there isn't anything else that's beyond that for people to strive to, of course they're going to go for, all of this woke stuff. Because that's the only thing that they're being exposed to. That's the only higher knowledge that they're aware of. So, yeah.
Oh, I would like to add that my impression of the middle class, historically speaking, is that it's very much a necessary product of a more industrialized area. So when you look at the conflicts between the North and the South in the US historically, and I think that the parallel can be aptly made as well in Italian history, because we had a very similar history of the North and the South uniting and having very, very strong issues. And that's why we have the mafia. It's because of this unification and because of the North imposing a lot of legislation on the South in terms of taxes that were not compatible with the social structure there. In a more agricultural like latifundist society, you only have like landowners and land workers. And the concept of a middle class is very much like something that either can be there or doesn't have to be there. It's not necessary. And it really depends on the social structure that you have. In an urbanized society, yes, you have a middle class that develops of, like commercialists, but that is not it's not something that arises organically in every geographic environment, because it's very contingent on what your economy is based out of.
And that's what happened here in my region, the DMV region. I mean, they basically breed people to be a part of this government class of
clerks.
People, yeah, who just, they raise people in such a way that you just know you have to get a job with the government. You have to, do certain way in school. You need to go to a certain college. Here they don't necessarily push people to like top tier colleges, but just like middle tier or like HBCUs, prestigious schools, but not too prestigious, because they don't want people to go into a different tax bracket. But like the median income is like $111,000 in my city, which in DC it's actually $110,000 as a median income. So this is what they just sort of breed you to think. And you have a lot of people, like I have people in my family who I had my child at 22, and I don't think that was too young, but I had people telling me, oh, you haven't gotten your master's yet, what are you doing, like you're ruining your life. And I'm like, are you crazy? I only got a certain amount of time to have kids. You want me to wait until I can't have kids anymore to think about starting to have kids? No, I need to go ahead.
Your kids will be healthiest if you're like 22.
Yeah,
those are the healthiest kids you can have.
Sophia, I'm just curious. Sorry to interrupt. Was it other women who were telling you that?
Oh my goodness, yes. The black women, I have a huge problem with black women, and like my oldest daughter, I have two kids. My oldest daughter, I say she's never going to public school. I have great aunts, I have cousins, I have people at my church who literally spent all their time trying to talk me out of my decision. Like, she needs to go to public school. How is she going to socialize? What is she going to be able to do? I'm like, first of all, you don't know my child. Second of all, she doesn't like you or anybody else. And none of that is going to make a difference whether she goes to public school or not, except I'm keeping her from being harassed the way I was harassed. So she doesn't have to go through this whole public school trauma that I had to go through. Like I said, I went to public school. My mom, but my brother, actually, my mother removed my brother from public school after 9th grade or something like that. He was having a hard time. So she took him out of school and she homeschooled him. And that was a whole thing. I don't think we ever told anybody in the family he wasn't in school, because my family is so OCD about stuff. I mean, my grandmother has 5 sisters, and literally all of them and all of their kids and all of their kids' kids will come down on us because we literally have done everything different from what is standard, what is traditional in this region, what is acceptable. We have broke every single rule. I personally myself have broke every single rule. I don't care. These people are insane. And it's a lot. And this area in particular, Black women will bring you down, all the way down to the ground. They do not care. And I have had to fight back to these people day in and day out, which is why, like I said, all my friends are over 40. I can't even have friends my own age. Not in this area, because they're like, what guy are you talking to? I'm like, this guy. And they're like, well, how much money does he make? What do you mean? Why is that the top of my list? How about, can he cook? Can he clean? Can he fix stuff? Is that more important?
Yes, I can.
How much?
Yes, I can. And yes, no. I will.
The BTR stream,
like swimwear. Let's go.
It's becoming the matchmaking stream. This is the real goal.
I got a quick question. I don't have much time. I'm gonna leave soon, but I have a quick question for Lionella. In the terms I spoke, that schools moved to Zoom. And you're a VR developer, is that right? So what's the likelihood that the next step, school moves to Zoom, and then it moves into a virtual reality environment classroom, and that will be our our new virtual school? Like, what's the likelihood of that scenario?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
That's good. What is the likelihood? Well, give me a year.
Wow, that's ambitious.
I've have the plan all out, and I've worked at different VR companies and AR companies, internationally and in America, and I see what the flaws are there and where the strengths are there. And
so, do you think that's an idea that the market is ready for?
Well, so what I'm building is something that is already, like, all the technology is there. It's just that nobody's put it together because nobody's figured out how to market it. And I'm getting there. And, I think in a year we should have something that's pretty good as an alternative to the traumatic experience of public education.
That's brilliant. Well, all you need to do is get the government to adopt it, and then you've got immediate success.
Are you talking about the Elon Musk just sell something to the government, like sell them a black bumper
that the government can just tell everybody
the highways in,
like look at Zoom. Imagine how much successful Zoom is now that post government shutdowns than it was prior, right? Because everybody immediately adopts it. It's just like, oh, this is just what we're doing now, folks.
I'd never heard of Zoom
if you can be the person that does the light bulbs for traffic lights, you're in a pretty good position. It's kind of unfortunate how the way the regulations work so often, it kind of boxes everyone out and creates like a winner take all sort of thing, like the way the roads work, like the paint, like if you do the paint for the highway, I mean, like that guy is probably like insanely wealthy.
Okay, well, right? I have a follow-up question then for Leonella. Okay, now that I've given you this idea and I know you're going to make this virtual classroom and it becomes very popular, you got to give me a cut of that because I just gave you that idea. So I'm just saying.
Well, hopefully it won't be a classroom. It'll be a fun experience and exploration.
Don't sell it to the government.
We thrive on curiosity. Like we're here today because we are curious creatures and we love learning. But the way that the public education system has pretty much conditioned us to hate it and hate the idea of learning as well. And I think that's where we're kind of the reasons why we're still having problems in America that could be solved but hasn't, and we're just going into this loop.
I think it might be possible that in a few decades' time, most of us spend most of our time in virtual reality. I think that's a distinct possibility.
I don't see what the difference is now. We're always on our cell phones. We're on our Zoom right now. That's virtual. It's just that it's not.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, we're looking at videos on Twitter rather than like looking what's actually going on outside your own house. You get stressed over these videos of like the Portland riots and stuff like that, and then you go outside and it's like, oh look, it's not happening.
Well, speaking of what's outside your own house, I don't know how many people are aware of this, but the background that's behind the chat window on the left is actually my front yard, and I installed a bird feeder there. I don't know if the birds have been here yet. I think they still have to get used to it, but give it a couple of days, and in our next stream, we're probably going to have a lot of birds in the background who are going to be enjoying that feed.
You got to put a spotlight on it.
I already have a spotlight on it, but it's too light outside to see it. So I may have to move the spotlight closer to the.
I can help you with the lighting.
It's a bit obfuscated by the stream. The chat window itself.
To the birds,
a little bit, yeah.
Yes, and I still have to keep moving this chat window though, but another thing about this chat window for those who are interested, if you go to our Discord channel, and the link is in the description of this very video, you can actually chat and post images and emojis and stuff in this left-sided chat window. FYI. And I'm going to also use this opportunity to ask everybody to please subscribe. This has been another, and it's still going on, amazing
like and subscribe.
conversation.
11 Joules. Subscribe.
11 Joules. Break the rules.
Yeah.
And go to Patreon, patreon.com/11joules. And whoever becomes a $20 patron gets a free, beautiful print from the great Gio Pennacchietti. And he's going to be joining us shortly as well, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Well, before we move on from the whole Zoom and VR thing, I just wanted to say the Zoom and the distance learning classes that I had this year for graduation, it was not good. It was very, very boring, very disjointed. It felt like they really didn't know what they were doing. But with VR, I think you actually have an opportunity to do something a lot more interesting because, in the virtual space, you can do a lot of things that aren't possible in a regular classroom or over Zoom. So I think that has potential to be something actually interesting that you can actually learn from, as opposed to Zoom and the regular distance e-learning thing where they throw out your assignments on the Blackboard platform and they just say, just do these in whatever order, however you want to do it. It doesn't matter. Just do it.
VR chat is wild, man.
Yeah, it's definitely more personal and more engaging to be in a VR environment than it is to stare at a screen and have, just a text thrown at you.
You can be taught by a furry.
A lot.
we can bring on Pika Petey. He was here for those who aren't aware. We had him on, and he was like wearing his whole virtual reality getup, where he could
Avatar physiognomy mogging is very
that
real.
That was entertaining.
I mean, you're going to be mogging your teacher with a Mia avatar. That's powerful.
Yes, I've never talked to Mia yet, by the way, so we're gonna have to fix that. I would love to have Mia on the show.
No one's talked to Mia. You're talking to Mia right now. It's a bit of a.
Well, we are all Mia, right?
That's the thing,
yeah.
I actually participated in a virtual residency for my doctorate program, which was the first one my school has done. Because usually they make us actually go to campus or somewhere for residency. And I think it depends on the type of person that you are, because I actually liked it much more that I didn't have to see these people. The last residency that I went to, I actually got in a fight with the education majors because they showed this video of Che Guevara, but it was like Venezuela was doing great. Like it was totally insane. Let me tell you, I went off. I was like, are you guys people in Venezuela lost 22 pounds last year. What is wrong? Like I went off. I could not control myself. So if you have a opposing political opinion, then and then all the teachers all talk down to me too, which is because I look the way that I look. I just don't look like I belong.
Or they'll say you're being emotional or something.
I was being emotional, but I literally don't look like I don't look like a typical doctoral student with the bright hair color, and then I'm black, and then I'm literally like my dissertation is a black issue, and so that's kind of like 3 strikes almost. Especially since I'm not using the Marxist black typical theories to talk about my issue. So I'm not even coming from their realm, which most education people getting their EDDs, they're coming from that particular realm. So I actually, me personally, I preferred it much better. I could eat my own healthy food. I didn't have to be around these people, much less of an opportunity for me to almost get in a fight. So I thought it to be very, I liked it much more because the last residency I went to, I literally thought I was going to fight these people. And I almost did.
Well, this kind of goes
to... It was a bad situation.
It kind of goes to what we were talking before, where I was asking how much Marxist propaganda is in schools. Where you guys are right, it's not socialist in the same sense of like talking about things having to do with the workers, but it's more of a lot of this progressive stack type stuff that's also associated with words like climate justice, and then it gets kind of fuzzy about what exactly this.
It's the woke intersectionalism.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
So it's appeal to emotion because you're speaking to children, so you do appeal to emotion. Oh, wouldn't it be great if everyone was paid the same? Now, of course, anyone who knows economics knows
that's how you appeal to adults. You appeal to children with cold logic. You appeal to adults with emotion.
But then
and I was with a. I was
That's
with a
the
bunch
truth.
of,
Think about
you
it.
know, adults. And so this was an adult setting. And these people, I mean, they watched this, we all watched the same video. And I was like, did anybody else see a problem with that? And do you know, the only person in the whole class, it was about 30 people in the class, one person defended me, and it was a straight white male, the only one. It was other black people, there was women, there was black women. One straight white male said, you know, she has an opinion that she's allowed. That's it. Everyone else was just like, no, what you're saying is horrendous. Che Guevara was the best. Socialism is awesome. And I'm
Wasn't
like,
Che Guevara like really, really racist?
Yes!
And he killed gay people, right? Didn't he do that too?
He was awful.
But he was gay himself. Like the hypocrisy. I mean, just in general, it was just painting like socialism. And the video was supposed to be about bias, I think, and it was just because it painted the redacted as terrorists, which I didn't appreciate in that setting when you were talking about the Palestinians as victims. You can't say the redacted are terrorists and the Palestinians are victims at the same time. Like, you either going to present it in a holistic perspective, or you shouldn't even make the comparison, because it showed the Israeli soldier with a gun and he was in military uniform and all of that, and then you had the poor you know, whoever that was just like, you know, being fired upon. And I was like, wait a second, it's nobody. Okay, I'm not going to say anything about that because the redacted are the redacted, and I'm not getting into that. But this whole Che Guevara thing, that's kind of a problem. Y'all cannot paint this, you know, Venezuela situation as a good situation. And it was the teachers. I'm 100%. It was the education majors that got up and really tried to talk me down. So much so I had to get up and leave the classroom. And I told those people, I said, if you ever put me in a class with these people again, it's going to be a problem. I really went off. And they were like, well, this should be a teaching moment for you. You should be able to stand up. Black gay man, you should be able to stand up and deal with this type of stuff. And I said, are you insane? I know what persecution looks like. And y'all are not going to persecute me because I don't agree with these teachers. These teachers are nuts. And that was another indication to me to never send my kids to public school, because you have to get a doctorate degree to be a teacher. And so if these are the people getting their doctorate degrees, I can't imagine what the ones who already have them are like, because this didn't just start. I mean, this stuff is insane.
Do all teachers need do all teachers need a doctorate, or
yes,
just
you have to. They won't even hire you. The education requirements for teachers right now are so high that they almost won't hire you unless you are already enrolled in a master's program, and then you have to, like, they coach you basically through your master's program and into your doctorate. You have to get a doctorate. Unless you were grandfathered in under the old rules, then you might be able to get away with just getting a master's. But all of the new teachers, they're basically required to get doctorates, which is why they can't teach. Because like I said, the doctorate it only teaches you how to write in an academic setting. It has nothing to do with actual application of skills. It's just, how do you write to be published, basically, so that your research can be built upon for further research. That's basically what they're using doctoral students as guinea pigs to do the hard labor of collecting the data, so that they can write their think pieces based on the hard work that the doctoral students have to do and people who get published have to do. So yeah, every teacher, I mean, I'm in DC region, and basically all of the teachers, all of them have master's degrees, and just about everybody has a doctorate degree, which is another thing. Like, that's why I said, for me personally, it's like a waste of time, because if I had to get a doctorate, because I would never be taken seriously as a person without a doctorate degree in this region. I know people who leave this region, no problem. They have no degrees. They have undergraduate degrees, a couple years. It doesn't matter. In this DMV region, if you don't have a doctorate, you can forget it. You are a nobody. You are at the bottom of the totem pole, whether you work for the government or not.
So it's specifically around the DC area. Is that where the doctorate is required, and other areas have their own rules?
Yeah, but I think they're changing that too with the Common Core. I think they've changed it. I think it was more so implemented here first, because you were asking about charter schools. We do have a huge charter school system in DC because DC public schools were so awful. When they got school choice in DC, you basically have more charter schools in DC than you do grocery stores. There's a charter school almost on every corner. Whereas if you're looking for a grocery store in DC, you have to go across the river, or you have to cross state lines into Maryland or into Virginia in order to get a decent grocery store situation. So, but they have a charter school almost on every corner. They have a charter school, a liquor store, and a church on every corner, especially Southeast.
And those charter schools, are they better than the public schools in that area?
Yes. They graduate. I just read it today. I think they graduate 98% of their students, and public schools graduate about 40%. Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, the public schools are horrible, and they're insane. Actually, it's terrible.
We have a comment from AIC. Thank you very much for joining us again, AIC. And I'm going to do a shout out soon for all the great people who are here in the chat. We have 41 people watching, by the way, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. So the comment is, but if you want to teach in the inner city, you can do Teach for America to get a license. And then he says, get a doctorate and get paid less than the Panda Express manager.
The Teach for America racket. Let me talk a little bit about that, because I did apply for that program, apply for a bunch of programs. You have to be a socialist because they give you a personality test. And if you don't pass the personality test, you're really not going to be accepted into the program. I went to a local university, which should have, and my major was African American Studies. My undergraduate degree is in African American Studies. I should have been able to fit in somewhere, but I found the people I know people who were accepted, they're socialists. And people who are more capitalistic, they don't want them because they're using you as it's an indoctrination program. So you have to meet a certain criteria. And even with that, with a doctorate, you will make less than a Pan Express manager. I probably could make more as a Pan Express manager actually than what I will with my doctorate. But I got me personally, one of my motivational factors for my degree is that no one else in my family has a doctorate. So even though all these people talk about working for the government, waiting forever to have kids, all of this stuff, I still will have a doctorate, and I have my own house, and I have my own kids. I still will have all the stuff that they say you should have, but I'll actually have the degree to go along with it. So mine is also sort of like a kick in the face. Like, look, y'all said I needed to work for the government. Well, I have a doctorate. Which one is it? Government or doctorate or whatever? So I can still rub it in their faces.
And then the Black Studies.
Unnecessary. Oh my God.
And then the Black Studies department, did they go over people like Carter G. Woodson?
No. Oh, my African American Studies program was horrible, actually. We had some of the best teachers in the country, and it was still absolutely horrible. I learned my Black history from church. And so I was able to take what I learned and match it up against what I was being told in school. And so I'm really good at answering questions to pass. So I would just give them the answers that they wanted so that I got my degree. I actually got a double degree because I'm really good at that. So I was like, just let me give these people the answers that they want and let me go ahead and get on out of here. But no, they didn't talk about Carter G. Woodson. It was mostly civil rights movement. We learned a lot about, and also we read a lot of books, but they were all socialist books, like Quicksand by Ella Larson. Or I did learn about Ella Baker, but that was only because my particular teacher, who was a gay white woman, she was into social organizing. And if you want to be a good social organizer, you would follow Ella Baker because she really got those youth moving. That was her thing. So that's the only reason why I learned about that in particular. But yeah, most of my education has been self-education.
Same here. Self-education is incredibly important. And I also have a very nice device that I got recently. It's a 13-inch e-ink e-reader with Bluetooth in it. So I use a little remote control, and I press the button, and it flips the pages. And I have it on this. I have it on this stick. I'll show you a video later. I have it on this this pole.
That's so cool.
And so I just sit with my spine, completely straight, on this 90-degree angle wood block contraption with a soft yoga mat on it. And so I just sit, drink my coffee, and just press a little button, and it just flips the page on the book. And it's the greatest thing I've ever thought of as far as, just making the most out of your experience of reading. And I know, like, Jules is a fan of taking notes, so one thing that I did to counter the fact that I'm not taking notes, physically on the book, is that now I have a little wood panel set up with a big, fat notebook, blank notebook, and I have really good quality pens, and I just write down the most important things that I read in the books, and that way I could always reference it later on. I think writing down really does help to memorize certain things.
Yeah, I do think when you're reading, whether you're reading on a tablet or your computer, your phone, or on a hard copy, I do prefer the hard copy. I think there's something about the tactile nature of it, and it's how you can stimulate multiple of your senses at the same time. So I actually like to listen along. So I'll get audiobooks. So I'll listen, I'll read, and I'll be underlining and taking notes, or I'll circle words I don't know. What's been interesting with the audiobooks, I've been noticing a lot recently that the audiobook versions are like different than the hard text version. Like certain words will be replaced, like nuclear will be replaced with atomic, or there'll be passages missing in the hard copy or passages missing from the audio. And it's really weird how consistent that's been. It hasn't been like a rare thing. Like there have been huge passages missing from books, and I just wonder if there's a way to track what edition you're reading and what edits they're making. I saw Kanye was saying, watch out for Google to like edit all the books, right? So if you're constantly just like reading on the tech, you might be a lot more susceptible to the kind of brainwashing that like we also try to steer people away from, or to like give them better tools to navigate that uncertainty. But regardless of like how people are editing the books and stuff, I think just holding the physical book, smelling it, turning the pages, taking the notes in the margin, there's something about that flow and stimulating, like making it a physical experience like that yeah, but really then you gotta helps with the total immersion.
But then you gotta hunch your head down, and I'm not a fan.
I already
of
have. Yeah, I do have the
down.
text neck. You are right. I have noticed that when I'm looking down, if I don't have the posture right, like I have these thick wrinkles in my neck. It's called text neck, apparently. Like all the millennials have it, because we're constantly staring down at our phone. But what are you gonna do? Okay,
I mean I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible.
This is a perfect time to Rotten Grow asked me to shout out his Twitter. So Rustoid here in the Discord chat asked me to shout out his Twitter. Guy. Rotten Grow, shout out. So yes, so whether you're sitting, practicing your Buddha posture and trying to read with a super straight spine, or you're reclining on a lounge chair, you're lying on your bed, or you're lying on your couch, or you're lying in the grass, reading is good. Don't be fretting about your posture when you're reading so much. You're not going to become the Hunchback of Notre Dame from reading.
I've seen that.
I have an iPad Pro. And I have good notes, and I import the PDF file from the book into good notes so that I can actually take notes on the actual pages of the book and highlight in the book. That's pretty much the only way I've been able to get through my dissertation to this point, is by importing it and then taking the notes so that I can refer back to them. So
definitely,
if anybody has good notes, iPad Pro with the iPencil and good notes, that solves the problem too. Plus you can keep your physical copies pristine, which is me. I buy the physical books, but I don't want to actually touch them because I'm afraid I'm going to mess them up, especially with a bunch of kids running around. So the digital copies can't have water poured all over them. Words get messed up.
That's smart. And by the way, speaking of reading, I'm also going to read some of the people here in the chat right now. It's shout-outs time. So we have AIC, Grognak the Barbarian. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, that's me.
That's you?
Shout out to Buff
that's me.
and Blue Shoe.
Blue Shoe.
We got Randy Lenz.
Criminally retarded.
Criminally retarded. You're always there, buddy.
Yes.
You're there.
Sounds like my
we count on criminally retarded.
Yes. Ryan Moyle. I think Ryan Moyle's new. I've seen him a couple of times though. So thank you so much for coming back. Mumbashi, of course, from Kaliak. We got Buff.
Eternal Saturnalia.
Yes, Eternal Saturnalia. Thank you so much for watching. Zuko. Super Iron Bob OG. Super Iron Bob has been here, I think, since the very beginning, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching.
Yo, I like this Elifet. This Elifet character throwing the snark at Sunny here. Dude, that guy is a dick with no balls. I thought he'd be here. Where is Sunny?
Well, Sunny's setting something up right now in the apartment. Eventually, he doesn't even have a plate.
He's moving in.
From.
He's moving.
Yes. He ate in this glass. What do you call it? Like those glass containers that you put food in, to keep it fresh. That's where he was eating from. So he still has to set up the internet and all that.
Imagine if you could do that with people.
There was an episode of Erie, Indiana, like that. I don't know if you guys remember that show. It was on Fox.
Imagine a bunch of people like looking at a single individual in like a glass jar, and then basically trolling this person to madness.
I mean, that's basically what the internet is.
Yeah.
So
it's like the Kiwi Farms or something.
You're in a glass jar every time you talk in the Kaliak Discord. Yeah.
I also want to mention Temujin.
Got to use emotions to talk to the adults in the room.
Yes. Big help to Temujin, because Temujin was always there when I was asking, is the sound good? Is the sound good? He was always the first guy to go, yes, the sound is good, and that made me feel really happy. So Temujin, thank you so much for doing that. So guys, don't forget to subscribe as well, and let's keep the conversation going. So we're going to get some new people coming in pretty soon.
Oh, I see Gio in the chat.
Yes, Gio is coming, and so is a newcomer, Bennett Demilich.
Yes,
who,
Gio, I did say Kiwi Farms. Yeah.
Yes, Kiwi Farms. I like some of their content. I mean, the whole Internet Blood Sports thing, Gio recommended that I watch the Internet Blood Sports Apocalypse episode. And everybody was
IBS Apocalypse is the funniest one, because it's 6 hours of just people going back and forth calling each other fat retards, and it's the funniest. It's just the funniest thing, because at the beginning you had these like structured debates, like the very first one, the one that Worski hosted between Richard Spencer and Sargon and Styx. That was actually like a actual debate where they're trying to actually discuss ideas of the ethno state and all that stuff. And eventually you go down the line like 5 or 6 months, and you're looking at how things have completely changed. All the hosts have just become totally deranged, and they're fighting each other over this petty drama of who's doxed who swatted who. And then it's just, there's no debate anymore. It's just people calling each other insults. And
I love how that is the high level of pettiness. That's like such a sophisticated pettiness. Like, I feel like there needs to be a reality show or something about this.
Well, they were in a way in a reality show when they were going live on camera, walking around the I think it was the Sunset Strip, or I don't remember where they lived.
Yeah, there was a lot. They did one stream. It was called like IRL Internet Blood Sports or something, by Asian Andy, the IRL streamer who did streams with Ice Poseidon and those guys. He did a stream with Andy Worski and Baked Alaska before those guys became enemies. And they just went around playing the racist super chats and all that stuff.
They had
a while later,
they had a system set up where the audio would just transfer whatever super chat was said into the public sphere.
But the problem is, like a year later down the line, after the Internet Blood Sports thing died, what happened was with Andy Worski, that ended up getting him in trouble. You guys probably saw this, but there was that incident, the gun incident. He's walking down the street in Miami with Failure, Tonka's old co-host, and they're just walking down the street, and somebody entered a super chat to play a song, and the song is this racist song. It says, "My name's Andy Worski and I hate," and it's a bunch of slurs. And he's walking down the street with this, and some guy comes up and smacks the phone out of his hand and calls him a Nazi. And it leads to this whole fight. They're walking down the street. The guys are still following them. They stop in the middle of the street. Worski tells his friend to pull out his gun, and it just falls apart, and they end up getting arrested. And that was basically the end for Andy Worski. And
Wow.
you can see
and who was that guy who
Sounds
was
like he deserved it.
Who was what?
Who was the
Sounds
guy
like
who was
he deserved it?
Well, who was the dude who was confronting them? Was it just like a completely random person who just heard this and
Yeah, it was just random people. They
Wow.
weren't like weren't people who knew about internet blood sports or anything, just completely random people.
But that's even tells you more about how much he deserved it.
Because he's reckless. It's just like a completely stupid thing.
I really like this. Like a lot of people have not been smacked enough for speaking out of line.
Well, Worski was supposed to, but Takasa never showed up because he's a coward and a fraud and a failure.
I'm just talking in like I mean, am I the only person here that's been slapped in the middle of a conversation? I've been slapped at least a handful of times. I was like,
I have not been slapped.
I was like, oh,
I've slapped people.
It gives you a little, kind of wakes you up.
Yeah,
Well,
that's never happened to me before.
Wasn't it Mike Tyson who said that everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face?
Maybe we should add that element to the stream. Can we do that somehow?
Digital punching. Yeah, that would be pretty interesting though if we set up like a robot. Like think about
That'd
this,
actually
Leonella.
be fun to do if we actually had like an like when we start doing these live. If we had like an MMA day, I would love to get back on the mat. Like that. That is fun. That's way better than ballet. I mean, I haven't done ballet. My personal opinion, maybe.
No, it is actually. I've done both.
Would team up on me. Maybe Veras and Lev would team up on me and say ballet is better than the judo.
No. I've done
but
both.
I think
So I did ballet and I also did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I completely agree with you, Jules. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu way better, and I also love the thing that they do at the end.
Stuff.
Yeah, they do this thing at the end that ballet people don't do, which is that they all go in a circle and just shake each other's hand. We'll know more of that now, I guess, with the corona.
And hug. They hug. They hug.
Yeah.
Hugging.
Are they still doing jiu-jitsu now though with the COVID-19? What's going on? Because that is like a very
enough
contact.
with the COVID-19. I'm done
Enough
with the COVID-19.
You're done. Okay,
I'm done
good.
with the COVID-19.
Good.
All
I'm
right?
happy. Yes. No, I think I don't even want to talk about it. It's such a boring subject now. It's already But well, the whole
only midwit takes can be taken from this now. It's done.
It's done. We buried it. But yeah. By the way, I also wanted to say that I am very, very happy that somebody posted a tiger ball, which is Rustoid, in chat. I love these tiger balls. They were a piece of Russian meme propaganda that turned on them, where they have like this. I don't know how much of you guys know the whole backstory behind the tiger ball thing.
Tell us.
I do not.
I don't.
So the Russian government hired people to create propaganda in the form of these, pretty tame mimetic cartoons where they tried to show how cool Russia is in comparison to all the other nations. And they said, like, Russia's so big, we even have tigers. And that ended up resulting in people reorienting these Russia tiger memes. I'm not going to post them on chat because they're very violent and sexual regarding the things that go on with Russia and the poor tiger ball. But the point was made that people are going to take whatever it is that you create, like when they see your mission for it as being one of propagandistic purposes, and smash it up. And I think that that's a wonderful thing in a way, even though they're very blue. Like, my favorite one, for those who know, is the one of Wolverine, like that famous meme of Wolverine laying down looking at a photo frame. It was like the Poland ball, the horned up Poland ball looking at the nether regions of the Russia ball. So, it's beautiful in a way, though, that people have the ability to do all this stuff. And luckily, I don't think that the algorithms have figured out how to detect memes as much as they figured out how to detect language. So I think that memes would be our hope as far as awakening people to certain things that we can't do with text.
In the future, are we going to see state-synthesized, AI-created memes, robotic memes?
Are we doing that already?
Hey, I think we see that now here. I'm sorry, I'm back. If anybody was looking for me, I had to do kid stuff. But we see that now, I think. The CIA has a meme farm.
And like during the election, the 2016 election, I remember on a lot of the boards that would discuss Trump, like 4chan poll, the Donald, you would see people talk about correct to the record. I don't know how many of you guys remember that. There was that meme about David Brock's 26 virgins in his basement who were sitting around popping out Hillary Clinton terrible memes. And so I guess it kind of is a thing that the left is creating these memes to try and force their agenda, state enforced memes.
Well, yeah, everyone does. I mean, even as far back as what I can't remember what president it was. Sorry, I'm not from America, as you can probably tell. But before Obama or during that election, I think, and there was something about binders full of women, and that became a meme. Like every single thing, the presidential
that was Romney, right?
It's a spectacle. Yeah, it's a spectacle. And so every stupid little thing is fucking made into a meme. Like we're not even in the proper election yet, and there's like memes of like the MGS2 codec call with Joe Biden just talking rubbish. And like, you know, it's already happening. It's
and that's
we're already in it.
That's why I hate it so much. It's fake. It's just in my eyes, it's all just a dog and pony show, just a facade of discourse. They just want you to watch this and think there's something legit happening here, some real thinking, but that's not. It's just
like the mainstream,
just fake.
You're talking about the mainstream? Well, they just cap the conversations. Like they give, it's so artificial. It's so constricted. It's
that's why
large numbers.
There's no randomness in it. There's no randomness in the mainstream, right? Like you have to fit this little. You have to like be on script if you're in the mainstream. Like you can't be going off script. That's why you'll have people on Sean Hannity come on for 10 minutes. Sean Hannity will speak the whole time. These people say nothing, and then it's like, why are you having guests on this show? It's just this Sean Hannity show. It's unwatchable, right?
Well, like, that's why Kanye is in trouble now, right? Because he's going off script. He's talking about these ideas they don't want you to know about, and he's saying these things like, I don't want my kids to do.
It's his family too, though. It's not even the other people. Your family turns against you. That's something to learn about freedom of speech. Is like you're speaking your mind. Like your family will flip on you way before
it's
the mainstream media will, because they start going like, you're going to affect our business. Oh my God, I'm going to lose this client. Oh my God, like, what are you doing? Like my friends now are gossiping about like what the heck you just said. Like, you know, it's like, so the social control is happens internally first before it's like bleeds out into the public square.
Exactly.
Well, conservatives in blue states have been experiencing this for a long time, especially if you're someone like me who was not really an Obama person. I mean, talk about being ostracized, not along with the other list of things I've already listed that makes me different. My mom and we were not Obama people because it was just, it was too many facts that were available at the time. And so, you know, just add that to the list. And so of reasons to skip all family events, because you just know somebody's going, well, what about this and what about that, and Obama is great, you know, oh, we love Obama, all hail Obama. Like, really? Okay, sure, I guess. Like, I'd prefer not to, but if that's how you live in, okay.
I liked Obama. I thought Obama did a lot to bring people together and for like our social fabric, you know, like I feel like I learned a lot about patience and love from Obama. And I remember admiring him so greatly I think he's just such an amazing speaker. He is so good. And I mean, I don't agree with his policies. Like, I don't like everything that he did, but I believe that Obama truly wanted to make the world a better place. So like, I feel like Obama, like, even though I think he might not always be forthcoming about everything he did, I think I think Obama is an idealist.
Somebody commented $60,000 of pizza and hot dogs directly to the White House. Anyway, that's all I have to say, because that is my number one issue is human trafficking, and so and I really became woke to that type of stuff during the Obama years, and so I disagree.
I find him suspicious.
Gio had a very interesting take on this subject when it came to Tony Podesta's art collection. And my whole thing is, like, people could collect whatever art they want, but it's very suspicious when you have so many different things lining up as far as this, very perverted-looking art that he was interested in, that statue that looks like, what's that killer who put his victims in that...
I mean, we spoke about this a lot before. I feel like it's a little unfair to constantly single out like his art selections and his art choices.
Is it really though? He has paintings.
It's worth talking about. It's worth.
What about his trips to Epstein Island?
But it's so suspicious. They have this constant theme running through them. It's so
his
creepy.
favorite artist.
You can find creepy art in so many people's homes, and it doesn't
they're all
mean...
pedophiles as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I'm from this area. These people, you have no. I can't.
Be careful about the witch hunting.
Begin to. I mean, we might need witch hunts. I'm almost at the point of advocating for burning at the stake at this point, just from what I've seen.
Yoga Mom Death Squads, they're gonna happen, Jules.
I mean, I have a client. My first.
Do we have to say in Minecraft?
Sure.
Just in case. In in the Cali.civ.plus server.
My first job out of college was in a group home foster care. I work with teen moms specifically, and I told this story a few times on Twitter, but yeah, one of my clients was brutally murdered and like down the street from my house, which was 20 miles outside of DC, when she was a ward of the state in DC. Nobody knows how she even got out there, but what happened to her is unthinkable. That I won't horrify people right now, but let me just say that kind of stuff is not even that unusual in this area, so you just don't necessarily hear all the details. So
it's like the Seth Rich story, right? Like, remember how that was such a huge thing in the Trump community for a while, that it was incredibly suspicious that this person seemed to be connected to all these leaks coming out, and he just suddenly dies and there's no explanation for it. It really makes you think that they're trying to hide something, don't you think?
As far as that is concerned, it depends on. It depends, because politics here is a little bit weird, and by that I mean the people that you think are on the same side are not on the same side, or the people you think are connected from outside of this region. Once you get inside, you kind of see that it doesn't exactly work that way, meaning you have Trump versus basically everyone. He's the only person in the whole DC that is actually cares about any of this stuff, especially human trafficking, because of all the stuff that the executive orders and whatnot that's been going on. So if you look at anyone else,
no, but I mean the owner of Comet Ping Pong, the pizza place, didn't he say that Trump was also one of his clients, and so was Rand Paul?
Well, that's one of those things that's. I mean, it might not be true. Of someone, it might not be true. I have not heard that. I have not heard that personally. I know where Common Ping Pong is. I have not heard that, and I've heard of people who have gone there. I've seen videos. It's but it's also like a local business, so it's a little bit difficult to distinguish between the people who are going there for these illicit activities allegedly, and the people who are going there because it's in the neighborhood. And DC is one of those places where a lot of people go places because it's in the neighborhood, and then you have people who go, it's DC is such a weird place in general. Like it's kind of, it's easy to spin a story. And it's because the community is so limited, meaning if you live inside the city, you're not going to go to Tyson's. I mean, Tyson's is not that far, but you're not going to go to Tyson's. You're just going to go somewhere within the city. And so that's why you see, it's just one of those, it's kind of hard. I try not to get into that type of stuff because I value my life, and I value my life.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, 100%.
It would be fun. Yeah.
Oh, well, I was going to say about the whole Comet Ping Pong thing. It is really suspicious to me personally. I'll say, I don't know. You guys might have heard about this because it was pretty big a couple of months ago. There's this YouTuber, Mouthy Buddha, who was doing videos about the whole Comet Ping Pong pedo situation, updated, basically taking the Pizzagate information from a couple of years ago and updating it with the newer information. And he has these videos on BitChute about it. And going through the Instagram accounts of people who are connected to this, you can see there's some really strange threads that definitely make it look very suspicious. And looking at like pictures with Obama and that one food critic who died, I forgot his name.
Wasn't the owner of Comet Ping Pong in Forbes top 10 most influential people?
Yeah, and also in Washington D.C.'s most top influential people. And if you look at the other establishments on that particular block, you will see
they all use
there's
the same
a pattern.
symbolism. Yeah,
it's a pattern. Plus, in DC, there's lots and lots and lots of underground tunnels. So you have a lot of different stuff going on in this region, which is why I say they can really make stuff look a certain way, but literally there's only one. I've never seen anybody do anything about the human trafficking, like besides Trump. He's the only person. Like I have turned a lot of people into single issue voters on this one issue because literally there's no one. The Republicans don't care. They don't. The local politicians don't care. The Democrats are funding most of it or getting the money from it. They don't care. No one cares. And there's a lot of, especially DC, there's a lot of Black children and women, and we have a huge Hispanic population, Hispanic women and children who are gone. They just don't come back. That's why, I don't know if you guys heard about, we had a big story here just before 2016. I think it was like 2014. There was a little girl who was 8 years old, and she disappeared. And it's very suspicious circumstances because she was they were in a homeless shelter, and she was with the janitor, and then all of a sudden, the school reported her missing. Her mother never reported her missing. First of all, then the school reported her because she didn't come to school for like a week or two, and then all of a sudden there was this big thing to find, wherever she went or who the guy who she went with. And so then like they found the guy. He turned up dead, somewhere in a field in North Carolina or something, and they never found the girl. They still have not found her. So that type of stuff is not really that unusual. It didn't used to be. And then that's kind of around the same time they had that whole bring back our girls thing. So inadvertently it turned into this whole big thing because it started to look like, oh, girls are going missing in DC all the time and they're not being found. So now if you look at the DC police like Twitter page, they always go back and put when the children are found. And now the children are being found, but before they weren't. They were just, children were going missing, teenagers were going missing. And like I said, in the foster care program, it's just a whole another set of things because the reporting for missing kids in foster care is a little bit different, and it goes through a totally different system, and it may never get to the police until a month or 2 months out because of the way the reporting actually works. So you have a lot of criminal behavior when it goes in regards to human trafficking in the DC region. And so it's kind of insane actually, and nobody would really believe it because people don't talk about it, but almost everyone here knows somebody who disappeared and never came back, or they came back and all of a sudden they had a baby, or they found them dead, or almost everybody knows someone like that.
I just wanted to ask real quick, guys. In the chat, somebody said, anyone remember that story about the shipping containers buried in Virginia? That's criminally retarded. Anybody know about that? I don't remember that one.
I remember something about Hawaii. There were some.
Was that the Wayfair thing? Maybe.
No.
No, they did find. They found a lot of stuff. Actually, I don't know if you guys know this either. They used to have a thing called Spook Fest every year, and it was like a big deal because the CIA would have these gigantic secret parties that nobody knew about, and somehow they would fly in these celebrities and they would have these just gigantic parties, but they actually had to stop. Last year they didn't do it. last year, but they did it the year before because they got too out of control, and I don't even know what that means. So finding shipping containers with people in them it would not be surprising to me what's at all whatsoever. But that's been really cracked down on. You don't hear about that as often as you would have before, along with some other strange sort of stuff that you just don't hear about anymore.
We had Aryan Cowboy on the previous stream, and he was talking with us about. Well, the question that I raised to him was, if all of these people who are doing it, let's say, for example, it isn't just pure materialistic wanting to just do something evil and know that there's not going to be any consequences because this is all like a dead machine and we die and that's it. But for the people who are actually also, let's say, into the more occult aspects of this, I've always wondered if they know that there is such thing as karma, for instance. How are they not expecting, to avoid enduring something absolutely brutal down the road if they do this kind of thing to people?
Yeah, because there's a theory that a lot of these people are like Satan worshippers, basically, or something along those lines. Basically, that they're not just purely atheists. But you think if these people were atheist, pure heathens who don't think they don't think there's an afterlife, they don't think there's any form of judgment, so it doesn't matter what you do in this life. You think those would be the kind of people who would be more likely to be these pedophile rapists?
Well, there's an afterlife. It's just, I just don't think it's like a there's a continuity in your consciousness. I think you live on in your actions and in the ripples, and I think you're kind of
like
recycled into the world.
No. Jules doesn't believe in.
You know what I mean? But I think, well, I have a very Final Fantasy VII spirituality. It's kind of Gnostic, maybe. I mean, agnostic, technically. I mean, the reason why I say I'm an atheist who believes in God, or an alpha omega atheist, is because I have a very strong belief in the nature of emergence, right? As in, I have a faith in existence. So I think that I find that there's a lot of different categories of religious people with different degrees of spirituality, and some people are more secular or more heterodox or more orthodox than others. And so you're usually using a lot of the same words to talk to a lot of different types of people. So I try to be as easily accessible to as many different people as possible. And I have found that the best explanation for me to use has been this alpha omega atheism, because it basically, like, Yuval Noah Harari mocks a whole cohort of religious people for believing there's like a man in the sky sitting behind a desk with like a long beard, and he's just like watching everybody in this like panopticon, right? And so they have a very sort of they have like a image of
Walmart
God with a lot of
God.
agency. Yeah,
that's Reddit atheist vision of religion.
I feel like it's not really proper to call God isn't like a being technically, like the old man with a long beard. Isn't God like a force?
I'm always curious. I'm very curious about why you're not allowed to depict God in some religions and not in others. And it might be because, I mean, I've seen beautiful memes that show you patterns in nature, like in an eyeball and in a nebula and in like blood vessels and your veins and tree roots. And I think it's been hard to kind of show the patterns in nature, to kind of like depict God. I think it can give people a very narrow or dogmatic view.
Well, I mean, it was those very patterns in nature which gave birth to different types of paganism throughout history. It's in those very patterns in nature where you find all the different gods of wind, fire, earth, water, etc. It's those very patterns in nature which create our reality. I think this sort of ties back to something you were saying quite a while ago about science being sort of one of the various paths people take. And you were speaking sort of as if science drove people away from spirituality, when in reality, if you look deep into it, like what sort of top people who study physics are saying. If you look at, the double slit experiment, if you look at quantum gravity, what that's basically coming to is the same conclusion of nonlinear time, cyclical causality, of the active observer being what defines reality. And that's sort of something that ties together with every spiritual religious movement in history, is consciousness being at the center of the universe.
There's a really good book that I can recommend on this topic, written by Dr. Lanza of Duke University, called Biocentrism. And I remember reading it when I was in high school, and it was very interesting because it really it anticipated a lot of things that came up later when I was reading more about spirituality and religion. And it really set the groundwork for a lot of other things that came afterwards. But I really do agree with the concept that science by no means departs from
Exactly.
It doesn't depart from anything. It's all reality.
Right. So a universal truth is universal, and no matter what route you take, if you get deep enough into it, you will come to the same conclusion. And that's what you see in the double slit experiment. What does it come to the conclusion of? That the active observer is what defines reality. Without an active observer, there is just potentiality. There is everything, but at the same time, there is nothing. It's undefined. And it is the active observer which, through just its pure being in the equation, is what defines reality as one thing or another.
Well, this is why I've always believed that the universe, in a way, this whole experience, was built for us. By us, I don't just mean human beings on this planet. Assuming that there's life on other planets, it would have been built for the experience of actually observing this reality, as opposed to consciousness being like an emergent phenomenon that's totally accidental. And you know what I mean?
It's as much built for consciousness as built by consciousness. In the act of observing, you are creating, and you are being part of that creation.
And I think that
I was going to say, speaking of the of other beings, did you guys talk about the UFOs yet? That there is supposedly confirmation.
Well, we had a UFO episode on where we had the deputy.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, we had someone who was really high up at NASA who was there for the entire thing, and we had Gravitas on who was talking about Seraphim Rose's take on aliens being demons, as well as people who were talking a lot about the UFOs. He did not, though, Jim Adams, who was there, he did not really go with us on the journey of exploring the possibility of them actually being either UFOs or some top secret projects that we just aren't aware of as far as technology that, would it have been revealed, would have changed so many things as far as the kind of fuel that we use today, for instance. I really think there are a lot of those things hidden from us.
I thought it was interesting we haven't been able to send any nukes into space.
We have.
We have, right?
We've been able to send. We've been able to send nukes into space.
Yeah, there was a documentary with William Shatner narrating where they sent nukes into the Pleiadian belt, and they thought that it was going to rip off the world's atmosphere, but then they were like, "Screw it, let's do it anyways."
Wait, y'all believe we've been to space?
That's something I kind of iffy.
It's possible we haven't,
Well, it's possible.
Well, something that's worth bringing up is that we don't have the technology right now that took us. According. I'm talking very simply about the fact that we do not have the technology required to replicate the missions that we've supposedly done.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna give you my conclusion on that fact, but it is a fact.
Weird that they're missing the moon stuff. They don't have any of the moon footage or anything. All that stuff is lost, right?
But somehow 5 black women did all the math. I just want you to think about this. 5 black women did all the math that got us to space somehow. This is what they're pumping into the black community, but there's no proof. There's no nothing. But 5 black women.
They still have. They must have the equations. Well, that's different, right? Because you could have the equations to do stuff. They approved a building in Dubai that's 1.5 miles tall. They haven't made it yet, but it's been approved. Their buildings department has looked at the engineering and said, yes, like we believe all these principles are sound. Like we see no errors in the document. Like if we use this, like this is how we would get there. So I Lev did a debate, a Make America debate again with Anomaly, who is
I
very
love Anomaly.
skeptical. I love Anomaly too.
We're gonna have him on soon.
Anomaly came to my apartment when I was living in LA. We hung out. We kicked it a couple times. But yeah,
Jules night out. Jules night out.
Yeah, I know. We got to get everybody out after this quarantine. I'm so done with quarantine. Like, when are we got to get everyone together. I'm
Well,
ready
Jules,
for
I hate to break it
hanging
to you,
out.
but we're gonna have perpetual quarantine forever, and we'll all become human batteries. We'll all live in the pods. We'll all eat the bugs, and no one will reproduce.
They succeeded.
That's
We'll
not
fade
gonna
off into the Thomas Ligotti oblivion.
I need a couple bugs, but
No one will
What?
reproduce. No one will have real
Stop.
relationships.
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe
That's-
it. I
No,
refuse.
this will all
I
be
refuse.
over on November the 4th. I actually saw a document that said that all of the health recommendations end on November the 4th. So you could just expect for this to all be over on November the 4th.
Well, that's expecting that it doesn't come back with the winter, which
But
it
if
probably
it-
will. I mean, the Spanish flu started about around the time the corona did, with a mortality of 5%. And they came
Do
back
we
in
believe in the Spanish flu?
5%.
Yikes. Okay.
I mean, I'm not
I
gonna
believe nothing.
believe everything, believe nothing. It doesn't really make a difference.
I mean, it's like those.
that
Lev,
data
you
is
saw
there.
this earlier. I posted in the Discord that thread on a poll. I think it was some guy was going off about the phantom time theory. You know, there are people who think that all of history basically is fake. Everything we've been told is a lie, and they get pretty elaborate about it. That everything from like a whole 1,000 years of history was just all fake, and people like Charlemagne were totally made up. And they make some pretty compelling arguments. I don't think I would agree, but it's definitely possible. I think that a lot of the ideas of what we have of history could be faked in some ways.
It's a rabbit hole that I don't really know if it's worth to go down.
Yeah, because I think some of it is a little bit too strange to believe.
Conclusion of that?
May I ask what nationality this guy is?
Who?
I think we know. We could guess.
Who? What?
Yeah, who?
Lord.
Lev.
Yeah.
What? Are you following? What? Who? What?
I'm confused.
I'm also
I'm
confused.
confused now.
No, I'm
Uh-oh.
simply, if someone's gonna say that history isn't real, I'm curious if they're American or not, because I feel like this is such a.
We don't know.
American?
He was a meme
What's
flag
EH
poster.
car?
He was a meme flag poster. He had the Antarctica or something, or the UN.
Mm.
So we don't know. He was a meme flag poster.
I mean, if he's Antarctica flag, he might actually be a Nazi researcher from
That's
the
true.
Third
Could be
Reich.
from a Garfield.
That could be.
So-
I'm just saying it's really I find it a uniquely
British.
new world problem to feel so detached from history, because if you grow up in Europe or if you're familiar with architecture that is, you can see the layers naturally occurring. You're walking to school and you have like ruins everywhere. Yeah, you can probably take a guess that history happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's an experiential thing. This is part of the landscape. There isn't that much in the natural landscape of the New World that can hint at what has occurred before. When people got here, they were looking at the remnants of like great empires, not the actual empires themselves. So a lot of people work under the assumption that this continent was just empty when the settlers got here.
Yeah, and we don't really here in America we don't really have a lot of the historical buildings. Like when you go into the downtown of a European cities, you'll see a lot of old buildings, but here we don't really have a lot of that for whatever reason.
America's
I mean,
Maybe it
for a
depends
very
on what
clear
city
reason.
you're in, but where I
The
am, at
US
least, it's
hasn't
not like that.
existed for over 300 years. Yeah.
I remember watching this documentary on what's that town in Indiana, like the archetypal post-industrial. What was it? Gary, Indiana, and one of these anthropologists was talking about how America is a throwaway society because the economic boom happens in one particular geographic location, and then it moves on. The whole towns move to accommodate some ever-present flow of capital. And so then the towns that are left behind get totally decimated and the rotting industrial parks. And so America has that particular character.
Yeah, that's one thing I notice a lot. One thing I like doing is I like just wasting time looking at the Google Maps. One of my favorite things to do is look around and look at all these dead cities. You see these places that like 100 years ago were normal towns, but now they're just ruins, ghost towns, because people moved away when the money stopped flowing in, when the opportunities dried up, and they just up and left.
Well, I wonder if that's going to happen with New York City. I don't think so, just because of the location that it's in, but I foresee that there's going to be some dark times ahead of us in New York City.
With all of the corona deaths?
Well, not so much that as like again, if we're going to be able to get that together, as much as just I think that the leadership in New York City, specifically with de Blasio, has not been doing that well. Like, we didn't have as many protests and riots as occurred in other cities. But at the same time, I think it gave New Yorkers pause and also made them think that if we're going to have this extended lockdown, plus on top of that, we're going to have these riots going on, why would I want to live here? You know, or at least for the time being.
What about you? What about you personally? What are you going to do?
Okay, me personally, I have a few plans in mind. So I am going to be going away to another place. I'm not going to say what yet. That's we're going to find
for OPSEC reasons.
Yes, we're gonna find that out real soon though. Don't worry. But that's going to be the next plan right now. I do want to get a place in Manhattan as well. That would also be a permanent residence. As far as when that happens, this is why I'm just watching the waters right now to see how things are going to go. At this point, I just don't know. But I keep hearing the same thing from a lot of people, that people are going away from New York.
Same thing is happening in the DC region. You have a lot of, especially in DC. DC is still not, I mean, in Maryland, we're still in phase 2. DC is barely in phase 2. So literally, you have people who are leaving out of the city, especially since no restaurants are open, no bars and clubs are open. There's no like great lifestyle stuff to do. So you have a lot of people that are packing up and shoveling out of town. I intend to get out of this region as quickly as I can. But what happens in areas like this is that there's just gentrification. So you have predominantly Black areas, because you'll have a lot of people losing their houses or losing their apartments or whatever. They were already moving a lot of the Black people out of the city. So you'll have these people leave because if you get a DC housing voucher, you can use it in 40 states plus Canada. So you have a lot of people leave out of DC, Black people with their housing vouchers. They go to other places, and 9 times out of 10, they're not going to come back, because the housing that they're going to build is just not going to be affordable, and it's not going to make sense to come back to this area if nothing's going to be reopened. And the mayor of DC has really just decided to decimate the economy of the entire region, because as long as DC's not open, I'm right across the street from DC. My county's not open. The county on top of us is not open. Most of Northern Virginia is not really open. So they're just destroying the entire economy of this whole region. And it kind of is insane to me, because if you hated Trump, I mean, see, because we never had, like in 2008, everyone else had a recession. We never had a recession here. We had a boom, a huge boom in 2008. And the size of government, like doubled or something like that. And basically that's all government workers who were here or who imported here. And so, yeah, I see a lot of people just moving out, especially if they're not going to reopen schools. Like I said, I had a lot of Black women who told me, you know, you got to send your kids to school, whatever. But now nobody's going to school. So a lot of people will just, I think they're going to leave. And I think that these places are just going to be, I don't know what the bankers have planned. I mean, I wish I could figure it out, but I don't know who they're going to get to move here. This is, especially here, DC is crazy hot in the summer, ice in the winter. I mean, we get.
So do you think this is going to be something bad for sort of the system itself, or do you think it's going to be an opportunity for the system to branch out into these rural communities where people are going to be moving back to?
Oh yeah, definitely the latter, because like really it's been sort of good for multinationals and for governments, the perpetual lockdown. which again, as I keep reminding people, why it's so crazy to see, for example, mold bugs takes buying into the virus narrative, whereas the arch lefty during the Bush years, Giorgio Agamben, if you read his recent blog posts on how they're trying to basically use a state of exception to suspend all of life to the point where we're all pod livers, and all businesses will be destroyed except for the hands of the very few corporations in tandem with governments that have the infrastructure to basically have on-demand shipping and so forth, like Amazon. It seems that as much as the pandemic has suspended a lot of the negatives of modern society, it just seems that the hopefulness that people for example, on Twitter thought that it was going to produce, the fruits have been sort of withered on the vine, because now they're finding ways to further control people, which I find very concerning. So, but what Hotep Sophia you were talking about, I want to get your take. Have you ever heard of E. Michael Jones's theory of why how basically the globalists destroyed a lot of ethnic enclaves in the cities by mass migration of black populations to the cities? Have you heard about this?
Yes, the Great Migration.
And how basically his theory, which is kind of against the sort of the white nationalist narrative, he says that the ethnic enclaves within the cities, like for example, I'm Italian, and so there was a huge Italian population, like in Toronto, for instance, and around Woodbridge. And then there was Polacks, and there was other Russians and other people, and how basically they wanted to homogenize people. They wanted to waspify mostly Catholic European immigrants by forcing them into suburbs where they become deracinated, where they become rootless. And they did this by importing southern black populations into the cities. And it's almost like this weird like proto gentrification, but it's even more screwed up because now gentrification is affecting black people again, because you're getting these rich hipsters to move in here, these deracinated children of European immigrants. They're now moving back into those previous areas that have been that were predominantly African American. Sorry for saying black, but African American. And it's really crazy. I don't know if the statistics are that, but what is your perspective on it? Because he's using that from the perspective of how whites became deracinated, but now it's like they're establishing these gentrified strongholds against the black population. So it's really yeah.
I think that it has worked in sort of all different directions. Like the goal is to just keep people moving so they can't feel at home. And so you do have like the Great Migration where people left from the South and went to the North. But from what I understand, the reason why people left the South and went to the North is because they sort of empowered the white people who were, and it's kind of weird because people don't, there were Irish slaves, so there were white slaves too, but for whatever reason they empowered the white people to sort of have this superior behavior over the blacks, and so the blacks were moving to sort of just get away from that, and that's why you had a lot of them go from the South to the North, and a lot of people are they were impacted by that. But where I'm from in the DC region, that didn't happen. A lot of people have come into DC and Maryland, but there's a lot of people who are from Maryland who either went further south to get because Maryland is extremely racist. So you have a lot of people who have gone further south to sort of get away from the racist white Northerners, which nobody, this is a thing that no one even thinks about, but to think that the whites were only racist in the South is completely devoid of actual understanding of history. I mean, it's just not the way it works. So you have a lot of people from this area who have gone further south or even west just to sort of get away from the racism that occurred in as Maryland being one of the southern states. So you do, I think that theory is probably pretty accurate, and what they just keep doing is moving people around. So they can't figure out, and nobody can figure out anything about where they're from. And they do that too, in the collegiate level, because they want everyone to go away to college. Like, the blacks that they breed for college, they want you to go away. They don't want you to stay home. They want you to go away for school. And so once you go away for school, then you see, oh, this is what it's like to live in, a more, diverse area. So all of a sudden you have this sort of experience that you've never had, and you may never go back home. I know a lot of people who went, I have a friend that went to Florida for school. He's never come back. He's like, never, ever, ever am I coming back. And I'm like, I can see why, you wouldn't come back to Maryland. But so to me, I just went from one end of the county to the other end of the county for college. So I was still within the same region, but a lot of people, they left the area for school and they're like, I'm not coming back. I've experienced something that's much different. That's how people also lose, ties to their roots. So the whole system is set up to have people basically just lose complete ties to their history. It's actually pretty effective if your goal is to separate people from what they know and from what their stories are and from what their history is.
Well, what Yuval Noah Harari says is, and it's interesting when you listen to historians talk about the purpose of history, and they'll say different things. Like E.H. Carr's book, What is History, it has a lot to do with the uncertainty and the nitpicking of facts, and how people will leave facts out, or there'll be some facts just lost to having never been recorded. And Yuval Noah Harari talks about how the role of the historian is social engineer. So he says that the role of the historian is to try to guide people in one direction or another. And it's a very striking thing to hear from a historian, because I think that's why you should listen to so many different types of people. Like, there's a difference between a court historian who's constantly apologizing for the state, right? As in, a court historian will overlook the bad things the government does and hyper focus on the good things the government does, while a non-court historian would sort of take an might have a much more anti-authoritarian perspective. Like an anti-authoritarian historian might remind you to think of the things that government can use against you and how to keep government in check. So it's that's why I'm so optimistic for the age of information, even though there's so much going on in 2020 that seems like everything's just going wrong. I still think in the background, like, just people and technology and just a lot of things are working, and they just don't have the same spotlight that the media just overinflates. I think that's something we're learning about the media's effect on just our mood and just how we're feeling and just what we're capable of. It's
I don't know if that's
I don't
enough,
even believe
though.
the polls anymore.
I don't know if it's enough to just have technology as your guiding principle, where I think, like I was talking before in the conversation, if people don't have any higher principle to strive to, if it's just about this, let your freak flag fly and...
Right, it's the technology with purpose. It's not just the fact that, you don't need technology to go on opiates or whatever, to basically to numb yourself. But if you have technology with a purpose, I think it helps a lot of people innovate and think outside the box. We don't have a caste system. People say the American dream is dead.
Wait, Jules.
And they'll talk about how you're either born in a position or you're not born in a position. People are learning that you can kind of create your own positions from scratch because of technology.
Sure. Macro had a question.
Right. So what do you define as purpose? Because if I recall correctly, on the first stream, you had about ANCAPs versus transhumanists. There was one guy who supported transhumanism and technology, who believed that
it wasn't really
reality
a
was
binary talk, though.
Right, that there was this one guy who supported that technology was that reality, was a simulation, and that the goal of humanity was to progress technologically to a point where we could recreate a simulation as complex as the one we are currently living in. Right?
Who said that? I don't remember this at all.
I can't recall his name, but I'm pretty sure we can go back and look at that stream, and that guy was there.
Something similar would happen. I mean, I don't remember that at all. So, and you don't even know who was talking.
It was I don't think he's been on again, or he's been on very shortly on one or two streams.
I can't.
But what do you define as purpose?
What?
I think who it was is not relevant to the conversation. Honestly,
it's not.
Yeah, I don't really think it is.
I might be.
It always is because sometimes people just make stuff up.
Like
it's so easy to make fake memories.
Is Jules doing the Bausch route? You got the studies.
This is where you should be the most skeptical. This environment. Hey, newsflash, everyone! You should be skeptical in this environment. Right?
But why not just take the question? But why not
just keep going. You don't remember who it is. Okay,
no,
I'm taking it into account. Go forward.
That was
Jules. What have you been on lately?
This guy supported recreating a simulation supposedly as complex as the one we are currently living in, as the end all be all. I just don't remember this person.
I would have called this person out. I just don't remember anyone talking about.
I wasn't.
What does it matter now?
That sounds like John Hughes. That sounds like John Hughes. John Hughes was not.
What does it matter?
I think he was a redhead and he had a beard. Right?
Was it Zach Waldman?
Oh, was it Michael Talbot? Was it Talbot?
I don't know.
Maybe the holographic mind guy. You know what's crazy about Michael Talbot? He did that book, the holographic mind. He actually had dreams where he knew he was going to die of a blood condition, and years later, after he published the book, he tragically died of leukemia.
He probably manifested that. It probably wasn't like prophecy as much as he self-determined.
Jules, what's the difference?
I mean, if you imagine you're sick all the time, you're going to make yourself sick. If you imagine you're bad all the time, you're going to make yourself bad. If you imagine yourself like unworthy, you're going to make yourself unworthy, right?
But what's the difference between
reality?
But what's the difference? But what's the difference?
Visualization.
But what's the difference? What's the difference between that and Sophia? Your question was what the difference is between that and people manifesting reality. Is that correct or no?
Jules said that it's
here
not
talk about reversing your kundalini.
Jules,
I will wield all of this stuff
Sophia,
against
you. You will stimulate your prostate 10 to 15 times.
Someone we were talking about
argument against gay marriage ever. It reverses the kundalini.
They said bring on the debates. Let's go.
I mean,
my initial question, regardless of what I used to demonstrate this question, was what do you think is technology with a purpose? What do you think that purpose is?
I can answer this, or at least maybe offer something in on this already. And I think it's a very common thing, and especially seeing as I'm on a call with a bunch of people who I would assume are from America right now. Let's take, for example, guns. There's the guns.
I'm not from America.
No. I know. I'm just saying in general. And then the big question people ask is they go, "Oh, are you pro-gun or are you anti-gun?" Well, really, the question, like, a gun is not going to kill anyone by itself. It depends on what you do with it, how you use it. If you're angry, being angry is not bad. It's what you do with that anger. So the same with technology. It's not, is technology good or bad? That's like preschool question. You need to get onto what are you doing with the technology. It's what you do with it that matters. You give it meaning by what you do with it.
But how much technology is necessary? Because most of the technology we have today is for our own comfort. It's to simplify the mechanisms that we use to stay alive.
Yeah, that's for you to decide.
Is that inherently good?
That it doesn't matter if it's inherently good. It's what you do with it. It's up to you to decide how much technology you want to integrate into your life. Because ultimately,
if you think human life is good, improving human life is a worthwhile pursuit. and it
Yeah,
doesn't
but
mean
it gets
is simplifying
issue
human
it
life.
doesn't mean taking away.
It's
You're not taking away
improving
freedom, right? You want to basically like people use tools, and you can misuse tools, and you can use them for flourish. And
Yeah.
I think the busybody, worried nanny mentality is what's kind of stunted the spiritual development of America as a fabric. And I think that we could do much better. I find it so unfortunate that it's regulations that have made these artificial conglomerates, that basically the reason why you have a couple of companies owning everything is because also of how they've been legislating to enable them to corner the market. It's so hard to compete. You have to wait until new things emerge in the market that didn't previously exist, when the system should be more open consistently without the busybodies trying to close everything up and just regulate everything into stagnation and oblivion. So what? So you can just like consolidate and centralize control. I think that it'd be better if we saw a lot more fractal things.
I have two comments on that real quick. One is that I think that is just a lack of gratitude, meaning I think that if Americans in general were more grateful for the things that we had and less expecting of these things to be just done for us, that it would be, I mean, humanity in general would advance, and that would sort of take care of the problem of whether something is good or bad or anything else if we had an attitude of gratitude. And second of all, I think that I don't the businesses that are big businesses are government businesses, meaning they have government ties, they were funded with government money, or they were stolen from government patents. I mean, people's patents were stolen by the government and they were put into place. And so it's not a real sort of economic thing that we have some sort of freedom. I mean, if you look at Amazon, they were allegedly they're supposed to be opening up a headquarters too in Northern Virginia, which is not too far from here. I mean, I don't think it's ever going to happen but I mean, if you just look at Amazon, the whole concept was stolen, the technology was stolen, all of it. I mean, Bezos is one of these guys who just, he has a huge CIA background. Let's just put it that way. And so when you have basically everybody who owns one of these mega corporations with CIA ties, CIA background, CIA funding. I mean, Amazon they don't make their money off shipping you your stuff. They make their money off these huge cloud computing contracts they have with the government. And so you have to look at, how these people are Facebook doesn't make any money off ads. They make their money off these huge government contracts that they have. So, I think that a lot of people would be surprised to find out that the way that we view these companies as successful or not successful, it's not free market capitalism. It's not like if you come up with the next greatest thing, somehow you're going to be, at the top of the list, because they have a list of people that they work with. And if they want your idea, they'll come and take it. It's just like, people think, oh, if I patent it, if I this, if I that, somehow that's going to protect me. But anytime you give information to the government, they can take it. And if you give your information to the government, you can just expect that they're going to abuse it. And that's just, from what I see. So I think I wish Americans would come to the conclusion that this is not capitalism. This is cronyism. This is government, fronts of unethical organizations. It's not real. It's all imaginary. Just like history.
I could definitely see that.
They really do be like that.
And we have with us Michael Scotto, my friend Michael, who is a master astrologer, a regular wizard when it comes to all of this. I don't know how many people here are into astrology, but show of hands, who is into for the people who...
We got our astrology We got our stars read together. Did
That's
you
true.
did you still have that in your notes? Do you remember our results?
Michael, how's your audio?
Michael,
Can you
do you
hear us?
remember our results?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
What's up? What's going on?
Yo.
Jules is asking if you have the results of his astrology still in your.
I might have his chart. Bear with me.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, Michael was very. It's very interesting how a year ago, and I said this on an earlier show, how a year ago during the summer he was able to predict that there was going to be some crazy thing that's going to happen this year, starting from around January, like December, January, and it has something to do with China, and it's going to change the way that everybody lives. So I know I keep bringing that up, but to me that's very interesting.
When was that prediction?
Summer 2019.
On Facebook?
No, I was sitting with him eating some pizza, and we were talking, and he told me that this is the prediction he has.
Incredible.
Well,
speaking of predictions, I'm pretty sure something bad's gonna happen in December or November.
Oh no!
What's
going on?
I don't know what, but I need to look into it more. But I'm planning
aliens.
I'm planning to put a lot of money into gold and silver and Bitcoin. So because
please skip the Bitcoin. Just a friendly
skip
recommendation.
The Bitcoin.
Skip the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Crypto is so volatile. Like, I feel like I see people losing tons of money all the time.
Food.
It's CIA coin.
You see people losing money,
designed to track you.
Really?
Yes, it was invented. The source code comes from the CIA, just like everything else.
Shocking.
Well, isn't that the same case with Tor, the Tor browser, right? Wasn't that a military installation?
Yeah, Tor goes in the dark. Yeah, the
The
technology.
internet was a military DARPA net. I mean, this whole thing is. That's why it's set to collapse at any moment. It's the whole digital world is fake.
I'm gonna be real. I think they don't really need any technology to spy on you. You know how we've discussed this already. They have all those documents on remote viewing and everything. They can probably see you through psychic ability if they want.
They just need a light
Yeah,
bulb
they have
to
the
listen to everything.
clairvoyance.
All they need is a light bulb to listen to everything in your room. Because they have these things to pick up the vibrations from the filaments.
So you can't really hide anywhere. There's nowhere left to go.
There's nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
No, it's just Americans particularly are unaware of these types of things. And so when you say stuff like that, you're just like, oh no, it doesn't work like that. No, actually it does work like that. You're just a little bit unaware of how the world actually works. I mean, people don't even understand how energy works. So
maybe they're just afraid. I mean, I don't know. I used to be like that.
Yeah, I mean, fear is a huge motivator, I think, for people to stay in the dark. But at the same time, at some point you have to open your eyes and say, see what's actually happening. I mean, I guess maybe you don't. I'm a firm believer that 30% at least or more ain't going to the next dimension. They're going to be stuck.
Yeah, I mean,
here.
But you can't denounce people you can't shun people for not wanting to denounce everything that their worldview entails.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Expect
what I'm
people
saying,
to
they're just not going to go, and it's fine. Do what it's your choice.
I mean,
I don't have to force you to, but at the same time, I don't have to be an active participant in your, in your lack of ability to progress to the next spiritual level. I don't have to actually participate in it. I can watch from a distance and wish you luck.
Well, I like the idea that this is what this planet is set up to do, where it's a very volatile place, and it's very easy in this one lifetime to either ascend up or go down, depending on the choices that you make.
Definitely.
And like when people talk about heaven, I like the Hindu way of seeing it as various lokas, as they call it, where you could be reborn at a planet that's, let's say, closer to at least my way of seeing it is I can imagine that there are planets that are closer to the center of the galaxy where it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier in the sense that there's not going to be as much violence, there's not going to be as much catastrophes, and then the further away planets, that's going to be a little bit more dangerous and a lot, and it doesn't mean that if you're reborn, assuming that this is all true, if you're reborn in this lower planet, that you're necessarily like a lower consciousness person. It could be just like a much greater test of will. Like if you're... Yeah.
I mean, so you don't think people are reborn here? You think they would be reborn in different places across the universe?
I have no idea, but I could imagine that some people could be stuck much more to this particular planet, and that could go on for... a very long time, assuming that the reincarnation is the case. And I just can't imagine that we're the only ones, because just in terms of the actual structure of the universe and galaxies, there's like a core, there's the galactic core, there are things that are further away from it. So it's really weird for it to just be this specific planet in a not so remarkable place in the solar system, and then that's it. All the other planets...
I'll say I think I am a believer, personally, that there is other life in the universe. It's just such a vast, incredible place that I'd be surprised if there was nothing else at all.
The Fermi paradox.
So I don't think I subscribe to the theory that aliens are demons. Maybe the Greys could be
the
demons.
Greys, yeah.
But not all aliens.
Even the word demon, it's a daimon, and it's not necessarily bad. Like, it's a force that influences people with certain things, but in a way, I think that we are made up of not just like Jules always talks about, the germs that are like our gut flora, how much that influences us, of course. But likewise, I think there are a lot of influences that influence us every day, and those would be, like daimons who would influence, let's say, a genius painter, like the muses, to paint something. And I think that is something that's always been there. The question is, what do you choose to tap into?
Well, I will say, actually, though, I do think that, not all aliens, regardless of what they are, if you believe they are some sort of spiritual beings, I don't think they're all bad. But the Greys, like I said, I think there's something very suspicious about that, in that a lot of the stories you read about them, they seem very similar to other sort of negative spiritual encounters that people have, other sorts of strange paranormal activity that is harmful. Like I posted this story on Twitter. Some of you guys might have seen it. It's some story from X where people were talking about this. There was this guy who had an encounter with the Greys, and there's this thread that runs through some of these stories where they'll always see this strange red light and the missing time that occurs in a lot of these alien cases. And a lot of it sounds similar to other paranormal incidents that involve other beings, like, yes, maybe demons. So it is something that makes you think that, the Greys could at least be demons. But like I'm saying, I don't know if all aliens are bad. I don't think that would make sense. I don't think they're all spiritual demons. I think some of them could just be regular life on other planets, like us.
I think
they have their own demons.
Yeah, exactly. Demons within demons. Or some like fairies, for example, where fairies...
Demons all the way down.
Yeah. Well, the fairies, like in Ireland mythology, they don't always see them as like these little beings. Like some fairies to the Irish are actually like really tall, godlike people who exist in a parallel dimension, and who exhibit like some of the forest areas there. Like they show up and then they go away. Kind of like the elves from Lord of the Rings, something like that. So I find it very interesting, like the kind of depictions that people have had throughout history. We were talking with Gio yesterday about like the Virgin Mary sightings, about how those places were the same ones where there were all these fertility goddesses that people visited. And so one kind of like morphed into the other over time based on the thought forms that people wanted to attribute to these particular places. But we have joining us right now Jack Bennett, aka Bennett Demilich on Twitter. So Bennett, thank you so much for joining us. And Gio, you know Bennett pretty well, right?
Yeah, good mutual, good friend of mine.
Bennett, can you hear us, and can we hear you?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. Could you tell us just a little bit about yourself, because you're new to the stream, but we really appreciate you being here.
So I
guess my niche on Twitter is kind of weird, right? Mormon, kind of esoteric vibe. I don't know. Yeah, that's about it. I don't know. What else are you looking for?
Well, I wanted to, speaking of Mormonism, it goes in pretty well with what we were just talking about. We were talking about aliens and demons and demonic influences and all this kind of stuff. What I'm very curious regarding Mormonism is I see a strong parallel with the Hindu idea of lokas, where you're reborn on a different planet. So from what I understand, there is a similar thought in the afterlife in Mormonism. Could you talk a little bit about that? I know this is kind of like an off-guard thing. This is probably not a question you were expected to be asked, but since we were kind of on the subject, I figured I'd throw it in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's kind of a telephone game situation where what we actually believe gets translated through people who want to make it look silly, and then it gets translated back by people who find that silly version of the thing really interesting. We believe in what I guess the Orthodox call theosis, the idea of if not becoming a God is the wrong word, but becoming like God and doing the things that he does. And so the afterlife is more of a sort of fractal expansion of family life, really, in a sort of glorified context. I don't know if that makes sense or if that answers your question.
No, it absolutely makes sense. To me personally, like, I have not taken DMT, and I consider that to actually be kind of a hindrance as far as you get your door unlocked too prematurely. But at the same time, I could definitely imagine, just like that old quote about, like, as above, so below, where the family structure is a really good testing ground to see whether you can, like, according to the Kabbalists, for example, transmute your desire to receive to the desire to give unto others. And that is something that, I don't know if that same way of explaining it is present in Mormonism, but I see it as being a pretty universal concept. Do unto others as you would have be done unto you. But I could see it also being taken to a higher level as far as the ability that people would have to do something like that for a more extended community. As far as, let's say, a Mormon elder, I don't know if this is correct or not, but if there is this idea that a Mormon elder would, let's say, take charge of, I mean, the kookier way of looking at it, which goes to what you were saying earlier about how people take something from your religion and turn it into, something ultra fantastic and fun to talk about. Like, that would be somebody who's a Mormon elder who gets their own planet and then rules over it, which to me was always a little bit weird because you'd think that a Mormon elder would have to have extended experience of leadership, not just as a Mormon elder, but like, having their own city or having their own little hamlet that they take charge of and eventually getting a planet. Like, that would be my take on that. But again, the whole ruling over your own planet thing, that's the outsider way that people have been looking at it. And you're saying something a little bit different. But I wonder if there is also room somewhere in the middle for there still being physical realities that people would have to go through because they haven't really gone through the entire ringer yet, that they would have to experience.
So one of the things that we don't necessarily do that I think a lot of sort of creedal Christians do is we don't have a really strong separation between the physical and the spiritual. And sometimes that gets interpreted as everything's physical, but it's the opposite. It's everything's spiritual.
I agree.
And so including the material and the material reality is not something to be escaped from. It's part of the whole picture. And I guess to answer your question about hamlets and cities, like what you have really is a very simple principle which is, to be found in the New Testament, which is, if you're children of God, then you're heirs and joint heirs with Christ. That's in Romans. And so the principle basically is that you can inherit, your God is your father. You can become the children of God. And if God is your father, what do you grow up to become? And that, I think, internally, our people almost view that as like a koan. Like they don't think through like all the nitty gritty sci-fi ramifications of what that might mean. I mean, some of them do when they want to like write a book or something, but it's more of just like it's viewed more morally than I want to, like, this self-aggrandizing thing. You know what I mean?
But even so, there is, for example, the Book of Abraham, which, from what I understand, is considered to be a sacred text of the Mormons.
Sure.
Is that okay? So they have a star that they describe there called Kolob, and Kolob is supposed to be like a how would you describe it exactly? Like what is Kolob?
So the star nearest to the planet where God resides, I think is what this says. And I think that's linked to something that modern people have kind of lost track of, which is the idea of order in the heavens being reflective of sort of things on earth, and reflective of divine truth, and finding parallels and finding meaning in that.
Definitely.
As far as like, could I look up into the sky and point to it and be like, look, there's, I don't know, like, I have no idea what it means. And I think, this sort of, I don't want to say this sort of thinking is like discouraged, but it's not central at all, if that makes sense.
Sure, I could see that it doesn't really help you in being a better person. It is interesting for those who are curious about it, and the fact that it was written, the fact that it's what was written in the Book of Abraham shows that this is something that is important to people at a certain level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been mentioned or discussed at all. And the interesting thing for me is that I think that there is so much out there today for people to discover, as far as all these different mythologies throughout the entire world. And when it comes to, let's say, the Advaita Vedanta, aka Hinduism, they have that idea of lokas as being these planets where you could either go into planets that are less hospitable, where there's crueler people, and then other planets where there are nicer people, and it's a lot more hospitable, and it's a lot better of an environment. And it's very interesting for me to link these two things together, as I can't say personally from my own experiences that only these people have it right and everybody else has it all wrong. Like, I think that when people spend a lot of time going into these different states of consciousness and exploring things, they end up finding out a lot of very similar things, and they call them by different names. So I don't know how much of that exploration has been done, but I just think that most of us, even whatever great people were in our past who have passed on a very important legacy, at the end of the day, they are still people, including the people who have passed on messages from, let's say, people who they said were God or were angels or whatever. Which is why, to me, I think it's very important even. And I think that the fun thing about this for me is that it takes absolutely nothing away from the work that you are doing, let's say, in being a better person, being a better Mormon, and being a better family man. Like, all of that still stays, regardless of any of the exploration that you end up doing to see if somebody else from, like, thousands of years ago has been talking about the exact same thing, as far as certain, places in the stars where certain experiences could be had.
I mean, as a matter of fact, it's I mean, that is a principle that I would consider to be central, which is you gather. So in our doctrine, there's not this advance toward like Christianity, and then like nobody before knew about it. So like in our doctrine, Adam was a Christian. Noah was a Christian. Enoch was a Christian. And so the idea that there are sort of encrypted truths latent in all these traditions fits very naturally into that system. And we're encouraged to look for those symbols. And I mean, like, you look at the structure of our temple ordinance, and there's a scholar named Hugh Nibley who is dead now, but he's a great scholar of Egyptian antiquity and to some extent Aryan kind of Hindu mythology. And one of his sort of pet projects was to gather all of the little things that provide evidence of the temple ordinance's ancient origin, and it's all based on this theory that the Egyptian tradition and all these ancient religious traditions are encrypted or garbled versions of a true principle that was once taught.
Do you know about Graham Hancock?
Graham Hancock.
So,
it's not ringing any bells.
So Graham Hancock wrote this very interesting book called Fingerprints of the Gods. This was back in 1995. To make a long story short, his whole thing is that there was a cataclysm around 11,000 years ago, which wiped out a lot of these coastal civilizations, as a result of which the survivors had to start over again. So a lot of the monuments that you would see, let's say, in Egypt and in Sumeria in South America, this was basically the survivors coming in, starting again, bringing civilization, and creating these systems, out of which eventually here we are today. So that's always been a very interesting thought for me, what has existed before. And according to Graham Hancock, he always loves to say that we are a species with amnesia, where we're picking up certain pieces, and the more that's available right now thanks to the internet, obviously you could get lost, but at the same time, it is something that does provide an idea to me that we are also people fallen, in the sense of we had certain things that we knew about, including internal abilities that we completely forgot and that have completely degenerated within us. And the kind of human that we are today, we weren't always like this. There may have been a point before where we could have done things that would have completely astounded anybody who's living today, who's relying on technology for the same purpose. Technology, I mean by like ones
Don't
and
we
zeros.
always astound each other? I mean, I'm always astounded by what people are capable of, and it's not supernatural at all. I just look at the Olympics, or just like look at Cirque du
Sure, but
Soleil,
that's a different
or, like,
subject.
If you look at people and just
but that's a different subject. Absolutely.
radically different industries or with different specialties.
Yeah.
Like, people can get really, really good at really special things.
Absolutely. But I'm curious what I'm just curious what the thoughts are on that particular Graham Hancock idea, and for the rest of the panel, I'd be very interested.
He
Hotep
believed in
Sophia.
psychics. He believed in. So, what kind of psychics did he believe in? Like the kind of like the Shining psychics, where you could kind of like communicate, like through feelings, like telepathically, because they're not. How are they communicating? It's not with words, right? Or what did Rupert Sheldrake say? Like, people on a hunt would know if it went well or not before they reported on the result, because of an emotional tethering that people shared. Like, as I've proposed, they were
Wait.
quantum
Criminally
entanglement.
retarded says that's not what The Shining is. So criminally retarded, you could write down what it
I
is.
know The Shining is definitely something else.
Yeah, but I'm also interested in hearing the two Sophias, what they think about this, let's say, relatively more fallen state that we are, just in terms of certain abilities that we may have lost over time. So
What about
Hotep Sophia.
dolphin abilities? That's kind of like... Sorry.
I think that that's part of the reason why I sort of went into looking into anthroposophy and stuff like that, because there's just a huge disconnect between if you have some sort of higher abilities, there's no explaining that in Christianity. There's no explanation for it, and you can get stuck trying to figure out how to understand it, or how to just even how to justify it, because in the traditional Christian, standard of things, there's just, if any extra sensational ability is kind of, it's ignored, or it's attributed to something that makes no sense. And I'm sort of following these people on, one of the people I follow on Twitter talks about, how religion is really just a fear mechanism. It's not necessarily designed to help you grow to the next level, because you have to be fearful of a fearful God. Whereas if you look at anthroposophy, which is based off the wisdom that's available to all through the goddess and the goddess trinity, then it's a much different experience than, having a God that you're just afraid of. I think you need both sides, because you have to fall somewhere in the middle. You can't live your life with no fear of anything, but to give that to people as the only way of living is, you're limiting yourself by not even the possibility of having a more open, a more a feeling experience. There has to be, to me, for a person to be whole, you need to be able to experience both sides. And I call myself a Christian esoteric sophist. That way I get to cover all parts of it. I can take this part from here, that part I like, this part is good, and put it all together so that I can have a whole life experience, as opposed to, I think a lot of people, especially Black people, are stuck on either, I should talk with my mom about this all the time. It's like Black Christians are just, there's no hope. I mean, it's only fire and brimstone, which is a classic Christian problem. Just in general, like it's all, misery and torture, and there's no magic and beauty. And so that's where the sophistry comes in. You need the magic and the beauty in order to have a good experience with life. And you see people who have, even in this quarantine experience, people who have a magic about them, they're not suffering. But the people who only have the fire and brimstone think there's a lot of suffering in those, in those people. And I feel, I feel for them. I do, but I'm like,
listen,
I think some of that's
I
from
disavow.
fear?
That's totally
I feel
heretical.
Like the media
Totally
manufactures so
heretical.
much fear.
That's disgusting. No, but I think no, I get what you're saying.
First time I had heard that, it would be more.
I get what you're saying, Sophia. I think that it's very similar to Young's more controversial book, Answers to Job, and he concluded the same about having an integral God that incorporates both positive and negative elements. But I think that what you're describing, I think, is sort of a byproduct of very Americanized Protestantism. I think that Orthodox Christianity and Catholic Christianity, of course, me being a Catholic, I have to I have to sweep it up a little bit, right? But I get what you're saying. But I think I'm very curious. But Bennett that's like one of the most erudite explanations of Mormonism I've ever heard. It's like sort of wild. I'm sort of having to question my assumptions about Mormonism. It's really I knew a Mormon in university. She was very nice, very good looking. Very kind, but it wouldn't have worked out because she was a Mormon. So yeah. But yeah, I think what's crazy is that it seems that there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes which I'm curious to hear Bennett's thought, because how for example, Mormons, they're sort of within, like, very curiously, they're within like the American intelligence community and other endeavors, and they have a quintessentially, you can almost say that Mormonism is almost like the American religion, the way that they're set up, the way that the founding mythology, and from certain sects.
Scientology is the American religion.
Scientology.
That's it. I have to get out of here. I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that.
Why? Well, because you know what determines what a religion is in America?
No, but my point being is that
the IRS is what decides if you have a religion or not.
Okay. Yeah, no, but it seems that Mormonism, they've managed to have a certain level of autonomy in America through their own sort of practices in community. It's very I find it very strange. I'm sort of having to question a lot of negative assumptions about Mormonism initially, right?
Well, I definitely have opinions about why we're all feds. So if that's what you
yeah, why you guys glow in the dark? Why Utah glows in the dark? No, but that's very no. But the way you describe it, I mean,
nobody here glows in the dark.
Nobody.
Wait, Jules. I want to hear.
Accept it.
I want to hear
the glow in the
Bennett's.
dark thing is definitely real. The CIA
I do not glow in the
studies
dark more than Lev.
I want to hear Bennett's response.
What?
Bennett.
Leonella over there is glowing in the dark.
Okay, so Bennett, what's your take on what Gio was talking about?
So you got to understand the history. So, and I will say, we tend to be a pretty naive people. We tend to be pretty straightforward in our morality, and there's not a ton of nuance to it, which, there's pros and cons to that. And essentially, I don't know if you guys are familiar with The Naked Communist.
Yes, that was Skousen, right? Or Joel Skousen's brother, I believe, wrote it. Yeah.
Yeah. So member of the church, and him and Ezra Taft Benson, who was a prophet and president of the church, in the 70s and 80s or 80s. Yeah. Are kind of emblematic of how our people got kind of drilled into the IC. And essentially it was, we have a religious opposition to communism. And I think a lot of Christians do.
Well, us Catholics certainly do, yes.
Sure.
Despite what the left casts have to say, as it says in the Bible, beware of false prophets, for they come to you as ravenous wolves behind. But anyways, oh, by the way, Adrian Vermeule, he's recently discovered that he's taken a job within this government position. So what is? Sorry, Bennett. Sorry, I just have to go off on the left cast.
Yeah, no, I saw that. That was pretty wild. I always thought of him as kind of an internet crank, so it's interesting to see. But no, so you got to understand that the intelligence community at those times, that was a battleground. That was not settled territory for those forces. And a lot of the initial kind of wave of members of the church into that community was straightforward anti-communism and patriotism. We wanted to beat the Reds and we wanted to save America. And it's a very common, and you're seeing it again today, with a lot of our sort of, we call them normies, so our sort of conformist, normal kind of members of the church, is that the left, or the satanic, psychic, pedophile, vampire cabal, whatever you want to call it,
pedophile demon goblins, yeah.
Right? They kill the institution that commands loyalty, and then they core it out and they wear its skin. And some people don't realize that that's happened, and so they're still rallying around the flag for this creature that's wearing the thing.
Lizard people,
basically. I mean, and I
they
think
might as well be.
That's definitely what's happening in the black church too. It's horrifying, actually.
Yeah, so I think a lot of it have.
Wait, are we talking David Icke here, or what are we? There's levels going on, or something. What? We're talking David Icke. I saw the lizard people control Twitter. Lizard people control Twitter.
Well, Jack Dorsey is a lizard. So.
Jack Dorsey.
No, it's true. It is happening in the black church.
I love the lizards.
I know that they have
I can't believe they took David Icke off of Twitter. Isn't he's down? He's off of Twitter. He's off of YouTube.
Yeah, he's off.
Why?
Yeah.
Not because he thinks. Because of why? He was probably way crazy.
Well, they
were censoring Corona,
and they got the Q stuff off of Twitter as well. All those Q boomers.
Q stuff is down.
The Q LARPs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
They were
done.
like Rosicrucians. They were satire, right? Or but that was the problem, is that just people started believing it, or like
No,
what, is
people
Q
believed it,
dangerous?
not people starting believing.
Boomers
People
believed
believed it. A lot of people, and you're just like, dude, James Comey is Q. Okay, how about that? They're like, no, what do you mean? He's not. I'm like, okay, I'm telling you, it's not what you think it is, but they didn't want to hear it. So yeah, the Q LARP is down, which has made them only stronger. To be fair, just probably bad for all of us.
Yeah, maybe that was the intention. You know, like, we're going to create the Chinese finger trap situation where now people want to know more about Q, and it becomes like this much bigger thing because maybe it was kind of slowing down. Exactly.
Yeah, the whole Q thing is really suspicious to me. You guys know, like I mentioned, Kiwi Farms earlier. The guy from Kiwi Farms,
Null.
Josh Moon, yes, Null, and Hot Wheels, the creator of 8chan, both think that it's possible that the new owner of 8chan, which is now 8kun, I forgot what his name is, they think he might actually be Q. Jim Watkins, that guy, him and whoever else works with him on 8chan, he thinks they might be Q, and it's just them working on it. And I think it's possible that it could be that, or some kind of a psyop from the government. That would make sense too. That it's just
definitely a government.
I knew
it's just a disinformation
shielding Q. Yeah.
project.
Terrible.
Yeah, the whole thing is really suspicious to me.
But I think
Boomers
it is.
love it though. Boomers love it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like the last line of hope that people are looking for, that all these terrible people in the government are going to get blown out. You know, all these pedophiles and rapists.
Yeah, it really is. I had a tweet about it. I don't know if people saw. It was a few months ago, about how Q is like almost this this like boomer is finally coming to terms with postmodernism, because they're hyperstitionally trying to meme this into reality, but also it's cope in the sense that it justifies a lot of boomer pathologies, in that you can believe that the system deep down inside is actually just, and that the satanic pedophile demon goblins are going to get routed out by the real American system. And so therefore it justifies the system, right? And that's why it could probably be a psyop, because it's a pressured release valve. It's kind of like it's kind of like a lot of online movements. The manosphere got taken over. Various other identitarian movements got taken over. It's sort of like a way for the glow in the darks to have a psychological sort of mechanism that is very at the same time it Skinner boxes people. At the same end, it produces this sort of channeled outcomes towards this particular type of molarity of subjectivity, where you can channel that rage and that energy into something that is ultimately meaningless, or at least for the most part gives you sort of that dopamine without actually disrupting power structures, right?
Well, I wanted to say, Gio, I know you don't like Black Pilled that much. You're familiar with that guy, right? Devin Stack.
He's got some good content. Yeah.
He made videos about the Q thing, about basically that similar premise. It's just a pressure release valve. It's just it's a useless thing to follow for these people, so that they don't wake up and say the real truth, that there is no hero coming to save us like Q is. It's up to us. We have to try to solve it on our own, but we can't really do that because we don't have any institutional power. So
well, I think that it's also like a
or is it that we don't deserve, or we don't deserve institutional power, or do you need it? Like, do you need institutional power to affect change that you need?
Well, I mean, there's so many of us. If enough of us woke up and realized we could fight back, but the problem is they own our enemies control all the media and all these institutions that tell people what to think. So,
Jules, let me
so many people around us say the way you defeat your enemies is by making them your friends.
Yeah, that's basically what they're doing.
Oh my gosh. Didn't we decide earlier that was the worst possible way to win? Like, you have to fight. Like, there's no being nice on the way to somehow winning over your enemies. But what I was going to say is it's kind of like the opposite of the far left radicals. They have their religion, which is the state. And so they had to give something to these far right boomers, which is now their religion is Q. I mean, it just takes out enough of the population from actually looking at the real enemy, which to me is the British monarchy. That you're not looking at that. You're just looking at, whatever little tidbits they're throwing out.
The
Yeah,
Q thing is like it really is like a cult. Like they treat Q like he's some kind of
trust
God
the plan.
who can do anything. Yeah, trust
sessions.
And what I hate about
trust
that phrase
Ray.
is that they want you to think, they want you to lose your initiative, your motivation. Just let it, whatever happens, because don't worry, there's somebody behind the scene who's making sure that it's all going to be all right in the end. But that's not true. That's not true unless you're talking about, I don't know, some metaphysical force like God's plan. That's something that would I could say, yeah, trust God's plan, but not the plan of some guy who doesn't even exist in the government. I mean, you really think one man is going to be able to take down all these people alone? It's just not possible.
Well, aren't the Mormons making some contingency plans? Like, from what I understand, when it comes to disaster preparedness, the Mormons are where it's at. Am I correct, Bennett?
Oh, that's not a contingency. That's plan A.
Is that why there are so many of you guys? Like half of the people I knew in school were Mormons, and I'm just like, how? Or there's so many. Is that your plan? Just have as many kids as possible so you can rise up after society is destroyed?
Yes.
I can't remember which ones are R strategists and which ones are K strategists, but we're the ones that just dump them out.
That's R, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. We're those guys.
Fan of the Mormon breeding method.
Jules, listen, buddy. I think a lot of clarity can come if you do this one thing for me, okay, Jules? Here's what you got to do. Go to unqualified reservations, start from 2007, and read all of Moldbug's collective essays up until recently, till the Gray Mirror pieces, and I think that'll clear up a lot of things.
I'll follow that advice.
My personal,
I haven't read all of Moldbug. I've watched YouTube summaries, and I've read the beginning of his UR blog on Untitled Reservations.
It's a good start, Jules. But you need to marinate yourself within the wisdom of Curtis Yarvin.
Well, not just that, but
I
also
watched him talk with Justin Murphy. But what do you think would clear things up? Because I do look forward to reading it because it's just very current. Right, so it's happening now. But what were you saying?
You fucking disgust me, bro. What the fuck?
Who? Why? Bring it out.
What's happening?
Yeah. You can't just let that out and then not follow up on it.
Yeah, we gotta follow up.
I'm cool.
Give it to us.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I just say something with my mic unmuted?
Isn't this how it works?
I did it earlier.
Oh, no.
Amazing.
Love it.
God bless you, man.
Yeah, sorry. Like some guy, like I'm doing this and I'm DMing some guy, and then he just decided thought it'd be a brilliant idea to send me some porn, and I'm just like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? Just get it out of my mouth. I don't want to see it.
Oh, it's real. It's even more funny.
British. Oh, you're British. I like British people. I love London's my favorite city after New York.
Oh God, I hate London.
It's not American.
It's terrible.
But because I actually just prefer because America's just better in general than Britain and London.
Well, I have a question about London. How much part and parcelness is there in London today? Because you guys still have that mayor, and as far as stabbings and acid attacks and all that kind of stuff, is it still going on?
London's so expensive. London's like
London's not too expensive. I mean, right now it's pretty crazy. I mean, I don't live in London. However much it may sound like it, I don't live in London. I've just inherited this posh accent from a news channel that I watched all the time when I was a kid. I don't like where I live right now. I sound completely different to everyone else where I live.
Are you from like Boise?
No. I'm from the south of England, down south where farmers live. I'm not going to obviously approximate for
Somerset?
No, close, but no cigar. But anyway,
my buddy Adam Wallace lives near there, so.
Oh, nice. Maybe I bumped into him in a Waitrose somewhere. Who knows? But no. So London's a bit of a shithole right now, and it's kind of getting to the point where sometimes I do need to go to London to work or something like that, and it's like, oh, good. I don't have to worry about being stabbed because there was a stabbing on the news recently, so I don't have to worry about a terrorist attack. It's kind of been that at that stage for a couple of years, and like Sadiq Khan is a complete fucking clown in my eyes. Bear in mind that I'm on like right-wing Twitter, weirdo Twitter anyway, but there was an interview or something where he was being quizzed by someone saying like stabbings are up, homicide is up, gang culture's up, every perceivable metric that makes like violence go up is up, and you're saying London's safer. And Sadiq Khan looked at him and went, yes. It's like, oh my fucking God.
One of my good friends, Matthew, he's a great artist. He lives in the middle of London.
Matthew Stote.
And, yeah, he says it's like getting increasingly bad because he lives in like a lot of these like predominantly Asian areas. So
Asian,
it's kind of scary. Asian. Well, that's the way the BBC describes it, but yeah.
Yeah, it is a shame what's going on with London, but also what you mentioned right now with him in the interview. I would love somebody to make a meme like that with the profile, like the chat profile of Sadiq Khan saying yes to that. Just absolute faith in the system.
Oh, yeah, it's something else. I tell you what.
I was working in Devon for a while, and I met so many people there who were fleeing from London because they were saying like it's not safe to walk through a park. I'm just afraid that I'm gonna get stabbed every time I walk out of my house.
Wow. And are people buying it though? Like how many people in London? How many people in London are completely fine with the situation where they've been brainwashed to the point of not associating reality, the same way that you are with what may be coming down the road? And what has already happened. Like they're still living in this multicultural fantasy land where they can never harbor any thoughts of, maybe like there is a culture clash going on here, and this could be and there's a problem.
So I do have family in London, but I speak to them kind of intermittently because of the way my family is spread out. I was originally from London, but it was only for like 6 months as a baby, so it doesn't really count. So I don't really hear anything from them, so I can't really comment on what the perception in London is. But all you see all the time is, oh, now this has happened in London, this has happened in London, this has happened in London, and it's just like it just seems more and more, at least from the outside looking in, because I'm not actually anywhere near London right now. It just seems like chaos.
Measurehead sounds like an investigative reporter.
I told you it's because when I was growing up, there was always be the news channel on, and basically from where I live, you either have the local accent or the news channel accent, and I'm one of the people that has the news channel accent.
That's amazing. That's hilarious.
I see.
But the people who are living in other parts of England, like where you're living, what is their opinion of what's going on? Like, are they becoming more, let's say, worried over time that this might transpire with the whole of England, or what's their take?
So it depends on who you talk to. I mean, try not to cause any offense, not that that's been a concern of mine in the past anyway. But
isn't that how you started talking? Was by trying to cause offense, but then you said you hated me, but now I'm just interested in what you're saying.
Yeah, I hate you, but like platonically.
Why? What? It's all a joke or something, or what the heck is going on?
That's fine, bro.
Or it's real? Why? Explain yourself. You seem to be holding back, but you're so thorough and articulate. Why is it so difficult to say something right now? I'm right here. What if I wasn't here? What would you say?
So in America, it seems like people are very fanatical about politics in the same way that a lot of people are fanatical about sports teams, which is why I find it very hard to get into politics, because they're very, I'm this color, I'm that color. And it's very, politics is a nuanced thing. So it's very difficult to have an honest conversation with people, because as soon as you say I'm right wing or I'm left wing or I'm center, it's just like it's too broad. You can't have a specific discussion about the big issues. Sorry, going off on that, I've completely forgotten what the original question was. Oh, sorry, I remember now. So with regards to what people think, it depends on who you speak to, because some people have seen this and they've been like, and bear in mind they are few and far between. Oh, so it's okay for them, but it's not okay for us. Like there are some people who kind of see it, but then obviously the peer pressure just funnels them to go along with it. And then you have a lot of people that are literally just, I don't know if it's because obviously I'm not, a lot of people that I'm close with, I'm kind of like what you would call extremely online, I guess. A lot of people in real life, you kind of like, you have your real life interactions and they're nice enough people, but you can't talk about the big things with them because particularly like in my job, like I work in finance, for those who are interested. So if obviously word gets out that I'm entertaining anything center right, even as an idea, it's instant job loss. That's it. You're done. Mortgage gone. So on and so forth.
That environment, though, that seems hard to believe in that particular environment.
Oh no, bro! Have you not seen
in finance in England?
In finance, finance in England, corporate everywhere. June, Gay Pride Month. Everyone's like pro-gay. Obviously, the George Floyd thing happened.
What's wrong with? Hold on. But those are different things now. Now you're blending a lot of things together. You're kind of like obscuring what you said before.
It's not really obscuring, Jules.
Yeah, it is obscuring.
It's not.
It's
I don't think so.
Well, I've talked about politics as a
guy.
nuanced issue, and if you're going to discuss it properly, then sure, it's a nuanced issue. But I'm talking broadly now. Left-wing stuff. When you said that I can't harbor these views, when I said I was like largely right-wing or even entertaining right-wingish views in a finance position, you think, that doesn't quite add up. But the fact is, corporations in the whole right now, they're leading left because that is what the popular view is. You can't hate corporations for what they are in a platonic sense. I don't know if that's the right word, but they're kind of whores. They will just go with whatever is the popular thing right now because it sells. You can't really blame them.
It's an HR thing.
Yeah, it's their nature. Exactly.
It's not a reflection of like who's the head banker and what his private opinion is at the golf course. It's like what the PR department decides.
Exactly. They've got these diversity departments and diversity teams for a reason. They have to follow what they say, otherwise they wouldn't be paying them lots of money to, tell me that I can't fucking do something because of my skin color or so on.
Well, and I don't think that it's necessarily those views are more popular. It's that it's which side of the argument is going to cause a shitstorm if I say the wrong thing.
It's who possesses the social technologies to enforce their own particular discourses.
Yeah, it's the Overton window.
And this
if anyone's familiar with that concept.
Sure. And this is
again, it's there's like enough people that are like really vocal and really invested in it and have like funds. And then you have like a vast majority of people that really don't care that strongly either way, but will like parrot things just because it's like the appropriate thing to do. Because you gotta realize that when you have like these teenage girls that are like super enthusiastic about trans rights, they don't know what they're talking about. Like, do you think that they actually like know about the nuances of what they're discussing? Of course not. But they're doing like what's socially appropriate. Like, I don't understand why people are so mad at liberals. Like, when you see, like, liberal kids, they're teenagers. They don't know what they're saying. Like, it's fine. They're kids. It's just kind of, like, it's a dumb situation to be in. Yeah, and it's really unfortunate if you're, like, in a Twitter fight and, like, some teen girl with, like, a K-pop profile picture starts calling you a racist or something, but...
Yeah, and because
you gotta realize this.
Yeah, but a very intelligent person on Twitter says cancel culture is not real. So
Blue Shoe, you wanted to say something?
Why can't people just slow down and talk? Like, I don't understand why if you're called a racist, suddenly that's the end of a conversation or what? Like, I don't see any of that going around. Like, I hear people paranoid about it, but I actually don't see people
Blue Shoe, you had something
using language this way. I really don't. Like, maybe politicians are doing it to each other, but I don't see it. I just don't see it.
Blue Shoe. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say just a quick thing about the whole liberal kids thing, the trans rights thing. I don't understand. What are trans rights? What rights do they not have that everybody else does? It confuses me so much.
Again, it's stuff that isn't well anchored in reality, and there's a lot that can be said like about the whole like trans rights thing, because a lot of these policies that are being pushed are actively detrimental to kids that are gender nonconforming. So like are very argue that like all of the legislation that's pushed and like all of the norms that are being pushed by the NHS in England are actively homophobic policies. But like I don't want to get into that necessarily. I just want to point out that these things are not well grounded in anything. They're not like rooted in any kind of like consistent history of activism within the quote unquote LGBT community. What is this community? Nobody knows. Nobody can give me an address.
Well, it's like a shield in a way.
It's all just like there. Well, it's all there, like, and it doesn't shield anyone.
No, when I say it's a shield, just to be clear, when I said that, I meant that it's like something that prevents any disagreement because someone can use it to shield themselves from any criticism just by putting the rainbow flag.
Yeah, they have to troll shield all the time.
It's something to hide.
That's reality.
I get what you mean.
Yeah,
but notice
plays video games.
But notice how
Bethesda. Does anyone here play video games like with Bethesda? You know how every single country changed for Bethesda to the rainbow flag except for the Middle East and Russia.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because of where it's acceptable to do so.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Gio, what were you saying?
No, I just noticed it reminds me of this one tweet by Jack the Perfume Nationalist. Yeah, this tweet, it was really, well, not funny, tragic in a way, where he's like, now that we have to manufacture, like for Pride Month, we have to, while the riots were happening, we have to manufacture this supposed Holocaust of Black trans people. But I think it's funny how they're really trying, like, and this is, I think, pertinent to Hotep Sophia, they're really trying to push intersectionalism to the point of trying to negate its contradictions, because there's really this emphasis that they're trying to sort of colonize Black, like for lack of a better term, colonize Black politics, and they're trying to shoehorn in the LGBT politics within Black spaces. And I think that's kind of like crazy and fucked up, and it's really people like Tariq, like based red pilled Tariq Nasheed talks about this as well, and I think that they're trying to do this deliberately, even if it does provoke a response. So they're trying to sort of, especially nowadays, the fact that you had the riots and the George Floyd stuff during Pride Month, it seems that it's almost like a consciously deliberate, like to put on my Alex Jones tinfoil hat, it's like consciously deliberate attempt to weld together Black politics in America and LGBT politics in America.
Wasn't Black Lives Matter founded by a Black lesbian?
Well, not only that, I mean, their thing is like anti-family, pro-communism, and it went from Black Lives Matter to Black Trans Lives Matter in a matter of days. And there was never, that's
all five of them. They're trying to climb up the progressive stack.
You guys are crazy. Like, this has nothing to do with Black people.
Marxism or something. They would confess they were trained Marxists.
And I want to add, somebody in the chat says, all of these points are not grassroots. We are living in a constant barrage of psyops. And I think that feels pretty accurate. These are all manufactured movements. They aren't legitimate. It's just people who are going along with it because it's the socially correct thing to do. These movements
Krypton
don't really
said
help
that
everybody.
we're all being psyoped all the time. It's true.
That seems like a misuse of the word. That seems like a misuse of the word legitimate, though. Because what is legitimate?
I guess you could see it that way.
Because then how?
I mean, there's
how
no real.
would you show me? Can you please use the word legitimate in a sentence?
There's no real qualification. I mean, you're right. There's no real.
Because I think the way you negated the word legitimate, like I just can't imagine how someone like you would even use it in a sentence. How would you? Can you please
Jules,
use the word legitimate
are you
in a
going
sentence?
on about right now?
He's speechless.
Jules
He's
happening.
speechless.
Once again, Jules is
speechless.
I think that's. I think you're being a little bit too. I think you're arguing a little bit too much of semantics. I'm
not. I'm speaking.
Wait, hold on. Sophia, Hotep Sophia. What were we gonna say?
Yeah, because I have to give my kids some food. They're like, "Mom, we're hungry." I just want to say a thing about the trans thing too is that the whole. Okay. Hi. Thank you.
Hi.
She loves this stuff. They took over the entire female aesthetic, the Black female aesthetic. It was completely replaced by the trans aesthetic. So you don't have any females that look like classic females. They all have this hypersexualized trans aesthetic, which is it's insane. I mean, I don't really know. I don't even know how you come back from this because it's infected the whole culture now. Just the
like
whole
how
American
drag
culture
affected makeup and everything.
Yeah,
like
like
I feel like that's connected. It's so annoying.
Well, it's like the representation of the black female, and throughout the fashion industry, it's like the representation of the black female throughout the fashion industry being connected to like, with leopard print and stuff. Like back when Naomi Klein didn't go insane, she had that book No Logo. She talked about this. So yeah, it's almost like an extension of the degradation of the black female body, but with like the trans stuff now. It's really,
but also so they can replace the black female who is impregnable with the black male hypersexualized who is impregnable. So then you have this whole thing of destroying the actual bloodlines of black people, like our reproductive capabilities, by replacing the black woman with the black man who is a hypersexualized black man and also can't have kids.
And the representation of the black male being hypersexualized, for example, within the porn industry. With the fucking Piper Perry little white girl, and it's like the black. It's like, to me, it's just the way that the porn industry is pushing that among all the other demonic agendas.
Now
that the porn
fucking disgusts me.
I feel like that one is that one's an incredible psyop. Like you see that being pushed all the time, everywhere. Like there's the slide threads on 4chan. I'm sure you guys have seen that. All the BBC slide threads. It really makes you think somebody really wants to push this agenda, but why?
Although
I don't know what it's like. Sorry, carry on.
My favorite cover that I saw on one of those threads was Poor Little White Boy. And it had
it had
here's my favorite part of it though. Was two names. So two porn star
Someone's
names.
gonna put it in the chat. They're gonna do it.
No.
Okay, so the two
Poor Little White Boy.
Yes. No, I think it's like a safe for work cover though. Like there's no so anyway, so the two porn star names, which I thought were incredible, were like of the two dudes in the background. The two black dudes was one of them was Thugzilla, and the other one was Japan. I love the fact that somebody has the name of Japan as a porn star name. That is incredible.
That reminds me of Japan, the band. David Sylvian.
Is it a good band?
No, I don't know. I haven't listened to him yet. I was going to say actually also about this whole BBC thing. This reminds me. There was this podcast by the guy Poe's Law on Twitter. You guys know that guy?
Yeah, that guy.
He did that.
He's
he had this one episode of his podcast where they read this book that was about
there's a
black
Piper
future, and it was like in the future all white women are going to be slaves to the black guys just existing to be bred, and it's so weird.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
People get off to this, but why?
I totally think it's a psyop. I think that people largely do marry within their own race or attracted to their own. Like, I mean, statistically, like they've done the studies where it seems to be that white women are more attracted across the board, but I don't believe that statistics really. I think that the vast majority of people are attracted to people of their own race, but at the same token, the reason that they're pushing specifically, like, it's really weird how they push in the media the white, like the black male with the white woman, but yet at the same time, a lot of these, you would say, woke Black Lives Matter activists or even like the AOC types, it seems they can't get enough of the white man for some reason. I don't know.
It's the same thing in the black community. You have the whole big push is always like, oh, get you a white man. These black men are terrible. Just leave these black men alone. And it's funny because I have a friend who's white, and I'm always like, can you please just get a white man? She's like, no, I like multiculturalism. I'm like, these niggas ain't shit. Get you a person in your own race. She literally like refuses to even hear me out on the reasons why this would be probably helpful to her personally. She refuses.
Yeah.
She's like, no, I want a person of color. I'm like, what is a person of color?
And it's weird how woke politics trends towards these sort of like colonialism by another name. It's like the fact that you're trying to erase Black identity in America and elsewhere, or it's just, to me, it's really crazy how we have. It's sort of like sexuality, post-sexual revolution in general, as we've discussed on the show, about how we live in this schizophrenic state where sexuality seems to be the predominant discourse and everything. Oedipulism is everywhere, like to quote Deleuze. But at the same time, we're the generation that has the least amount of sex ever among the previous 5 generations.
Oversexed and underfucked.
Exactly, oversexed, underfucked, total frustration. And so I think the intersection of race politics and sexual politics, to me, I think is doing a great disservice to a lot of different communities, because they truly do believe in this, like Wilhelm Reich, misappropriation of Wilhelm Reich, where it's like, if we just fuck enough, if we just subvert enough, if we just become pleasure bots, then maybe we'll destroy fascism. But really, at the end of the day, it's ridiculous. But the fact that they're pushing the race thing as well, I just think, as much, like I say, I'm not exactly a white nationalist, but because being Italian problematizes that. But I just think that I just think that there is a legitimate argument for various forms of identitarianism. I just think that the fact that they're pushing this, to me, is like, this really isn't going to lead to good consequences, in my opinion.
No, the best one is the inverse, where nobody's pushing anything, and it's just the people who would want to take part in a particular society that actually show, like, hey, I'm a really big fan of this particular society, let me take part of it even if I'm different. Then that's a whole different ballgame, then by all means. But that's not the situation that we're currently in right now, and that's the real unfortunate part of it.
It's about...
but Lev, you need to find a nice Svetlana Russian girl, so...
Yeah, maybe Ukrainian girl as well.
Allow serendipity into your lives. You guys are too focused on what you want. You don't let the universe just manifest for you. It's how it works. You're like, I want this, I want that. You can't predict that.
There's an argument to be made for that.
You have to know what you want. Like, God.
I think you have a point.
Let life be serendipity, right? Like, if you're focused on, like, if you don't put yourself in a box. You don't need
Too many people don't want to live in the moment. Just experience life.
I don't understand what's wrong with the box. The boxes are helpful. You know why? Because you can sort.
Live in the box.
If you're not in a box, you can't sort anything. You have to just flow through and magically, I guess, get to where you're going.
You gotta work in the sandbox.
I'm going to seem like the biggest hypocrite right now, but like when I was talking about politics, this is a nuanced issue. But I find that whenever you find people typically from the lefty-leaning part of the thing, and I'm pretty sure I heard this on one of your streams as well, they go, one of their arguments, whenever you make an argument, they go, why do you need to label things? It's like, yeah, people label things so they can identify them, so they can talk about
them. That's a Jules point right there.
It's like, oh my God, we do this so we can talk about the issue. That's why we label it. That's why we compartmentalize it. That's why we box it. So
exactly.
That's
a Julesism right there. Why do we have to talk about power? Like,
everything needs a label. I mean, you a lot of people can't do it. They just don't organize the world in that way. But I find that if you want to, people who are successful in life do organize the world in such a way that you just drop stuff in. But like, I'm always sorting. Like, that's my whole mantra. Always be sorting. And that's an old, selling technique, but I use it for everything. I'm always like, okay, is this useful? All right, I'll keep that. That's not useful. Drop it. So that way I don't have to, that's why it's so terrible that they've confused everyone, because you have these people who don't know whether they're women or men, straight or gay, up or down, black or white or whatever, and they can't sort anything because they don't even know where to start with sorting themselves by just identifying yourself as a person. Like, that's my problem with conservatives too, because they say, oh, well, why are you saying you're a black person? Why aren't you just an American? I'm like, well, if I was to accept that particular statement, that means that I'm leaving out a whole part of my culture, my background, that I then have to figure out how to sort later. Where if I just like, okay, I'm a Black American, then I'm able to sort it that way. But then I don't know, these people are kind of crazy too. It's like, how can you just pretend like you don't have a skin color? because that's basically what they're telling us. Like, no, you don't have a skin color. I can look at my skin and see it's not white. What do you want?
Well, they
It's
want
much
to.
more it's history, it's culture.
It's rooting, and that's the thing. These people, what you find with anyone who's read online like Marxist ideology, who's from the right, at least speaking from a right lens, if you want to call it that, they kind of just want to uproot everyone, and everyone is an interchangeable economic integer, which I find kind of ironic. But you know, like your skin color doesn't matter, your race doesn't matter, your whatever doesn't matter. It's like, well, if it doesn't matter, then nothing matters. And I was actually listening to this in one of your previous streams, Jules, and I was like, this is the thing, I can't watch your streams. I have to pause it, argue with myself for 5 minutes, and keep going. So a 5-hour stream takes like 14 hours. It's
that where the hatred comes from?
Oh, 100%, 100%.
A whole week to watch these streams back
Yeah,
because I do the same
absolutely.
thing.
Yes. Well,
Yeah,
also
but
I'm
the
extracting
point-
clips, so I'm going to be extracting a lot more
well,
clips.
that's probably that's because you're an investigative reporter. That's because you're a
Absolutely,
measurehead.
absolutely.
Right.
I
Keep
am
posting
the
the-
investigative reporter from merry old England. But
Right.
like,
Keep
yeah.
posting the clips here to the YouTube. That's a good way
That's
to
what
grow.
I'm doing. That's what
Yeah,
I'm going to be doing
100%.
tomorrow with
Good strategy.
The last thing that Gio talked about. I think it was so beautifully said last night when we had the stream with Gio. I'm going to extract that and put that on. There's so many great things that we had with Alexander Bard, that we had with that we had with so many amazing people that just get lost in the shuffle because, you know, people aren't going to sit and see the whole thing unless they're you know, a crazy Englishman who just wants to torture himself with having these arguments.
It's a good way to get new fans in. A lot of people will see clips.
Definitely
Want to watch more of the whole thing.
No,
That's
we're
a good
definitely-
strategy. I don't know how many of you guys watch, or if any of you know the podcast Painkiller already. You ever heard of that?
No.
There was
No.
there was a thing a couple of months ago where
Sounds
we had a
charming.
guest on. He told him he wrote a post on the Reddit saying, "I'm worried that you guys are kind of becoming a bit complacent and not really putting effort in. But the best thing you could do to start getting more fans, to start growing again, because you know the show's been going for 10 years, and you guys aren't really putting a lot of effort in, is make clips or put the clips on the channel, or hire one of the people who's already doing clips, because that's one of the easiest ways to get new fans in. People will see the clips, start watching
true.
after that. So
No,
a
it's
good
the
strategy.
easiest thing in
It's
the
a very good
world to
strategy.
do.
Unless you're
It's-
Dark Side Phil, then it doesn't work out.
No. Don't mention him. He's not real.
Yeah, it's not.
It really is the
If
easiest
you, but
thing
if
in
you
the world.
have
but,
someone else do your clips, it's sort of like you would have to guide them through narrative, right? Or like how would they pick which
well,
ones?
no, I don't need anybody else to do the clips. I could do the clips on my own. That is no problem.
Unless,
I enjoy
unless
doing
you
it.
try,
I can do
unless you have a
clips.
clips channel, unless you have a clips channel where you try to dox and harass them because they slightly disagreed with you once, like a certain other stream host that's currently running ops against T clips. Oh, but sorry, not to mention.
I got her to follow you guys, T clips.
Oh, maybe T clips can do it
I got
for
her to
us.
follow you guys.
There you go. She can
Thank
do
you.
it.
T clips.
Yeah, but look at well,
IBS clip channel.
she needs all the support she can get because a certain gentleman is trying to ruin her life and his Jannies and capos and
Carrier
I'll
pigeons.
say no more. Say no more. Say no more.
Where did all these carrier pigeons come from?
It's a long story. I already asked you to explain the carrier pigeons. I don't want to. I don't want them to go through the process again. But I also want to do some new shout outs. So we have Kyle here, who is a $20 patron. If you guys go to patreon.com/11joules, then you are going to, like, if you become a $20 patron, then you're going to get a free print from the amazing Gio, who is here with us. And Gio, thank you so much for being here with us once again. And you have the most beautiful prints.
God bless.
They're amazing. They're absolutely beautiful.
They will ship out soon. By the way, I have them all packaged. It's just I had to wait for Amazon to give me these seal wrap packages. So yeah.
And we have a couple of new people here too. We have Kale with a C, Gaked. That's an interesting name. And
Where's catgirlisms? What?
I'm
where's
gonna try to.
Catgirl?
I'm gonna try to get Catgirl on. And in fact, we were talking before about having him draw in one of these Zoom thumbnails where you can have a virtual
Where'd
cam.
Dominique go? Oh, Dominique had to go. Where'd Dominique go? She just left. Irish
She had to
exit?
feed her kids.
Yeah. I hope she comes back.
Yeah,
but
she said wait.
Dominique, you mean, is that Hotep Sophia?
Hotep Sophia, that's right.
All right.
Yeah. Well, she's amazing. Like this was such a great conversation that
She
we
was
had,
great.
and it was
Very entertaining.
You know, it's a great blessing to be able to bring all these
She has to
people
come
together.
back.
Definitely.
She's amazing.
Definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
I love her, man.
Yeah.
She's
Very
like
much.
you. She's like almost PhD.
There you go. Huh?
I want to bring something up.
Yes.
Would it be possible to maybe get Michael to talk a bit more about what he thinks is going to be happening?
Yeah,
in,
I was just about to say that. You read my mind.
Later in the year.
Michael Scotto, can you hear us?
Yeah. So scared. I almost don't
What's
want to
up?
know.
Hey.
Hey.
So what is awaiting us in the coming years?
I don't know if you want to ask. I don't know if you want to ask years. Because...
Shorter then. Let's say November.
Well, like I
are we
said,
not going to last more than a few years?
Like I said, I think shit's gonna explode in November and December. I think it's gonna be a terrible election.
Yeah,
I think
that's a given.
I think no one's gonna know who the president is. It's gonna be complete chaos. I think there's gonna be
Stop.
Well, I'm such a.
It's gonna. How could you even predict that? This just sounds ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Just like
oh God, Jules, let him
the
finish.
sky is falling.
Let him finish at least.
The sky is falling. Give me a break. Come on.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Just hit me up in December and see if I
There's
was right.
Michael. Of course, Michael. You're hiding there with the hermit card.
Yeah, that's my favorite card. It's my numerology.
I was asking for you earlier in the chat.
Michael, I wanted to ask you something.
I needed a refresh.
I also have questions. I want to ask.
I was trying to do some psychic telepathy with you, but I didn't have your face.
I wanted to ask Marco and Michael, what do you guys think of the possibility of the virus reemerging? Do you think the second wave is going to be a given, or do you think it'll be like SARS was? I live relatively close to Toronto. I remember when that was going down.
So first off, apparently there was a study that showed that people who had SARS-CoV-1 in 2003 had some immunity to coronavirus.
Because they're genetically similar, yeah.
It's a there's a thing called like a T cell, and essentially if you have this T cell, you just regenerate the antibodies. So if this thing resurges, there might be some people who are immune when it comes back around. When it comes back around, my prediction, like I said, would be November, December. If it comes back around, I don't know. That I don't know. But if it did, it would be then. Yeah.
And Marco, this was a while ago. You were
macro, yeah.
Macro. Damn. It's like how I confuse helio with helio.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like I instead of calling Helios, I called him Helio. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's good, man. I was just saying that with the Spanish flu, when it started with a mortality rate of 5%, and then it came around the same time that COVID started this year, and then it came back in the winter with a mortality rate of 25%.
Yeah,
so I don't think that's not a possibility for what's coming up this year.
I think I've read about that, and I think they say because back in the day there was such an immense delays of soldiers getting back home, and I think the second wave was because they by that time they wanted to get them all home by Christmas, and so they that could possibly be why they had. But I think it's funny how this one's affecting older people, whereas the Spanish flu killed off younger people, right? So it was like,
right.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard a bit of both. I've heard that that COVID has been affecting people younger than what they were saying. So I'm from Spain, right? And in Spain, we've had one of the most severe lockdowns outside of, in all of Europe, basically. And so our death toll is way above what the government is saying. The government is saying about 40,000. The death toll might have been around 3 times that.
Wait, what?
And,
what do you mean?
The death. Yeah, I'm just going off of information I've gotten from my mother, who's a teacher, and she works with some kids whose parents are working in medical fields.
Mm-hmm.
And they say that the government has been hiding a lot of information about death tolls, contagion rates, and everything related to COVID is being subject to a lot of false information, basically.
I mean, you would expect that out of communist China, but I'm not. I mean, that'd be very shocking if you out of a European country.
Well, I mean, it's not really that different, is it?
We also
Poop Man.
We
Poop
also
Man.
got Poop Man here. Finally,
Man.
I'm
Let's
so
go,
honored.
Poop Man.
What's up?
Good to see you, man.
Hello,
I
Poop
love
Man.
you. Poop Man, you're the
Mad
greatest.
love for Poop Man.
By the way, I actually came on to ask Macro a question really quick. When I logged on to Minecraft today, as I do every day, I noticed one of our, I don't want to kind of leak it, but one of our trap houses was grief today. Would that happen to be, involving you, Macro? I just want to ask.
Any stories you guys have with me, you can leak on this stream freely anytime. That would probably be a lot of fun.
I appreciate that.
So Morse code, you can believe me or
you
not,
just seem like the type.
I have not been on.
You haven't been
on
on
the
okay.
Cali Minecraft server at all day.
Okay, good. Because I just wanted to make that clear. Because we're looking for the guy.
Liggins, my boy Liggins.
Liggins didn't do it. He wouldn't.
I don't think he's had the means to
good
do
judgment.
it, honestly. And if he had had the means to do it, then you've just done a bad job of enslaving him. So yeah, that's on you. But I wanted to get back to Michael Scott really quick. Do you have your last prediction about COVID? You said that it was going to be centered on China, or around China, or at least that's what Lev says. You said. So do you know this next thing that's going to be happening, quote unquote? Do you know more or less where that's going to be situated, or is it going to be sort of a global thing going on?
I'm pretty sure it'll be a global thing. I think it might be a natural disaster. I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Three Gorges Dam, probably.
I mean, I've heard those words natural disaster a lot. I'm not sure. But what I did want to paint the other side. I know I said a lot of bad stuff, but it's basically a big purge in as we move towards this new paradigm, this new future, new technology, new ways of society. It's a big flip of the script kind of. The meaning underneath it. It's just not meaninglessness. It's it might seem like that. It might just seem like meaningless destruction and death, but it's a shift in the world order is what it is.
Yeah.
And part of that, by the way, is going to be the economic shifting tides as well. And for example, this is not astrology. I don't know if anyone knows Ray Dalio, but he has been talking quite a bit about the current economic situation, the looming. He basically says that we're in the same long trend cycle as some of the things that were going on in the 1930s.
Right.
I'm by no means a finance person, but there's definitely some very noticeable accumulation of debt that's going on. And he's been kind of warning people hey, this thing is coming. So I think that is part of the shape shifting, and I do think that there's going to be a shifting of the world order in terms of the world powers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Well, we're living in the new millennium, so.
I mean, the universe being cyclical.
Yeah, that makes
sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it just makes sense for being in the Kali Yuga. In the coming age, it makes sense that just some people won't make it, and that's just part of their dharma, and that's something that everyone who does make it needs to accept.
So you know how they always say
but hold on, but that isn't that a spiritually lacking view, because you can have enlightenment now, in a sense, as in you have to cherish every moment. That's what being grateful for the miracle of life is.
Yeah, but those
two
go together.
Alive.
They're not mutually
Look around
exclusive.
you. How many people are grateful for life, and how many people are just?
I think a lot of people
fighting
are grateful
over
for
minuscule
life.
details.
And in the circumstances they're not. Sometimes I think it's because people around them have mistakenly made them ungrateful for life.
For many generations in one place, and it just keeps going and going. And as far as being able to educate them out of it, I hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
All I'm saying is we're in the Kali Yuga, we're in the Dark Age, and we're soon to come out of it. And that change between the Kali Yuga and the Satya Yuga is going to be very difficult, and a lot of people might just not be prepared to deal with it. and I might not be prepared to deal with it. I don't know what's coming. So
I think it's easy. I think the things you focus on grow.
yeah, but what are people focusing on?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
People are focusing on. Well, they were focusing on the Kardashians.
Just listen to them. Well, we're right here.
Well, no,
you're talking about other people.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point. That's the whole
we
point.
Are,
because
we're
other people,
11 people talking,
and it's like the things we focus on will
watching.
grow. Right? So if we're just saying, oh, it's going to be dark, not everyone's going to make it, it's like, what exactly are you building?
I'm building a community of people who are actually capable of withstanding
creating
and surviving
light?
and thriving, exactly, creating light. And
So
I'm not going to assume that
Shall
everyone...
life prevail?
So what's with... I just don't understand the mortal gloom.
I'm not seeing any gloom. It's
gloom.
about accepting
gloom.
whatever it is that's going to head our way. Nobody's sitting around moping here, Jules. Like it's
no,
not that.
everyone. But there's song and poetry and
nothing
voice,
wrong with it.
right? Like, sure, everything can be matter of fact, but again, it's like I think everyone here is a leader. Okay, I think everyone here has a very strong personality. Otherwise, you wouldn't be on the break the rules free for all Friday, right?
Very true.
I don't fully agree.
Very exclusive club.
You'd be
What's my
hermetic
personality?
and what?
The resident retard.
Which one? Which one?
/autist Twitter.
I thought I was.
You want life to
the resident
prevail
retard.
to kick aside the weak and frail?
Wait. I want to hear what Poop Man has to say.
I think there's
Poop Man.
a lot of retards here. I think there's a lot of retards.
Wait.
Listen, guys, kind of retarded.
Wait, I really want to hear what Poop Man has to say about all this. Poop Man.
Man, you guys are fucking wild.
Welcome to Break the Rules.
You guys talk about a lot of like deep kind of stuff, and I think that's really cool. I'm just kind of out here doing my own thing, and
Good,
I respect
man.
you guys. Yeah.
Thank you, man. No, I deeply respect
King
that.
among men.
Dude, I liked your Kirby stuffed animal and your sword.
Thanks, man.
You've got
like
kind of
collecting
like a dude vibe to you, you know, like from The Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
The dude.
Poop Man is amazing.
Yes, the
Poop
dude.
Man is
Yes.
the
Oh my
dude.
god.
He is the dude.
He's the poop instead.
The cat. What is that? The capsize? What were the different definitions?
For what?
Definitions of what?
Pooped. Well, it's exhausted. It means you're exhausted, right? You're pooped.
Yes.
It's something that's like capsizing a boat, or it's.
I love how Jules' mind
bile
wanders from time to time.
Right?
Jules, I think there's just some things that it's better to take at face value, and I think Poop Man is one of those things.
Yeah.
Just
I think there's layers to Poop
just
Man.
bathe in his glory.
I think
man.
there's layers to Poop Man.
There's layers of poop.
No, you think it's
Many
just
layers
the
of
poop,
poop
level?
but
You just think it's the
at the lowest
poop level
I think
is
there's
3D.
all the way down.
I just said.
We live in a universe of excrement.
We have a comment from De Facto. We're already a few thousand years into the Kali Yuga. Focus on bettering yourselves, and you will affect the collective consciousness through cause and effect rippling. That's really good. And in fact, that I want to bring back to something Criminally Retarded wrote, which I neglected to address early on back when we were talking about the psychic abilities. So when he's talking about shining, here is what Criminally Retarded writes. Kinda like remote viewing, but for specific events, like when someone burns toast. If you walk in the room afterward, you can tell what happened there. When you go to places where powerful things happened or haven't happened yet, those places shine. You can sense the power of the event. You can practice tuning into the shine. It's similar to learning to access the Akashic record. It's literally explained in Kubrick's film. Having a hearty chuckle with Gio and Sophia. Oh, that's a Crank God. Shout out to Crank God. Kubrick was a cryptic whistleblower. The antediluvians and the shine. They could use telekinesis to build great megalithic structures. Read Francis Bacon's New Atlantis. He describes many of the powers the antediluvians had, similar to Professor X's powers. He can speak to anyone anywhere in their head, give them feelings and visions. Imagine screen sharing your entire experiential spectrum to another consciousness across space and time. Stonehenge could have been built by someone using telekinesis on Mars remotely.
You had me in the grip up until that last thing you said.
That's a deep red pill, man.
Dude,
Well, it's
what
like
hard to swallow.
So there are these people who can
That was
share
so
the.
interesting. What the heck? Telekinesis from Mars? Oh boy.
There's like there's people who can through ESP, I guess, can share their entire Phaneron, something like that. Is that it?
I could actually understand telekinesis from Mars, but it would
Well, there are ghosts
what's her
of
face,
Mars, we
Open
know that.
Lotus from the Tantra UFO stream or whatever. She spoke like that when talking about Mars.
But I think the difference between you and me, Jules, when it comes to this is even though you talk about spooky action at a distance, there is a very strict limitation, if I'm correct, that you're putting on what it's capable of achieving.
Yeah, like Dark Archon or, emotional tethering through entanglement, biological entanglement.
Can you explain that a bit more? I'm not familiar with the terms you're using.
So Einstein demonstrated in an experiment that you could entangle two atoms and then you could drag them apart. And if you were to move one, the other would move in lockstep, right? And you could, according to his principle, you could basically drag these separate particles like essentially infinitely apart, and they would stay entangled.
Right.
And that is what he called spooky action at a distance. And they recently demonstrated that they could accomplish this feat with biological cells, that you could quantumly entangle biological cells. And the same thing applies. Then you separate them so they can be in different bodies. And
so you're saying you're saying this quantum entanglement is something that humans can actively.
Well, we don't know if humans can do it. No,
right.
we don't
so
know
you're
if
saying
humans
it's something
can do it.
that happens, right?
But it's something that we've demonstrated, like humans can synthesize in a
would it be
lab.
possible to cause this entanglement? That
I think what the experiment shows is we synthesized that in an experiment, which leads me to I would be less surprised if people through a part of the brain we don't understand as well could tether to another brain. Also, we know our brains are a lot more complicated. They include our spine and our gut, right?
So,
like an octopus, like its brain is on its tentacles. Like in our brain, like primarily is everything in our skull, but it's actually a much more, and that's all you need. That's the minimum you need to like live, other than your heart. Like if you're thinking about like Futurama jars, which is like not real, but I'm just like, the brain is a complicated thing. It's not just the brain in your skull. Right. So
do you think this entanglement is something that we need to create, or do you think it's something that's already there?
I think it's a cool thing to have, like parkour. And I don't think you need it for a good life.
I mean, if I understand entanglement, what I get from it is that since the Big Bang, every particle is sort of quantum entangled with every other particle in existence. Right, and if you take that to biological quantum entanglement or whatever you want to call it, you are already entangled with every other being in existence. And if you take it to people, you are already creating or projecting your image of a person onto that person, and there is no that person outside of what you perceive of them.
It's interesting.
We have another comment from Criminally Retarded. You are a single unit. All this dualist retardation needs to be addressed.
Very true. Non-dualism. It's what it is.
I mean, if anyone's gotten a non-dual vibe from what I've been saying, then I feel like I haven't been explaining myself correctly.
I'm not exactly sure. Was that whether that was addressed to you or not? I mean, my whole thing with Jules is I think that it's much likelier that there are certain things we're capable of as far as connecting each other's thoughts without the need of technological advancements to do so. But that's where Jules would differ with me.
I think you can watch people play a game of bridge really well, but I don't know how loopy doopy you want me to think.
I mean, to me, it's pretty loopy doopy that you're just like so limited. Like, just because you can't read things that are like subliminal doesn't mean that everyone else can't. It's kind of like that whole body language thing that you were saying.
Yeah. What?
Well, you were talking earlier about how there's a language that is like body language, and some people aren't very sensitive to it, and other people are extremely sensitive to it. And you can kind of like push that forward and say that charisma is an offshoot of this body language, and it's why certain people have like immense presence in a room, and
Charisma
why
is
some
the transference of enthusiasm, some other things, but you have to be strengthening people around you to be charismatic. You have to, if you leave a room and people feel stronger or invigorated, stimulated, more enthused, that's a result of charisma. And you can learn how to have that effect on people, or how to be like, guys, I just, not everyone's gonna make it, and this is my attempt at charisma. This is my.
that's
oh my god, Jules!
That's not out of line with what I was saying.
Jules needs to swallow some black pills.
No,
I really don't
No,
think
there's-
it's a black pill, honestly.
Stay you.
Nurgle says take your
There's
black
no need
pill.
for black pills, but what I fail to understand is why you're calling it loopy doopy if someone says that, like, oh, there's something like supernatural. I take not offense, but I don't agree with the term supernatural. But it's like, why are you writing certain events off? That's what I want to understand, because you're just writing them off because you can't experience them, but that doesn't mean that that's a universal thing.
Jules?
I like that. Wait, can I?
Sure.
Hello?
I said
I want to say two things, which is, first, what is the universe? You have no fucking idea. I don't care if you're a physicist. I don't care if you're a scientist. You have no fucking clue. Number two, what is consciousness? You have no idea. You have no idea. No science.
Well,
of
but
any
I mean,
kind
that's fine. That's
wait,
a fine
let
place
Michael
to start.
hold on. Let Michael
no
make
science
his point.
of any kind, PhDs, years and years has definitively answered this question, and therefore there's a large gap, there's a large opening in terms of what it could be. It doesn't necessarily mean it could be anything, but there might be right around the corner an Einstein like sea change in our understanding of what these things are, because we currently don't have any idea. And if you look back in history, that like Einstein, before Einstein, like people are like, oh, is this ether? No, it's E equals MC squared. No one had any fucking idea before that. So we don't know what's around the corner, and we're just getting like little glimpses of what it could be. And maybe we'll find out that all this paranormal stuff is completely fucking wrong, but we'll do it with science. But currently the approach is to figure it out, and we don't know yet.
Well,
It's an ongoing process, yeah.
You have had certain experiences, Michael, that would hint at there being something beyond our current abilities. Would you say that's correct?
Well,
I don't want to.
Well, for me, the thing is, when I go in the astrology reading, I have no idea who the hell these people are. I just read the chart, and they're telling me, like, oh, like I should not be able to survive an hour reading with someone based on looking at planets. It doesn't make any sense. But somehow, consistently, I'm able to get through these readings and actually connect with people, like reading them blindly. So for me, that's extremely weird. I can't tell you why that happens. But I'm definitely interested in like going deeper into it, and maybe I'll find out it's some stupid phenomenon, like psychology thing. But it certainly doesn't seem that way. I'll tell you that.
That's
interesting. Well, I find that when people try to justify everything with saying, "Oh, it's psychology," "Oh, it's placebo effect," like they're really missing the point of these phenomena. Like nobody's trying to debate the origin of the phenomenon. Nobody gives a shit. Like if you look at in a physics department in a university and you're looking at all these undergraduate students that are like working their asses off to learn the curriculum in 4 years and graduate and then do their master's and PhD, and you ask them, what, like, explain a little bit about physics, they're gonna admit at some point that they're making a lot of assumptions that aren't actually proven in order to like fulfill all those.
They're rusty. People are rusty on stuff. That's why it's important to learn and learn this stuff again. That's why it's also important to stay current. Like I'm 3 years behind in some of my thinking, but as far as my 3 years ago thinking, I was thinking 10 years ahead. So I am due for an update.
Huh?
I'm just talking about different ways to stay current.
Okay, and I'm talking about university students and professors that are like forefront in their field. And I'm telling you that if you ask them
you
sincerely,
can over specialize. That's the problem with specialists, is they get a very peculiar arrogance that blinds them to reality. Like they start to think that
okay, but you're gonna bring up Einstein and his concepts. You're gonna bring up physics
in a much more superstitious way than a kind of shrewd and unassuming way. Where
but you see, Jules, you're using physics as a dogmatic means to defend your takes.
Making people smart, but I could see having trauma from making people smart if it was like people became smart and then suddenly they're like using their intelligence against me, and it's just like, where does that paranoia come from? I'm not so competitive. I guess that's like a game person. Like if you're playing games, like why tell someone your chess strategy or why tell someone how you play Connect 4? I'm like, dude, the best way to play Connect 4 is you need the command the center space.
That's exactly right.
You just need to be putting tiles in the center space because that's how you connect 4 the most possible ways. And I'm not going to play a game with someone over and over and over again while they're not putting things in the center space. It's like, this is boring. Like, you need to be doing this. Like, you need to be putting your pieces in the middle so we can play a real game.
What does that mean exactly?
I completely agree, Jules. I completely agree.
You see, this whole metaphor went over my head, so please explain.
Jules, me and you should play sometime. You know, we
gotta do a Connect 4 live stream.
I think we should definitely. I'd like to play some Connect 4 Jules. He seems like he knows what he's doing.
So bad at Connect 4.
Wait, Jules, could you explain a little bit?
It's just the center. It's the center circle. It's the center circle. It's simple as.
No, not the Connect 4, but the analogy you were making.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's how I like to participate and engage with people. Some people become very here's the thing about film school, it's very kind of cutthroat. And I heard the same thing about medical school. Like, you hear these stories about people going through medical school of sabotaging each other because of like the potential opportunities they'll have and like how they get ranked and how that translates to like what they're entitled to. And so it's really kind of scary when you think about medical school. Doctors, people who we need doctors. I want great doctors. I think the whole 7-year requirement for doctors is preposterous. You're making it insanely expensive to become a doctor, and then we sue them like crazy. So it's just like all the medical expenses are just artificially expensive. Like, people say we need healthcare for arts, but healthcare for all, we need to decrease the prices. I know I'm going on a tangent here, but anyway, it's where was I? We were talking about Connect 4.
Yeah, we were talking about Connect 4.
The centerpiece.
You just have, when you're whether you're cooperating with someone or you're building with someone or you're playing a game, even, I don't care if it's a competitive environment. Like, you want to. How are you going to get better at Connect 4 if you're just debilitating yourself by playing with people that don't know how to play? Like, unless you're like hustling people for money and you're like a Connect 4 hustler and like this is how you make a living, like, you should be telling people, like, for fun, just play properly. Like, these are some good strategies to use. Like, now let's try to have a fun game.
What are you saying? You want people on an even playing field? I got you.
Right?
Kind of connects back to the healthcare thing. That's a good metaphor.
That's how you should be treating people. Otherwise, you're literally stunting the other person and yourself simultaneously. To feel good about yourself, improve what exactly? How good you are at stunting yourself and the people around you. So what? So you can just feel dominant? It's pathetic.
There are some people that they're total like energy vampires. They're very enervating people to be
Worst
around.
energy vampires don't even know it. The energy vampires who know that's exactly what they're doing, like I have a little bit of respect for, right? But the energy vampires who have no fucking clue they're energy vampires drive me insane.
What do you consider an energy vampire?
Someone that drains the life from you without filling you
So how
back
do you
up.
think considering people energy vampires is different from saying there's people that won't make it?
I think it's a little
How do you
bit
think it's a
different.
different
I think
quote-unquote
sometimes
black
people need
filter
love
for-
too. It's not fair to tell people they're being Debbie Downers, and like people need to feel comfortable to express themselves. But that's why you also need a healthy. I mean, that's why it's so awesome to have a healthy environments where you can share. You know, like you might be in a bad mood. You might have a bad day. You know, like the rain might get you down. You know, there's so many people on these pills. I don't think a lot of people on our channel actually take a lot of prescription medicine. Does anyone here take prescription medicine currently?
No, never in my
Like
life.
SSRIs.
Anything? Yeah, SSRI.
I have not taken a ibuprofen in 7 years.
So, I mean, it's crazy when if we were watching a like Jimmy Kimmel or a mainstream show, I bet everyone would be on antidepressants, but not here. So if someone's a little down, I think that's healthy and desirable, right? And I think it helps you. That's why we have emotions, right? To like learn from our environment and then think about what our emotions are telling us. You know, so okay, if you're worried about the future, that's healthy to think about how can you increase your possible choices and options in the future. How can you build yourself, position yourself in a way that helps you and others?
That's true.
I'm just gonna.
How
I'm
long have we
gonna-
been going?
Yeah, we've been okay. It's 10:55. I think we gotta hit the road pretty soon. But let's go to last words. I am eating. By the way, this is raw cream. This is good stuff. Fresh from the farm.
cream.
It is incredible. It is
That's
delicious.
the raw milk. Is that the raw milk?
Yeah.
I just want to say one thing real fast is that I feel like the universe kind of has like an agenda, and it'll bring us through periods, be it like World War I or World War II, or great periods of expansion or up and down. And to the extent like you have a lot of control in your individual life, and that I wouldn't discount that. And there's a lot of things you can do, but on the other side of the coin, there are just things that are bigger than us that we cannot fight. And I would like to kind of draw that dichotomy.
I agree, and maybe one day we will be able to fight them, or fight whatever's coming next at a higher level if we work ourselves to that point. So let's go to, let's see, where should we start? Let's start from Gio and go all the way down, and we'll finish at the Great Blood Skeleton Morse code.
All right.
Oh, I don't have any particular final thoughts. Just
If no
usual. Follow me on Twitter.
Yes.
Yeah.
If no final thoughts, promotion.
Buy
Promote
my
the
stuff.
hell. Yes.
Yeah. Subscribe to the podcast.
And
Patreon.
Go to patreon.com/11joules, where if you become a $20 patron, you are going to get a beautiful print from the main man himself, Giovanni Pennacchietti. And also follow Gio's blog.
We're also
Gio's
going
Content
to
Corner.
be adding the exclusive sound versions. So you don't have to be subscribed to YouTube Red or need YouTube at all.
That's
You'll
right.
be able to listen on SoundCloud.
That's right. And we're going to put it on Patreon, so that's coming up next. And let's go to Poop Man. Words of wisdom.
I don't know. I've been very talkative, but I appreciate you guys inviting me on here anyway. I don't do voice chat much, but I enjoy listening to you guys.
Thank you,
You
man.
guys are all cool.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's great to see you.
Thanks, dude. See you in Caliac.
Michael Scotto. I mean, you kind of said it, but at the same time, if you have anything else, I would love to get a final.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you have, never discount your own power, but I feel like we are part of the universe, and the universe has a mind of its own. So
definitely,
yeah.
let's go to Jules.
My mic muted. Nope. This was awesome. I had a lot of fun on this one. When are we back on again? When's our next stream?
Our next stream is going to be on Tuesday, and then we're going to have a stream on Thursday, and possibly another free-for-all Friday next week, but I'm going to have to see. This is all right now in motion. And if you guys, by the way, if you guys want to recommend
you kind of pick it out of the
guests,
sky, right? You kind of just pick it out of the sky.
Yes,
you kind of just
yes
go,
and no.
like you lick your finger, and then you put it up to the wind like a sailor, and you go, here,
no,
right now.
no, not exactly, because there are certain things that are scheduled in advance, but it really depends on people's schedules.
But we've got such good roll for like the free-for-all Fridays. Like with the momentum, it's not like a whole la-di-da to do. It's just sort of like you just get the roll out.
Sure, yeah. No, I mean, we're going to have, as far as the kind of events that we have planned, what I would love is to hear from you guys as far as which Twitter personalities would you want to have us talk with here on the BTR stream. Like all this time, I've just been going.
There's dream ones, right? Like Bronze Age pervert. Or...
Sure, absolutely. But even people who are a little bit, let's say, maybe more
Bronze
accessible.
Age pervert scares me.
All right, well, okay, hold on. Well, we're not gonna get that right now. I'm just asking people for any recommendation as far as people who you think are going to be a little bit more accessible, even who are very interesting to talk with, who also have an interesting audience that would want to listen to what we're doing here. So just DM us on Twitter and let us know who you'd recommend, and we are going to go from there. So that being said, let's go to Sophia.
Okay, there's my mic. Thank you all for the wonderful conversation. It was really interesting. I don't really have a lot to add.
That's fine. Thank you so much
for being
here.
We love ya.
Okay, let's go to Measurehead.
Mantra. Kundalinis. Check those Kundalinis, everyone.
I'm gonna reverse mine.
Yeah.
Gonna reverse it.
Kundalini's good.
Thanks
Reverse
for having me on.
it.
It was honestly a pleasure. It's like way past my bedtime. It's literally just on 4 in the morning here.
my
but
God.
it was a pleasure being up. It was absolutely worth it.
Thank you, Measurehead.
Thank you.
Measurehead.
God, it's like 3 or 4 in England, no?
Yes, it's literally just turned 4
Where
a.m.
did he come from?
Whoa.
We got to do
Where did he come from?
We got to do an England scream.
It's
screen.
amazing.
Stream. I can't even say my words right. Let's go to Blue Shoe.
All right. I got 2 things. First, one thing I wanted to say, to tie this back to the Kanye thing. I would have said this at the beginning if I had made it on time. Just wanted to say,
we already went through this.
No,
there is no on time. There is no on time.
Sorry, I just like to see the whole thing, but I get it. Yeah.
Gumshoe sounds like gumshoe. We got another one.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, my one thing I just wanted to say about it is, at first I thought the situation kind of reminded me of Etika. I think you guys remember him, but I don't think Kanye is as off the rails as Etika is. Etika I thought had a lot of problems for a long time. I'd been watching him for like 5 years, and towards the end you could just tell he was starting to have these a lot of weird moments. Things just seemed different. But Kanye, I think he's still I think a lot of the things he's saying are totally justified, like not wanting his kids to end up going down the same route as him and his wife and everything. I think that's a totally justified thing. These people are living messed up lives, and I just I can understand why he wouldn't want them to end up like all the celebrities. And my one last thing is
who's Attica? Is that from Dog Day Afternoon, or who's that?
Etika, a YouTube
Etika,
streamer. Yeah, he used to do like reactions to Nintendo Direct streams and stuff like that, and he committed suicide last year. So
Jesus.
you can look up information about it later.
I always hate those stories.
Sad story, yeah.
So
Yeah, he was one of my favorite YouTubers, one of the first people I started following seriously, all the way back in like 2015.
It's not worth it. There's too much hope. This is the most exciting time ever to be alive. I know a lot of people want to be clashing with the Gennatis over here. We got them right there sipping in the Discord. You can see them under that spooky fella without a head. But I think that go ahead.
The black pill route is a problem. I think there's no reason to stay black pilled. Once you realize that we're in a terrible situation, you can't just give up. You have to keep going. You have to learn to persevere and find your motivation through those times. And I think a lot of people are missing that right now. But I hope by doing things like this, we can give people a reason to keep going, a reason to live.
Amen. There's so many. Oh my God, there's so many reasons.
Yeah.
And
Jesus, I hope this show is not
even if
the
it's just a
only
chaos,
reason.
Max. Really.
Okay, wait. I just want to add one last thing and say.
Even if things are bad, we have to chaos, Max. I believe.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to add one last thing and say thanks for having me on again. I'd like to keep being on here, even if I'm just like
I would love for you to
the resident
Thank
nobody,
you, Guy 7
the resident
Gumshoe.
retard. So
Gumshoe.
Guy 7 Gumshoe.
I hope to see you. I hope to see you guys go great
Jules,
places.
are you like in cool wine ant mode, right? Like glug glug glug.
Yeah.
Is that what's going on? Okay, let's
Bro,
go.
I'm
So, yeah, I
rocking
hope-
the anime.
Just
I
calling them out
want
like
everyone
that.
to freaking show their face.
Just
I
calling
wanna
them
be-
out.
I want to be
Let's
blushing.
Jules is a Karen.
Let's go to Macro Fada.
Yeah.
All right, so I actually have been in cool wine and mode, cool wine aunt mode. So I just wanted to get a few things out of the way. I wanted to say a few things about the stream, but I didn't really get a chance to. First of all, with Kanye, I don't know if you realize, like when he went off the rails on that one concert, he came back and he like cut his hair and dyed it blonde. That's something you see a lot with these sort of MK Ultra figures. Britney Spears, Miley Cyrus, Katy Perry, Slim Shady, Eminem. Every time they like do something that's not within their sort of every
It just
time they do
means they're
something that's
willing
out
to
of
do
line,
something for a job.
every
Like,
time they do
that's a
something that's out of
coincidence.
line, they come back sort of quote unquote fixed, and they've got the blonde hair cut short. I just think that's something that's interesting to see. Also, I think Kim Kardashian is definitely his MK Ultra handler, but that is not something I really want to get into at this point in the stream.
Dude.
And if you don't mind me getting back into jumping
Is
really
this
quick
guy
into
Morse
something-
code? Who's Macrofauna? I thought
Yeah,
Macrofauna
Jules,
was
this
Morse
is like when
code.
people say things at the end. You gotta.
It's just people listen to this and they're like, oh my God, are they for real? It's just like
This
I
is-
have to just
Yeah.
be
And?
like,
Where do we get these
don't
names
worry,
from?
everybody. It's just Morse code and Macrofauna.
No, I am 100% sincere with everything I say. Also, with the education thing, I think somebody mentioned having sort of a system where students come back and be the teachers. Not sure if I heard that right.
It's what I'm proposing for the future is a system where you can have like a master apprentice situation, where you can have certain people who would be under a certain really knowledgeable person, and then from there go on to teach, let's say, younger kids, so that they get some really good basics that have been passed on to them from someone who has a lot more wisdom.
Yeah, well, I thought that was really interesting because in France, there's sort of a carpenters guild that's been going on since the 13th, 14th century. It's called Les Compagnons du Devoir et du Tour de France. And it's a carpenters guild where you sort of study for 2 years, then you work for 5 years. You have to work outside of the town where you've studied. And after those 7 years, you come back and you teach for 2 years. And after that, you do your master project. And that guild is producing some of the best carpenters in all of Europe, if not all of the world. And I know this because I've been working with some of these people. And I just thought that was a really interesting thing you brought up, because it really does work. It really does work.
That's amazing. I'm gonna have to look into this, and I hope that that's the kind of stuff that can be spread.
Thanks for the legend. Thanks for the legend, macro fauna.
I hope that this is the kind of stuff that could be spread around to other people who are right now in a bad place, like in the Rust Belt, for instance. Like, if we could revive that kind of culture, then we could create a much more self-sufficient society, I think. But let's go to Morse code for the final word of the day.
Okie doke. Well, another great episode. I was a little late to this one. Oh yeah. Sorry. I thought my mic.
Yeah,
was
just
muted.
don't.
Okay,
come.
yeah. No,
just don't come.
Okay, Jules. Maybe me and you could catch a Connect 4 game sometime.
That'd be great. I'd love that.
Another great episode. I will be taking the middle space. I can guarantee it. I'm a Connect 4 master. So that's what I have to say to close.
What did Jules say? No hands come. What?
I don't know. I don't quite know, but it's okay. It's okay. I think a lot of things Jules says fly over my head. So
no coming allowed here.
Oh.
And we also have
Never come.
We also have Jurgen Vaughn says that am I for the ending of the stream? Yes, this is the ending of this stream, but there are going to be many more streams coming.
Love you, everybody.
Yes, Tuesday, Thursday, Free for All Friday. That's what we're all about. Subscribe and click the bell.
Love. Yeah, subscribe.
Click the bell.
Thank you. Woo! All right. Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Incredible.
All right. Glug. All right. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
You really weird.